What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6 at chapter 133 press step by step, release the divine code. The emergence of Aizen Ryotsu, it just disturbed the Suniyashiro family. With the fusion of Hogyoku, his state is also more and more powerful. For Aizen, controlling Ryotsu in a research room is just a basic exercise. If it wasn't for Suniyashiro Tokunada who set up a monitoring device in the laboratory, I am afraid that even the appearance of Aizen cannot be noticed. 13th Division. Yugantong. The figures of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin appeared nearby. They were still attached to the dense spiritual pressure light, obscuring their bodies. It looks like the Suniyashiro family didn't set off the alarm. 35. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile, the secrets that Suniyashiro Tokunada hides are really amazing. 5. The other party's purpose is the same as mine, Aizen said without changing his face, but there is only one throne above the sky. 35. I don't think this guy has any chance of meddling in my dispute with Su Feng. A man who hesitates in everything has already lost from the beginning. The corners of Ichimaru Jin's mouth rose, like lion majesty in the shadows. Gives a chilling feeling. Aizen-sama still understands the human heart so well. 99. He looked at Aizen and asked, what do I need to do next? Aizen stopped moving forward and looked sideways. Silver, you only need to be a good audience. Well, this kind of thing. Ichimaru Jin smiled, I couldn't be better at it. Accompanied by conversation, the two walked into the Yugantong without anyone else. The Shinigami who were walking around were still the same as before, unable to see them at all. It's like air. What a miraculous power. 99. A look of surprise flashed through Ichimaru Jin's thin blue pupils. Although I have seen it I don't know how many times. But every time I see it, I still sigh the magic of Aizen's power. And in the words of Aizen, this power comes from Hogyoku. All the wishes of the heart can be fulfilled. When Aizen didn't want to be seen by Shinigami, Hogyoku naturally evolved this ability to hide himself. It's here. The two walked through the corridors and listened to the coughing sounds coming from their ears. I have sensed this power. 35. The corners of Aizen's mouth raised slightly, far beyond the power of a single Fullbringer. It symbolizes the right arm of the Spirit King of the Still Rules. 5. Jashiro Yukitake became the carrier of the Spirit King's right arm at the expense of his own lungs when he was young, thereby allowing myself to live from the end. 99. He explained softly, to be honest, when I saw this information, I was also extremely shocked. Advertisement. You're right, Silver. 99. At this time, Ichimaru Jin's smile was no longer as calm as it had been at first. Instead, with a hint of reluctance, let's start. Aizen took a step forward and faced the entire Yugantong. A semicircular shield emerges from its palm, just for a moment. That shield is to cover all Yugantong. This scene. The Shinigami outside was not noticed by anyone, the only one who was aware of the change. It is Jashiro Yukitake, who was cultivated in Yugantong. What happened? He abruptly got up from the sickbed. Cough, why can't I detect any spiritual pressure from the outside world? Accompanied by a violent coughing sound, Jashiro Yukitake clutched his chest and walked weakly to the door. However, the two figures walking slowly towards him shocked him again. It's you? Jashiro Yukitake exclaimed, Sinner Aizen, accomplice Ichimaru Jin. Aizen smiled and greeted, long time no see, Jashiro. You're still the same as when we first met. He stepped closer to Jashiro Yukitake, weak. Bakudo number 61. 6 light prisons. Jashiro Yukitake has a serious expression, even when used with the best Bakudo. 6 pads light sheets emerged from all directions. In an instant, it was bound to Aizen's waist. Are you here for Mimi Haki-sama? Jashiro Yukitake apparently also received a warning from Nimori. But what he didn't expect was, Aizen's action was so fast that he didn't give anyone a chance to react at all. Originally, Yamamoto Uenujai planned to change his usual place of cultivation to the first team house. This is to prevent Aizen's surprise attack. Still a step too late, looks like you already know. Aizen didn't pay attention to the 6 light prisons bound to him at all. Only a little bit of Ryotsu leaked out. It is to crush all the 6 pads light sheets, leaving no trace. A kind reminder from Nimori or Urahara Kazuki. 5. Advertisement. Aizen smiled unchanged. The director of the Technology Development Bureau for 2 consecutive terms is not a law-abiding person. Take the Great Spirit Book Corridor as your own back garden and come in and out at will. In a sense, the bad behavior of these 2 guys is not much worse than mine. Jashiro Yukitake looked at the person in front of him vigilantly. Before Aizen crushed the 6 stand light prison with Spirit Press, he just realized, only the current self is no longer Aizen's opponent. Not even an exaggeration to say, the two are no longer the same dimension. To know, even Yamamoto Genryuzai was unable to crush his Kido with partial Reiki so easily. In that case, Jashiro Yukitake noticed the semicircular shield covering the Yugando. Then let it go. 35. I will never allow you to take away the power of Lord Mimihaki. As the carrier of the Spirit King's right arm, he is far clearer than ordinary people. The importance of this power, if someone like Aizen can get it. Its dangers are self-evident. Jashiro Yukitake stretched out his hand and bound Zanpakuto on the ground with Reiki, and dropped it into his own hands. All the waves turned into my shield, all the thunder turned into my blade. Pisces carp. Bloodline even overflowed from the corners of his mouth as he recited Shikai. The difference in his physical condition is already on the verge of being Jiao Nuo good. With flashes of light, Zanpakuto is divided into two parts, and there is a chain connection at the handle of the knife. There are 5 brands hanging on the chain, making a crisp collision sound. But even if it is a Ryatsu that was boosted after Shikai, still not half as good as Aizen. When he slashed towards Aizen with his sword, he was instantly covered by a huge Ryatsu that was as terrifying as an abyss. That almost hopeless feeling. The last time I experienced it was when I was studying with Yamamoto Genryuzai at the Spiritual Art Institute. When he was young, facing Yamamoto Uenujai, he experienced despair for the first time. However, the Aizen at this time brought him the oppression so as not to lose it all at that time. Even far beyond. In despair, Jashiro Yukitaki knelt on the corridor. The black energy emerged from behind him and gradually transformed into a right arm with a huge one-eyed playing. In that case, Jashiro Yukitaki coughed up blood. That's as you wish. God's Gown. Chapter 134 Incomparable Ryatsu, Aizen's Preparation. Black texture. As if it had life, it was swimming in the body of Jashiro Yukitaki. One eye after another, reflected on the black texture. The surrounding Ryatsu was filled with only a slight burst. It almost destroyed the layout of Aizen. Looking at Jashiro Yukitaki, who was half kneeling and coughing up blood. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly. If it's what I said before, Jashiro. His soft voice seemed to be talking to an old friend. Rather than hostile, you are as arrogant as ever, 99. He stared calmly at the black lines that gradually spread around him. Forcing self-righteous ideas on others. At this time, Jashiro Yukitaki had no strength to speak. His Ryatsu, his strength, they were all taken away by the Spirit King's right arm, Mimihaki. All around, darkness pervaded. Everything in the 4 directions has become the control of the Spirit King's right arm. Spirit, soul. Even Ichimaru Jin, under this power, was completely covered. He smiled at Aizen and said, I'm sorry, Aizen-sama. My next behavior may be somewhat offensive. 35 Aizen didn't look back. It's okay, Silver. I will forgive you. Ichimaru Jin sensed that his power was slipping out of control, even the soul itself. But these are all in the plan, 793 from start to finish. He didn't mean to panic at all, although I have always wanted to kill Aizen. But it is undeniable. Aizen's power is among all the people Ichimaru Jin has ever seen. The most perfect existence. Even Su Feng is slightly inferior. Su Feng, he is just pure and powerful, because of this. Ichimaru Jin is not worried about this, after all. He's just a qualified spectator, audience hidden under the stage. The shadow completely enveloped Ichimaru Jin, base. In the original darkness, a bright silver light erupted. Shoot him, Shinso. Ichimaru Jin drew his knife without hesitation and pointed at Aizen in front of him. The brilliance is like training, running through the sky. The air seemed to be scorched, and there was a scorching smell everywhere. Advertisement Aizen turned his body sideways, dodging the incomparably sharp blade, and then clenched his palm lightly. He directly held Shinso in his hands, sharp as always. Aizen commented, but in order to prevent you from disrupting your plan, let's be quiet for a while. 99 of Bakudo forbidden. Bakudo number 99, number 2, swastika, 35. Just for a moment. Ichimaru Jin is completely bound, CDBJ, in place, and has no offensive power. Next, it's up to you. 99 Aizen looked forward. A huge black palm appeared. The one eye above it was looking at him indifferently. No words responded to him. While Mimihaji stared, there were shadows rushing out from all around, rushing towards Aizen in an instant. Such an attack would have no effect on Aizen at all. He disappeared directly on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already close to Jashiro Yukitaki's side. Scoff. A burst of silver light penetrated Aizen's chest. Plasma burst. Aizen looked behind him in surprise. In Ichimaru Jin's slightly opened eyes, there was a deep black. Is the 99 Bakudo also useless? He knew it in his heart, completely ignoring the pierced chest. A silver light flashed from the palm of the hand, and it pressed directly towards the one-eyed above the huge arm. Spiritual pressure erupts, completely out of the previous arrangement. Aizen's Ryatsu was exposed in Soul Society. Yamamoto Uenujai, who was originally handling official business in the first team, suddenly widened his eyes. Flames burst out around him. The scorching heat escapes to the outside world. Aizen Sosuke. Yamamoto Uenujai grasped the cane beside him, and disappeared into the team house the next moment. It came a little unexpectedly fast. Kiraku Shunsui also did not hesitate, and directly Shunpo de Ugando of the 13th Division. The other captains noticed this Ryatsu. Shocked expressions appeared on their faces. They don't understand. Wasn't Aizen not planning at all before taking action? Or, something is urging him to keep moving forward. The digital captains immediately moved in the direction of the 13th Division's quarters. And the rain outside the hall. Shiba Kaien and Rukia Kuchiki have assembled here. Rukia looked shocked. Yugantong was completely surrounded by a semicircular shield and the soldiers of the 13th Division, including them. No one noticed. Aizen's Ryatsu is in it. Without hesitation, Shiba Kaien immediately freed his Zanpakuto. Advertisement. The halberd-like Nejibana waved forward. Title: The ocean current that rolled back upwards emerged from its side, rushing violently over the shield. Rukia, he reminded. Rukia also liberated her Zanpakuto at the same time, and the pure white satin danced in the air. Second dance. Moon white. A large amount of cold air diffused into the ocean current from the tip of the knife, and instantly the ocean current covering the shield was frozen into a layer of ice. And the seemingly indestructible shield also showed cracks under the severe temperature changes. Click. Crackling sounded. The cracks exploded. The status quo of Yugantong is also presented in front of everyone. These shadows. Shiba Kayan looked surprised. The entire Yugantong seemed to be in a world of shadows, and it was pitch black everywhere. Save the captain first. The two of them didn't care too much, they were about to rush into the shadows. But the next moment, a more violent Ryotsu erupted from it. A beam of light formed across the sky, tearing the clouds above the sky. This bang won the terrifying oppression as facing each other, and at the level of the two, they can't even get close to it. Is this the Ryotsu from the Spirit King's right arm? 35. Aizen's eyes sparkled with dazzling light, like a bright sun. He merged with Hogyoku. In spiritual pressure, it cannot even be completely suppressed. In the end, we still have to use means outside the chessboard. Under the terrifying pressure, Aizen pressed his palm into the shadow beside him without obstruction. The silver light that appeared was spreading in the shadows. Since ordinary means are useless, then suppress it with the same power as a Spirit King. The power of Fullbring that was previously acquired in this world. It was all used on the Spirit King's right arm. The same level of strength, with his little assistance, has achieved remarkable results. Aizen looked ahead calmly. The twisted huge right arm was already frozen in place. With the emergence of silver light, the shadows faded little by little. Finished. Aizen smiled, with the same gesture as when he first appeared. The Ichimaru Jin behind him also broke free from the shadows and returned to his original appearance. Symbols the absolute power of stillness, he said with a lingering fear, it's really scary. 35. Aizen took a few steps forward, folded Yu Lingya, and took Hogyoku as the route to completely take Lingwang's right arm into his body. Ended. His spiritual pressure was also withdrawn at the same time, and his temperament seemed more restrained. At the same time, Aizen looked up at the sky. The scorching flames burned in the clouds, like another sun. Chapter 135. Aizen, who controls the heart as the captain of Gode 13. The strength of Yamamoto Uenyuji is beyond doubt. Some may say that his physical strength has declined due to age. But it is undeniable. The Zanpakuto, originally named Ryujin Jaka, is more terrifying than it was 1,000 years ago. The raging flames covered the sky. The clouds were completely burned out, leaving only the almost empty sky. The wicked man. Yamamoto Uenyuji's low and dignified voice, like a morning bell and a twilight drum, echoed over the 10th to 3rd divisions. Aizen Sosuke. This time, old man, I will never allow you to escape again. 39. Stroking. His figure flashed, leaving a fiery line of fire above the sky, heading straight for Aizen Sosuke. When, exciting sound of gold and iron interlaced. It echoed in front of Yugantong. The captain is really heartless. 35. Aizen took the next blow with a smile, not knowing how much he merged with Hogyoku. In the face of Yamamoto Uenyuji, it does not seem so difficult. Jashiro, he still has a breath left. If you continue to be eroded by your flames, I'm afraid there will be no life breath. Hear this. Yamamoto's pupils suddenly shrank. Blue veins burst on his forehead, and he said angrily, if Jashiro knew that the old man had let Aizen Sosuke go because of him. Even if he survives, he will spend the rest of his life in inner condemnation. 35. As a person of Gade, Yamamoto Genryuzi's thoughts are undoubtedly the most corrupt and stubborn. To this, he even sacrificed the lives of his subordinates and even his own disciples. Of course, if it is possible, even giving up his own life is at the expense of it. What a great idea. Aizen's smile remained unchanged, but, the person you really thought you were going to cut with your blade. 35. Is it me? As soon as this word comes out, the fire on Ryujin Jaka was extinguished, and even the bursting Ryotsu was instantly weakened. Aizen took advantage of the situation to retreat and left the battlefield. Not far, Ichimaru Jin has already opened a black cavity for it. But this time, Captain Yamamoto didn't seem to have guessed wrong. Aizen upholds his own bad taste and plays with people's hearts. Long before Yamamoto Uenyuji came, advertisement. He dealt with the Spirit King's right arm with all his might, and had no time to move Kyoka Suigetsu. So much so that when Ryujin Jaka of Yamamoto Uenyuji fell, only part of the Ryotsu was restrained. But using Kyoka Suigetsu's ability again will only make it desperate to attack the person in front of her. So, only words can shake Yamamoto Uenyuji's thoughts. I'm sorry. Aizen pressed his palms, and the entire Seirei changed. Now is the time for Kyoka Suigetsu. The blue veins on Yamamoto's forehead burst out again, and he could only watch the scene in front of him. He couldn't break out Ryujin Jaka again, just to kill one Aizen and destroy the entire Seirei. The black cavity opened. Ichimaru Jin stands before the broken space. Aizen-sama really has a chance to win. In the face of this very false tout, Aizen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said indifferently. Actually, there are some unexpected situations. 5. The spiritual pressure strength of the Spirit King's right arm is somewhat unexpected. He originally planned to use the power of those full-bloom spells for the transformation of Hogyoku. But, the Spirit King's right arm, Mimihaji's spiritual pressure, far exceeded his expectations. So that Aizen had no choice but to use the power of those full-bloom spells to restrain his spiritual pressure. Long before coming to Soul Society, the transformation plan for the power of Fullbring has already been listed. It just takes a few minutes, he transformed it through Hogyoku's ability. If the Spirit King's right arm can be easily collected, then the power of these Fullbrings can naturally be saved. Used for its own evolution, certainly, this plan also has drawbacks. That is, once Su Feng returns from Hueco Mundo, everything will be over. Aizen this action. It's a huge risk. If not, he could have waited for the full fusion of Hogyoku to evolve into that transcendent being. Until you reach the throne above the sky, and just when Aizen was ready to step into the black cavity. In the 12th Division team building not far from here, there was also a violent spatial fluctuation. Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a little surprise. Looks like it's Su Feng who has returned from Hueco Mundo, .35. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers, and Su Feng from the Technology Development Bureau. Advertisement. It was also at the moment when he stepped into the 12th Division team building, his expression looked a little surprised. In the air, permeated with endless high-temperature breath, accompanied by that familiar Ryatsu. He fixed the surrounding space with the power of fluctuation and stabilized the black cavity. Next moment, Su Feng disappeared in the 12th Division team building. When he reappeared, it was already before another black cavity. Meet again, Mr. Su Feng. Facing Su Feng, Aizen didn't have the slightest sense of panic, which was very different from the previous posture. Seeing the special wave power that pervades all around, he reminded softly, if possible, I would recommend you to look after Jashiro first. 99. After all, the whole Soul Society can save him. 55. It's probably just you. Heard. Su Feng's power of volatility that was ready to explode suddenly subsided. In his fluctuating perception, can clearly perceive Jashiro's weak vitality. It's like a candle in the wind, and hanging this trace of vitality is the remaining power of the Spirit King. Aizen counted all the possibilities, as long as Su Feng still has a bit of humanity. Then he would not give up Jashiro Yukataki's life easily. If you're not ready to do it, Aizen smiled, then we're ready to leave. One last word. Your eyes are like stars, say it. Without giving Su Feng a chance to speak, Aizen stepped into a black cavity. Ichimaru Jin also smiled and waved, goodbye, Captain Su Feng. The black cavity slowly closed, and the breath of the two completely disappeared from Soul Society. No one knows where they went, has the ability to open the black cavity. In addition to Hell and Lingwang Palace, all places in the world are accessible. Su Feng's figure gradually disappeared in place, like a bubble under the sun. There was a bang, and there was no trace, only a faint voice was left, echoing in the open space. See you next time, I hope you won't let me down, Aizen. Chapter 137, The Spiritual Body Stabilization Device, Hidden in the Shadows. When Su Feng rushed back to the 13th Division team building, just happened to see everyone who lifted Kyoka Suigetsu. Countless eyes fell on him, too late to say more. Su Feng came directly to Jashiro Yukataki's side. A little bit of the power of the Spirit King remains. It can sustain life for less than 24 hours. Check it out a bit. Can be found. The vitality of Jashiro Yukataki has been weakened to the extreme. If it wasn't for Aizen's final calculations on him, I am afraid that it is not for Jashiro Yukataki to be in hell. According to Aizen, Su Feng pondered carefully, do you want to replace the power of the Spirit King with the power of Wave? As he knew it, Jashiro Yukataki sacrificed his lungs as a sacrifice to Mimihaki, the right, 793, arm of the King Spirit due to lung disease in his childhood. Thus making himself the carrier of the Spirit King's right arm. Over the long years, his internal organs were gradually replaced by the right arm of the Spirit King. When the Spirit King's right arm was taken away, it was the moment of his death. The remaining power of the Spirit King can only last for a while. That kind of thing. Su Feng made up his mind, you have to find a professional. Just a few minutes. Nimori and Urahara Kazuki in this world. It was Su Feng who was dragged into the 13th Division together. Around, many captains looked at the three with nervous expressions, looking forward to discussing a suitable solution. Well, it's really difficult. Urahara Kazuki tried to figure out his chin, a little troubled. I haven't done much research into the power of volatility. Humph. 39 Ni Yuli snorted coldly, and took out a stack of documents from her arms. These are the researches that my uncle has been doing for more than 10 years. About the power of waves, even Urahara Su Feng doesn't know as much as I do. In this regard, he was obviously extremely confident. However, Su Feng did not refute what he meant. If it is about scientific research, he is indeed inferior to Nimori. After all, advertisement, not everyone has that talent. Urahara Kazuki unceremoniously grabbed the stack of copywriting and immediately glanced at it with light. Pretty good research material, as expected of my deputy, 39. As soon as this word comes out, Nimori almost pulled out his own slaughter Jizo and slashed Urahara Kazuki's disgusting face. B***************************** D. I'm no longer your deputy. The current Technology Development Bureau belongs to Uncle Ben. 5. Buzz. One by one the coercion spread across the entire room in an instant. The two who were arguing were also instantly quiet. We still focus on business. Su Feng stared at the two with bright eyes like stars. In another 20 hours or so, Captain Jashiro will be completely dead. If you don't want to be burned as fuel at the team funeral, better have a snack. Aware of the danger, the two shut their mouths very wisely. To replace the power of the Spirit King with the power of fluctuations, there are three main difficulties. Urahara Kazuki roughly read the research document and analyzed it carefully. The power of wave is not as malleable and versatile as the power of the Spirit King. 35. If it was forcibly injected, it would only make Jashiro's body completely collapse. How to successfully convert the power of volatility into a stable power is one of the difficulties. 99. Ni Yuli added. In addition, how to put the power of wave into the body, this is the second difficulty. In the end, the two of them seemed to be vying for credit and said in unison. The last point, is there any exclusivity between Captain Jashiro and the power of waves? Su Feng nodded thoughtfully, since the problem is already on the surface. What are you waiting for? He spread his hands and said in a confident tone. I believe that at the level of the two of you, these problems can be solved easily. At this point, if neither Nomori nor Urahara Kazuki can solve it, then to greet Jashiro Yugataki, only death, certainly. When leaving, it is bound to be vigorous and let the whole Seirei know. Although it was of no use, but as far as Su Feng knew, with the strength of Jashiro Yugataki, even if the soul cannot be decomposed by the Soul Society and falls into hell. Advertisement, but it can also mix in the status of prison history. Even with its strength, Zail Aporo can still be easily suppressed. But at this point in time, Nimori probably hasn't finished researching it yet. It will take some time before Zail Aporo falls into hell. Urahara Kazuki and Nimori use local materials. All kinds of experiments were started directly in the 13th Division. Rather, Rukia raised a crucial question. Can spiritual power replace the power of the Spirit King? Or can Lingzi be combined with Brother Su Feng's wave power? She had a very serious expression, and thus gave birth to a more stable power? 39. The two pondered for a moment, affirmed the idea. After many attempts, the first version of the spirit body fixture was finally produced. It was a device similar to a ring. From Su Feng's point of view, it is a bit like the arc reactor. You can try to stabilize the spiritual body. Ni Yuli lifted the sheet on the bed and directly pressed the spiritual body fixing device to the center of his chest. The ring-shaped device is directly integrated into the interior of the chest cavity. Accompanied by the sound of sizzling, Jashiro Yugataki is like an electrical appliance that is energized, and strong Ryatsu fluctuations emerge. At this rate, Urahara Kazuki analyzed, it has been considered a success. 35. The only downside may be that the device is not stable enough. 35. Jashiro Yukataki's whole body erupted with powerful Ryatsu, even more powerful than when he was the captain. Some of the team members waiting outside the house were even unbearable. Hey, this is an outrageous effect. 1.9 Ni Yuli explained, it's entirely because Urahara Su Feng's wave power is too strong. 39. A power that is not in one dimension at all. Why does Aizen have so much confidence in himself? He did not go on, as the person who has the deepest research on the power of volatility. Ni Yuli knows the upper limit of this power, and understands the gap between spiritual power and it better. I'd better wish that guy luck. He made a strange laugh. Sometimes, the unknown is the most anticipated. Su Feng ignored this guy with some abnormal nerves. After temporarily stabilizing Jashiro Yukataki's vital signs, he was finally at ease. Have the mind to observe that hidden in the shadow of Seirei. Invisible Empire. Chapter 138. Nirvana who can't accept reality. The endless black sky is wide, and countless pupils are floating. Watching everything from the beginning. When Master Su Feng waved his eyes in the dark sky, everything in the world was completely different in his eyes. The most obvious point, it is the observation of all things. If it is only the previous wave perception, he cannot observe the existence of shadows. However, now it is completely different. When Su Feng looked into the shadows around him, the magnificent building reflected in his eyes. Covered by ice, the huge palace in front of it with cracked arched columns like ivory is particularly eye-catching. Under the palace, there are countless buildings. The ice layer wraps every inch of the building, showing an incomparably luxurious gesture. Su Feng whispered, it can be called a miraculous existence. Although there are many speculations about the invisible empire, when he saw one of them. Still a little shocked. The majestic divine aura seems to be built by the gods. Su Feng knew a lot about the invisible empire. Thousands of years ago, Yamamoto Genryuzai led Shinigami and Yuhabak, the founder of the 23 Quenchers, to start a war. At that time, the war friend Habak was completely defeated and lost his heartbeat, consciousness and strength. Then the remaining Quincy masters came to the Seirei, the most lax in Shinigami. In Seirei's shadow, they built a spiritual space, calling it the Invisible Empire. This move has lasted for thousands of years, until the subsequent sanctification. Yuhabak regained his power and prepared for the war that followed. Right now for Su Feng, this thing is properly a time bomb. It is possible to explode directly in Seirei at any time. Therefore, be sure to solve this trouble as quickly as possible. This is what Su Feng is thinking at the moment. Captain Nirvana, 35. Su Feng looked sideways and asked, do you have any different views on shadows? After temporarily stabilizing Jashiro Yukataki's physical condition, everyone withdrew from the Yugantong. Under Su Feng's suggestion, only the soldiers of the 13th Division stayed. Shiba Kaien to deal with subsequent effects, and Rukia Kuchiki followed Su Feng closely. She felt very guilty for not going to Hueco Mundo with Su Feng. Advertisement. So now, I don't want to leave again. Just in case, will Big Brother Su Feng need her? Heard. Ni Yuli frowned tightly, stared at Su Feng, and said seriously. What do you want to say in the end? Although he did not know the existence of the Invisible Empire. But because of the understanding of Su Feng, this guy is very clear, when Su Feng asked questions in a serious manner. Then this question must be very important, about the war 1,000 years ago. Su Feng did not hesitate and immediately said it. The Quincy Masters did not completely give up their ideas because of their temporary defeat. To be more precise, he bluntly said, that's about Yuhabok's coveting of the Spirit King and his assumption of creating the so-called ideal world. For Yuhabok, Su Feng has no respect at all. He is not a Quincy, nor does he have a good impression of this idealized character. If possible, it would be better for an existence like Yuhabok to be dealt with earlier. In other words, let it become a wedge to stabilize the three realms. Looks like you know something amazing. There was a hint of excitement in Ni Yuli's expression. On the other hand, Urahara Kazuki, who was on the side, seemed extremely calm. Since Su Feng mentioned the concept of sanctification to him a few years ago, he has been working hard to find the traces of pure blood quenchers. And after several years of hard work, apparently there were some discoveries. But to his surprise, Su Feng's discovery seemed to be somewhat different from his. And also, Su Feng, your eyes. Urahara Kazuki was a little surprised, staring at those eyes that were so bright that they were envious. Never seen eyes like this. Just like, Urahara Kazuki searched for words to describe in his mind. Until the light flashed, he stared into Su Feng's eyes again, feeling the waves in his heart. In a faint voice, he muttered to himself, it's like a real god. Eyes. Su Feng thought for a moment and explained, you can understand that state of Zaraki. Because of cultivation, my eyes were sealed. Advertisement. When the practice is successful, the seal on the eyes is naturally lifted. For this statement, whether it was Ni Yuli or Urahara Su Feng, they were a little unconvinced. Because of the question about Su Feng's eyes, they have been tested more than once. Complete necrosis. It was as if the eyes of the soul had been taken away forcibly. There is no possibility of any seal at all, to this. Only Rukia holds a different point of view, she said excitedly, although I am already familiar with the way you looked before, Brother Su Feng. But I think you look better now. Su Feng ruffled her black hair and retorted with a smile. You should use words like handsome, not good looking, 35. Rukia nodded vigorously, not at all suspicious. Shout, Ni Yuli snorted coldly, appearance is the most superficial thing. Like this uncle, never care about those useless 793 things, 35. That's why the team members guessed whether Captain Ni had disfigured himself because of a certain experiment and couldn't see anyone. Rukia said nothing. Even in the Seirei correspondence collection, there is a ranking of the captain's appearance. It's like Captain Ni, but it's always been photographed in the 13th place. As soon as this word comes out, Ni Yuli's expression suddenly froze. 13? Isn't there a total of 13 squads? Co-author yourself as the ugliest of the captains? Even Komamura Sajin Akita is prettier than Uncle Ben? Urahara Kazuki was already laughing to the ground in one set. This is the funniest thing he's heard today. No, it should be this year, or the last 10 years. Urahara Kazuki believed, with just such a thing, he can be happy for another 3 years. He wants to let those stupid teammates know, about the captain of the 12th Division, Ni Yuri. Urahara Kazuki said without giving face at all, Captain Nirvana, who ranks 13th in terms of appearance. He angrily walked in the direction of the 9th Division. Ni Yuli stopped directly. Haha, it's really hard for you. That unforgettable beauty. For this topic, regarding the ranking of the captain's appearance in the Seirei communication set, be sure to find a statement. Chapter 139. The new sign in task, the existence of another threat. For how to solve the quencher, Su Feng had a rough idea. But for now, he had no means of entering into the shadows. And that's exactly what needs to be done now, just as he was thinking. The familiar system beep came. The new sign in task has been released. Task content. Please sign in the endless hell. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. The progress of the GE Ashura template increases by 5%, and you can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Template progress. Extremely Ashura 50%, currently master. Wave power, wave mark, murderous perception, wave burst, advanced wave sword, ghost seal bead, evil light slash, unparalleled wave, unmoving Ming Wang formation, dark sky wave eye, close black lens bracket. Timely check-in tasks. Let Su Feng have a hint of joy in his heart. Although it is impossible to go to the Invisible Empire, it is not so difficult to enter the Infernal Hell. About the Infernal Hell. Su Feng looked sideways at Urahara Kazuki beside him. How much do you know? Heard. Urahara Kazuki thought and pondered, that's where felons are held. Generally speaking, if it is a sinner who cannot be dealt with by torture, he will be imprisoned in the endless hell. And as far as I know, so far, only Mo Chungshuang has been in the infernal hell. 95. When Su Feng heard the name, his expression was a little dazed. Previously too immersed in the threat of the invisible empire, he actually forgot that there was a threat in the infernal hell. Mole City Shuangya, Yadai Kenpachi. In a frontal battle, Kuriashiki was seriously injured, and the opponent died in the end. Its strength is strong. Even if it is placed among many captains, it is considered top-notch. Even the strongest except Su Feng and Yamamoto Yuanyujai. Why do you suddenly remember to ask about the infernal hell? Urahara Kazuki asked curiously, do you want to use the power of the infernal hell to go to the shadows? Early in the conversation just now, he just guessed what Su Feng wanted to convey, so much so that his words interrupted their conversation. Advertisement: the current Soul Society, abandoned. There is simply not enough power to provoke the Quincy Masters. If war breaks out, the Quincy and Aizen unite, that would be devastating for Soul Society. Look, you guessed it. 99 Su Feng did not continue to hide the intention, but said in detail. The Quincy Masters have constructed the spiritual space in the shadow of Seredi for thousands of years, and built magnificent cities and palaces in it. And named it the Invisible Empire. 35. Yuhabok recovers everything in it. 35. For example, the sanctification of the year was a step to regain its power. After a few words, Urahara Kazuki's expression stiffened. A long time, he rubbed his face hard and said helplessly, it's really hard to prevent. 99. The War of 1,000 years ago is also recorded in the records of the Urahara family. 35. It was a pretty brutal war. Both Shinigami and Quincy suffered countless casualties, resulting in rivers of blood. Urahara Kazuki sighed and his expression became more and more helpless. As the number of Quinks dwindled, Shinigami, who thought he had the upper hand, let his guard down. 35. Who would have thought that they infiltrated the most slack defense of the Seredi, and constructed an invisible empire within the shadows? 5. All this, I think you saw it with your eyes. Su Feng nodded, but there was no surprise. If Urahara Kazuki couldn't even guess this, then he wouldn't be one of the 5 special forces. These eyes, he smiled and said, it's always something special. The invisible empire in the shadows is quite amazing, full of divine breath. Hear this. Urahara Kazuki rubbed his aching head and sighed again. Unfortunate things always come together. 35. Aizen Sosuke. The invisible empire may even include the Moose City Shuangya in the infernal affairs. Su Feng gave him a surprised look. Unexpectedly, Urahara Kazuki also listed Mucheng Shuang as one of the threats. Advertisement: don't look at me that way. Urahara Kazuki said with his fingers crossed, I have truly experienced the existence of the Spirit King's will. Maybe in terms of understanding, everyone has different ideas. But there is no doubt that even the King's spirit does not agree with Mucheng Shuangyi's thoughts. 99. Su Feng naturally knew what he was talking about. Mo Chungshuang also caused some ideas to become too extreme because of his childhood experiences. As a Shinigami, he believes that he should do his duty as a Shinigami to completely annihilate the emptiness and purify all the emptiness in Hueco Mundo. Afterwards, it will affect the people's hearts in the present world, and eliminate unnecessary emotions such as complaints and desires that may make wholeness into empty. Simply put, it is. Mo Chungshuang also wants to turn all human beings in this world into idiots. Only in this way can we completely eliminate the appearance of falsehood. In a sense, the danger level of this guy's thoughts is no less than that of Yohabak. It's Aizen. In contrast, it is much safer than the two of them. Come step by step. Su Feng walked out of the 13th Division team building. It's not realistic to solve it all at once, it's better to start with the simplest. The first thing to solve is Mole City Shuangye. As for the way to go to the shadows, I'll leave it to you and Nimori. See, Urahara Kazuki promises down. Su Feng also disappeared on the spot, and his figure was blown away by the light wind, just like the Katkins. See. Urahara Kazuki's eyes widened slightly, Zhao Nuahao, and his pupils shrank suddenly, flashing an unexpected color. He has tried his best to imagine how powerful Su Feng is at this time. But until just now, Urahara Kazuki just realized that he was still too restrained from his imagination. After all, there is hope. Such a scene is something that Urahara Kazuki is unwilling to face in his entire life. Urahara Kazuki suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. What we have to face is only Aizen and Yohabak, not Su Feng. It was definitely a nightmare. With his strength, he couldn't even notice when Su Feng cast Shunpo and when he disappeared from his face. He had imagined in his mind the scene when Su Feng was standing on the opposite side of the enemy. No matter how he uses his means, he cannot shake the figure standing proudly on the ceiling. Fortunately, this is undoubtedly fatal for a Shinigami. Chapter 140 The Shock of Yamamoto Yuanyujai. He went to the infernal hell. First team quarters. It wasn't long before Yamamoto Yuanyujai put down his cane, when he noticed the undisguised powerful aura outside the corridor. Come in, Captain Su Feng. 35. He sat at the table and waited quietly. Su Feng stepped in and sat cross-legged in front of Yamamoto Yuanyujai. As for Captain Jashiro's physical condition, it's temporarily left to Captain Nirvana and Urahara Kazuki. He elaborated, as for what happened to us in Hueco Mundo. Immediately after, Su Feng told Yamamoto Yuanyujai exactly what happened in Hueco Mundo. Just ignore the fact that he became the king of Hueco Mundo. After a few words, Yamamoto Uenyuji was a little silent. Having lived for thousands of years, he didn't know what to say for a while. He looked at Su Feng with a dazed look in his eyes. The issue of Hueco Mundo has plagued Soul Society for many years. As a result, Su Feng alone completely solved it. Why does this kind of thing seem so simple in his mouth? After killing 2 espadas, then beating the other espadas, Baragan, who used to be the king of Hueco Mundo, is more willing to cooperate with Soul Society. There will be no more conflicts with existences above the captain level? This is the beginning of a magic. It really made the elderly 793 feel a little unbearable psychologically. Ahem, although this trip to the virtual circle did not bring Aizen to justice, Yamamoto Uenyuji said with a guilty conscience. But a lot of credit, but given that the Soul Society is in danger right now. 99. Rewards, etc., will be distributed later. He wasn't finished yet. It was interrupted by Su Feng. No need. He got straight to the point. I'm going to the endless hell. It happened to be offset by this reward. Su Feng is not stupid either. If you tell your request straight to the point, it will definitely be rejected by Yamamoto Uenyuji. But put it another way, the ending was completely different. Advertisement: the endless hell is by no means a place the captain can enter casually. Only the existence of Yamamoto Uenyuji or his successor to the position of the commander-in-chief will have the right to release other people into it. Or, only the commander-in-chief knew how to enter the underground central prison. Even Central 46 only issued a ruling. Captain Su Feng, do you know the meaning of infernal hell? Yamamoto Uenyuji did not ask Su Feng why he wanted to go there. After Su Feng pondered for a moment, he said slowly. There is no time, no space, no guilt, no equality, no life and death. For sinful people, falling into the endless hell should be the most severe punishment. Compared to Aizen, probably the most suitable destination for him is the endless hell. Yamamoto Uenyuji looked at Su Feng in surprise. These words, although it is not exactly the same, it is very close to the meaning of the endless hell. Yamamoto Uenyuji coughed twice, then stood up. If someone else made this request to the old man, it would definitely be rejected. 35. He gave Su Feng a deep look, but if it was you, the old man wouldn't go into too much detail. There are various reasons for this, so I won't go into details here. 9. Su Feng knew it, and immediately followed behind Yamamoto Uenyuji. With his strength, if he forcibly broke into the underground central prison, it would not be that difficult at all. And now, Su Feng, who was not influenced by Kyoka Suigetsu, became the main force against Aizen. As long as Su Feng didn't commit some kind of unforgivable crime, Yamamoto Uenyuji will try his best to meet his requirements. The two walked all the way and walked towards the deepest part of the first team. The underground prison is located under the lowest of the first team, and if there is no one to lead it, it is impossible to find it. In fact, in each team building, there is its own prison. The underground prison is undoubtedly the most important. For example, the duty of the 9th Division is to guard this place. Pass through several deep corridors and through the empty Kido spell area. Under the leadership of Yamamoto Uenyuji, Su Feng officially came to the underground prison. CDBJ, the Great Underground Prison runs from top to bottom, with a total of 8 floors. Each level has different punishments, such as the 3rd level of the Hell of Harmony, which Tsukabishi Tetsusai was supposed to be about 100 years ago. Yamamoto Genryusai spoke calmly. In the Captain Hollow incident 100 years ago, Tsukabishi Tetsuai was sentenced by the 46 chambers to fall into the Hell of All because of the use of the Kido Forbidden technique. However, because of Shihuan Yoraichi's interference, he did not suffer this fate. Advertisement. And as far as Su Feng knew, these 8 levels of hell are very similar to those recorded in the Buddhist scriptures in the previous world. Waiting for work, black rope, crowd together, howling, shouting, hot, big scorching hot, endless, abbey. Whether the penalties are the same or not is unknown. The two walked through the door with various Kido incantations engraved on it and walked towards the ground. And while walking through the 7 corridors, Su Feng clearly felt that the surrounding Ryotsu seemed to have undergone a strange change. Infernal affairs is another dimension attached to Soul Society? He asked curiously. There seemed to be a flash of fire in Yamamoto's slightly closed eyes. I didn't expect you to have noticed. Yes, Inferno is attached to Soul Society but independent of Soul Society. He took out the key in his arms. If it wasn't for this old man with the key to the endless hell, we wouldn't be able to get here at all. Unless the Soul Society is destroyed. Having said this, Yamamoto Uenyuji paused for a while before continuing. Wujin, as it literally says, doesn't waste a minute of time detaining people here. 99. There is almost infinite space and infinite time. Generally speaking, we who are not sinners cannot step into this place at all. Heard. Su Feng responded with a smile, but whether it's you or me, both hands are covered with blood. The so-called sinners are only attached to the laws of the Soul Society. If the strong are guilty, then the entire Gode 13 team should be imprisoned in hell. 39. For the so-called Soul Society regulations, Su Feng never wanted to comply. It was just a set of rhetoric compiled by the 46th room in order to consolidate its own power. Certainly, after the 46th room was banned, many contents on it were also changed. Yamamoto Uenyuji has been implementing it all the time. Before the open area, at the entrance of the endless hell, there is a row of circular holes arranged in a fan shape, and the corresponding keys are inserted into them. That was supposed to be a seal against Aizen. However, Aizen is still looking cool outside, and these seals are naturally just decorations. Yamamoto Uenyuji sat cross-legged on the ground and pressed his palm under the keyhole in front of him. With the burst of its fiery spiritual pressure, everything in front of him became deeper and darker. Infernal hell has opened. 35. He turned his eyes to Su Feng, his heavy voice echoed in the empty area. Ready to enter. Chapter 141. The 8th Generation Kenpachi. Su Feng looked in front of Yamamoto Uenyuji. All that lies ahead is the endless darkness. In the boundless space, you can't even notice the fluctuations of too many spiritual children. In the endless hell, some are just endless emptiness. The old man will guard here. Yamamoto Uenyuji did not mean to follow Su Feng into it. As the one who opens the infinite hell, he must stay outside. If you enter it, something unexpected happens. That key will also be taken away by the sinners among them. At that time, new surprises will happen. It's not that he is worried that the sinner will escape from it, but that Su Feng will not be able to open the endless hell under the premise. Directly destroy this space. Yamamoto Uenyuji believes that he has this ability, and even more that Su Feng dares to do it. Even Central 46 can be banned. A mere endless hell, for him, it is nothing but an external thing. To this, he is the last line of defense in the infernal hell. Insurance in case the infernal affairs cannot be opened. Su Feng nodded slightly, but didn't care too much. He walked straight into the depths of darkness, as Yamamoto Uenyuji thought, if not wanting to destroy this place. Su Feng can completely forcibly open the space structure and descend directly into it. For now, it's just a few steps left out. As he continued to go deeper, the darkness around him became more and more pure. But in contrast, those eyes that were as bright as stars lit up more and more in the darkness. The space here seems to have no end. Urahara Su Feng. A slightly hoarse voice sounded in the darkness. Welcome to the infernal hell. There seemed to be lightning flashes in Su Feng's eyes. A figure sat up in the depths of the darkness, and the spiritual child condensed around it, like a chair to hold it up. Simple clothes, as if they are the most common residence in Rukongai. His long black hair fell to his shoulders, and there was no trace of expression on his calm face, which seemed extremely elegant. As if everything in the world has nothing to do with it. I've been watching you for a long time. Advertisement. The other party said lightly, it started when you joined the Go Day 1399. Hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but jump in his heart. Co-author, this guy has already started to observe himself from so early? All his actions over the years have been seen by this guy? When he said this, Su Feng had already confirmed the identity of the other party. 8 generations of Kenpachi, Mole City Double also. Don't make that look. Mo Chungshuang also explained. I'm not interested in your private life, I just pay attention to those big things. For example, killing that special phantom with the ability to devour, Metastasia. Suppressing the nest of maggots with bare hands, the battle with Captain Yamamoto. And the blow that severed the gap between the worlds. He simply described what he knew, just when Su Feng was about to speak. Mo Chungshuang also interrupted him and continued. Perhaps you were wondering why I began to observe your existence from such an early age. He didn't hide the reason, the most important thing. Actually, my spirit son can merge with you and control part. Mole City Shuang is also Zanpakuto, extremely powerful. Yulu Jiliu, Kido is Zanpakuto, a special existence that has maintained the Bankai attitude since the first Bankai. His Shikai ability is to compress all the Ryotsu that he has, as well as the traces of Ryotsu left on objects in the past, into Zanpakuto. Its Reiki density is far superior to that of Sōkyoku. In this way, Muchang Shuang can easily release extremely terrifying slashes. And Bankai's ability is even more powerful. To a certain extent, it is not weaker than the Bankai move of Toseishiki Kenpachi. Yulu Citrus can make Muchang Shuangyi's own spirits combine with the spirits contained in other creatures or non-living things, so as to control them at will. So, when he heard Mo Chang Shuangyi's words, Su Feng raised his eyebrows lightly and immediately understood the meaning. Although there is a spirit child in his body, but for a long time, it has been suppressed by the power of volatility, and there is no chance of performance at all. Even when Mo Chungshuang also tried to control them, there was no effect at all. You don't seem surprised by that. Mo Chungshuang also realized Su Feng's calmness. The disparity in the nature of strength. Su Feng's index finger stuck out and stood in front of him, with the power of waves entangled on it. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot. I'm sorry, but your Zanpakuto ability is very powerful. Advertisement, but for me, no effect at all. Mo Chungshuang also looked slightly startled, immediately. The surrounding spirits circled straight towards the wave force on Su Feng's fingertips. To this, Su Feng didn't stop him. Ni Yuli has been researching for more than 10 years, but there is no effective result. If only he could get more effective information in such a short period of time. Ni Maori could choose to die. At that time, it is good to be in hell as soon as possible and occupy a place in the history of prison. As expected. As the surrounding spirits dissipated, Mo Chang Shuang also showed a disappointed expression on his face. Can't analyze, can't integrate. He shook his head and sighed. This power does not exist in the category of spiritual power at all. Just as Nimori said, This is the power to change the world. 95. Su Feng was a little surprised. Mo Chungshuang also praised himself without hesitation, as if it was not Su Feng who possessed the power of fluctuation, but him. About the purpose of your trip, he looked at Su Feng again, and there was a little more turbulence in his calm eyes. Do you also hold the same opinion as the other Shinigami? Su Feng nodded and said straight, Hueco Mundo is one of the 3 realms opened up by the Spirit King, and its importance is self-evident. As for emptiness, it has its own meaning. Extreme thoughts like yours should never exist. Mo Chungshuang also showed a clear expression. However, virtual existence is a symbol of evil. Only by removing it completely can the world be filled with goodness. For this extreme idea, Su Feng has no intention of being diligent. There is no good or evil, just balance. Since you and I can't persuade each other, it's better to speak with strength. Mo Chungshuang also took over the words, with a hint of imperceptible excitement in his tone. Infernal hell has boundless space, just as a battlefield. This moment, the majestic spiritual pressure, like the sea, pervades the endless hell. Chapter 142. Multiple chants from the beginning. Su Feng never thought that this problem could be resolved peacefully. Whenever possible, Mo Chungshuang will not end up in such a tragic end, nor will he have such extreme thoughts. Why is he like this? It was entirely because the Mochung family suffered a change when he was a child, and other nobles coveted the Mochung family, and constantly framed their members to death. And Mochung Shuangyi's elder sister, when protecting him, used the Shuanglian Kango pendant at the cost of her vitality, causing his body to explode. In this regard, the nobles were still dissatisfied, and continued to put the false into the execution ground. And Mo Chungshuang was in despair and awakened Zanpakuto Yulu Citrus. Its powerful power slaughtered all the nobles present. Tragic scene. Even the commander-in-chief of secret maneuvering, 793, who is a professional, was rated as the most tragic and unimaginable tragic scene. It is because of various experiences in childhood. Just now, Mo Chungshuangyi's character also seemed very extreme. Spiritual pressure pervades. As the 8th generation Kenpachi, Mo Chungshuang is also strong, there is absolutely no doubt. The coercion around him was not even weaker than when Su Feng faced Zaraki Kenpachi Shikai. The only difference is, Zaraki Kenpachi's Ryatsu presents a violent posture, like a beast that has completely lost its mind, and is extremely crazy. And Mole City Shuang is the exact opposite, all spirits are under his control. I saw his palm open, and the spirits continued to gather in it, turning into fragments, solidifying into a sealed state. Come and fight. 35. Let me see how Captain Su Feng, who is known as the most talented person in history. Mo Chungshuang also apparently heard the rumors among the soldiers. The strongest talent? Su Feng pulled out his Zanpakuto with a smile, and the cold light was especially evident in the darkness. No way. 39. I only got a little help. Space trembles. The blades of the two collided in the darkness, bursting out with infinite power, and the aftermath radiated from the darkness to the end. The ground cracked open and cracked, revealing the blackened soil. At the same time, Advertisement Yamamoto Yuanyujai, who was in charge of guarding the portal of the infernal hell, lowered his eyes. I hope you can convince Mo Chungshuangye. The Soul Society can't afford any more devastation. From his position, he could clearly perceive the restless spirits around him. And the depths, the most terrifying and vast force confrontation. Like the eruption of a volcano under the sea, the force of wanton circulation is doing everything possible to destroy the endless hell. The ground was cracking, forming huge ravines visible to the naked eye. And this, but it was caused by the aftermath that escaped when the two tried for the first time. Su Feng clearly felt the power that erupted from the blade. As he knew it, the Shikai power of Shuangyu Mojo, and its Reiki density even surpassed that of Sōkyoku after liberation. The terror of beheading and destroying is simply not something that ordinary captains can afford. Even, Su Feng vaguely sensed that Mo Chungshuang had not burst out with all his strength. The journey of 1,000 hands, the unreachable dark hands, the unreachable archers of the sky. The path of brilliance is scattered, and the wind of fire is fanned. When we gather together, there is no need to be confused, and follow my instructions carefully. Something weird happened. Around Mo Chungshuangye, there are several more figures similar to him. That is the righteous skeleton he made using the spirit sun. The Kido incantation was issued from the mouths of the righteous corpses, and the overlapping voices echoed in the empty hell. The scene was once bizarre to the extreme. Mo Chungshuang also stared at Su Feng, and the smooth spirits flowed between the righteous bones, overflowing and circling like flowing water, building. He chanted the Kido mantra in a soothing tone, throwing away all distractions. As the number of righteous corpses increased, the terrifying level of the overflowing spiritual pressure around him became even more terrifying. Countless light cones formed behind Mo Chungshuangye and his righteous corpse. At this moment, the darkness was completely dispelled, revealing the scene in the depths of the endless hell. On the endless wasteland, two eye-catching figures stepped into the countless cracks. The light cones moved and piled up together, forming a dazzling huge light curtain. The range of dozens of miles is completely occupied by the light cone. The expressionless Mo Chungshuang also pointed at Su Feng, and Rei locked him completely. The righteous skeletons behind him made similar movements at the same time. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 articles, the Book of the Heavens, the Treasures, the Great Wheel, 35. The gray turret, drawing its bow into the distance, dissipates brightly. 35. Advertisement. The sound became more and more magnificent, like a chorus of thousands of people. Hado's 91,000 Shan Jiao Ocean Elimination Cannon. Next moment, the dazzling light cone drowns Su Feng in the distance and completely dominates this area. Boom! The explosion ripped apart the space, and the deeper darkness engulfed the bursting light cone. In the face of such an attack, Su Feng was not confident enough to just use the protection of the wave to force the next step. Be precise. That is not called self-confidence, but the brain is not enough. The number 91 Hado with multiple chance. Such a terrifying attack is enough to completely destroy a city. If it is placed in Seirei, I am afraid that it will become a complete ruin. A roaring sound filled the eardrums, said with no exaggeration. This is the most terrifying Hado Su Feng has ever seen. Even Aizen is not as good. The power of the waves is wrapped around the blade, reflecting the translucent light blue blade, like a pure sky. As early as when the other party chanted the Kido mantra, Su Feng completed the Shikai of the authentic Guanxi zone. A huge skull appeared above the head. The strange killing intent merged into it, and a wave of air that was visible to the naked eye erupted. 1.9 attacked the swarming light cones, turning them all into a huge amount of spiritual suns, filling the surroundings again. The multi-chanting number 91 Hado, Qianshu Jiao Ocean Taipao is completely ineffective. See. Mo Chungshuang also narrowed his eyes slightly. The remaining light cones around it fell on the pile of moral skeletons without hesitation. The violent attack instantly turned the righteous corpses into coke. The light cone that was about to attack Su Feng subsided. When the intact Su Feng appeared in front of him. Very powerful. Mo Chungshuang also sighed, if I have talent like yours, maybe I can achieve things in a more efficient way. 99. The corpses turned into coke gradually floated up and floated in the air around them. This scene reminded Su Feng of a Kido who sacrificed his body to burn. 96 Hado. One knife cremation. Chapter 143 covering 100 miles of charred blackness, cremation with a knife. The charred corpse danced in the air, this scene. It reminded Su Feng of the scene when he faced the materialized Jin Shaluo. This group of charred righteous corpses, like a dance group, surrounded Su Feng's left and right, dancing gracefully. Until they rotate faster and faster, and even form afterimages as a result. These afterimages stretched out into huge semi-black spheres. Completely surround Su Feng. This is the release method unique to Mole City Kenpachi for number 96 Hado. After all, not every Shinigami has the ability to combine Reiki with living or non-living things. This is the Bankai of Yulu Citrus, it is also unique. This Hado is forbidden because the price is a burnt body. And the existence of righteousness fits this perfectly. Su Feng looked around with interest. Because of the high-speed rotation, the four sides seemed to be covered by a thick black curtain. The righteous corpses opened and closed their mouths, chanting the last Kido mantra. Hado's 96, one knife cremation, boom. The incomparably gigantic pillar of fire 23 rose into the sky, turning into a huge blade that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Crimson and white were intertwined on the flame blade, tearing apart the surrounding space. The ground at its center presents a tragic scene. Under the deafening roar, the soil melted inch by inch. A scene like doomsday swallowed Su Feng in it. The high-concentration spiritual substream formed an extremely strong oppression, so that there was not even a little bit of air around. The temperature is soaring. There was a burning smell everywhere. In the face of such an attack, Su Feng had no intention of being afraid at all. Even if it is a knife cut out, endless blue wave power burst out on the blade. From the front, a huge Uzumaki was cut out, with a diameter of dozens of miles, like the eye of the abyss, and it took shape in an instant. No double wave. The majestic flame was absorbed by Uzumaki. Like a grinding disc, it crushed the huge amount of flame abruptly, leaving no trace at all. Huge Uzumaki, still expanding, devouring the remaining flames, as well as the deep ravines on the ground. Even the nearby soil was completely crushed, turned into tiny spiritual suns, and completely disappeared in this space. Advertisement, it's terrifying. Mo Chungshuang also looked a little shocked. Su Feng appeared in front of him intact, and even the Captain Yori had not been stained with the slightest burnt black. The hundreds of number 96 Hado were cremated with one knife, and in front of him, it seemed that they did not exist at all. Even he, when releasing such a strong Hado, would inevitably be exhausted. Even because the righteous skeleton was turned into a charred sacrifice, Mu Chungshuang's own soul was also damaged to a certain extent. Su Feng waved it casually. The blue Uzumaki, like an abyss, directly swallowed all the remaining aftermath. Only left. It was like a real hell scene. Mo Chungshuang also had that expressionless face, but the shock reflected in his pupils undoubtedly broke the silence that had been frozen in his heart for a long time. Scenes that never existed. It is a powerful enemy that has never been faced. An intact figure, as if everything just now had never happened. Even Mo Chungshuang has observed Seirei for hundreds of years. It is still a strong existence that has never been seen before. Even Yamamoto Uenujai, the captain of the Godai 13th team, has never had such a terrifying expressiveness. I can't imagine any other way to deal with it. 99. Mo Chungshuang's pupils flashed a trace of fear. A powerful person like you, why don't you go and slaughter the emptiness? Su Feng raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. The translucent blade flashed a dreamlike arc in the air. Why do you want to slaughter the virtual? Su Feng said seriously, such extreme thoughts will lead to the destruction of the entire world. Since you think that as a Shinigami, you should completely wipe out Fu. But why not take a different approach and solve the harm of virtuality? Mo Chungshuang also showed a puzzled expression and said in surprise. Could it be possible for Ku and Shinigami to coexist? Once the two appear at the same time, it is bound to be a fight to the death. Su Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and explained slowly. There's actually a better solution to Hueco Mundo. That is to be the king of Hueco Mundo. Mo Changshuangyi's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he said sharply. Impossible. How can Shinigami become the master of Hueco Mundo? Compared to the excited Mole City Shuangye, Su Feng seemed much calmer. Advertisement, nothing is impossible. The broken faces are not convinced, just hit them until they're convinced. Could it be that? He smiled and looked at Mo Changshuangye. Do you think I don't have this kind of strength? Heard. Mo Changshuang was also silent, a long time. He raised his eyes and stared at Su Feng. In that case, show your persuasiveness as much as possible. With a wave of his big hand, the surrounding spirits rushed into Su Feng's body like a tidal wave. As for himself, he gradually disappeared and merged into the surrounding spirits. It's all said. Su Feng raised the Guanxizhengzong in his hand. The power of the spiritual sun has no effect on me. Ability like you is even more so. Boom, in Mole 793 Chungshuang also widened pupils. A blade that blooms with endless rays of light, constantly magnifying. Puff, the sound of flesh and blood tearing rang out in the open area. The severe pain devoured Mu Changshuangyi's sanity. Even more terrifying, when he tried to pour the spiritual child into Su Feng's internal organs. The powerful wave power entangled in his body directly melted all the spiritual suns, completely returning them to nothingness. Su Feng did not kill him completely, but at the last moment, a lot of strength has been restrained. Mo City Shuangye, this guy combines his own spirit with the entire Seirei. Who knows if he has anything left behind? If Seirei collapsed because of being killed, it would be a big joke. When you experience it firsthand, 35 Su Feng looked at Mu Changshuangye, who had recovered from the atomization state, and said calmly. Just now can I feel this power? On Mo Changshuangye's chest cavity, a ferocious fissure pierced, revealing the wriggling flesh. He was seriously injured and was already in a state of near death. If it weren't for the existence of Zanbakudo, he might have died completely. And right now, Su Feng finally heard the belated system prompt. The host has arrived at the check-in location, and the check-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in completed. Close black lens bracket, quest rewards are being distributed. Chapter 144 Soul Damage, Bankai's drawbacks. Familiar fluctuations poured out of the body. Su Feng stood there, feeling the change in power. After completing an awakening, he thought that he would not continue to become stronger in a short time. But unexpectedly, the timely arrival of the sign-in task made it stronger again. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Su Feng is already the master's strength, making him completely converge on himself, leaving no trace. Ge Ashura template progress. 55%. The new wave energy has been master. Extreme ice-breaking wave sword. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, murderous perception, wave burst, advanced wave splitting sword, etc. Close black lens bracket. Su Feng was a little surprised. Extreme ice and wave splitting sword are the advanced power of the iceblade wave sword. When the two are masters at the same time, the extreme ice crack wave sword is directly classified as an advanced wave sword. The original advanced wave sword was also converted into an advanced wave splitting sword. Proceed at this rate. Su Feng guessed that extreme flame, split wave sword and Tinlay wave sword would also be included with high probability. Or, advanced split wave sword, is it your most powerful attack? To this, Su Feng couldn't deny it, only strength is the foundation. He once again looked at Mu Changshuangye, who was lying on the ground without any image. The scorched black soil adhered and the blood was turbid, making his original plain white shirt completely lost its previous demeanor. Come with me. 35 Su Feng in order to make this guy give up his dangerous ideas. Decided to take him to see the current Seirei as well as Hueco Mundo. In order to restrain your extreme thoughts and to prevent you from dying in the endless hell. Undoubtedly, Cheng Shuang also refused. Su Feng threw out the white mist containing extreme temperature with a backhand. The moment the white mist touched Mo Changshuangye, it directly froze the surrounding spirits completely. The chill spreads. Without the slightest stagnation, Mo Changshuang was also frozen in it. Even his expression had no time to change, in this moment. The surrounding spirits began to be restless, like an active volcano about to erupt. In the air, there is an aura of anxiety. The spirit sun melted into the soil on the ground. In an instant, clay solidified. The giant rock formation with a height of 100 meters appeared behind Su Feng. If I were you, advertisement, Su Feng said lightly, I wouldn't make such a stupid decision. Come on, you shouldn't be an idiot. Countless ice cones appeared in the sky, and the number even far exceeded the light cones formed by the multiple chanting thousand-handed smashing cannons. If you want Mu Changshuang to die, you can do whatever you want. Su Feng has never been a threatened person. A simple reminder, it is already his limit. Whenever this rock giant has the next attack behavior, Su Feng will even carry a knife, all broken. Hear this. The giant rock formation suddenly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. There is no further action, seems to be weighing the pros and cons. But the countless icicles around it were extremely stressful. Perhaps it was because of the power of Su Feng, or because of Mochang Shuangyi's life safety. The rain and dew pomegranate lifted the giant of the rock formation. But she didn't appear in front of Su Feng, it seemed that it was because of fear. To this, Su Feng didn't care. The huge ice block that sealed Mochang Shuangyi was suspended beside him. One ice for one person. Walk towards the outside of the endless hell. As for deeper, it seems that there is still some untraceable Ryotsu. But Su Feng didn't care about it. Even if there are residual sinners alive, it is not a big threat to Seirei. They may have lost those dangerous thoughts, or there is no combat power at this level at all. Infinite hell. It is their best home. Yamamoto Uenyuzai sat cross-legged on the ground with his cane stuck by his side. Threads of flames circled around it. The strength of the spiritual pressure on his side is completely in a state of combat readiness. It seemed like it could explode at any time, for the perilousness in the endless hell. No one knows better than him, since the establishment of the 13th team of Hode. The sinners among them are all sent to the depths by him. Those guys are either dead or lingering, but one thing is for sure. The danger among them has never been reduced by half. So, even if Su Feng's strength is very strong, it may even surpass him. Advertisement still is. Be fully prepared, when steady footsteps came from the depths. The tense mood of Yamamoto Uenyuzai was also slightly relieved. But, when he saw the huge ice cube beside Su Feng, his expression became stiff. The old voice was full of inquiries. The 8th generation Kenpachi, Mole City Shuangyi. Su Feng explained, you should have noticed the Ryotsu fluctuations that erupted before. This guy still has one breath left, in order to prevent him from dying in the infernal hell. 99. Therefore, some unnecessary surprises have occurred. 39. Let's take it out and let Hana treat it. Yamamoto Uenyuzai, who was still thinking of rejecting it. After seeing the tragic portrait of Mochang Shuangyi, he had nothing to say. A huge cleft almost ran through his chest. There is even a high-intensity spiritual pressure on it and the scorched black traces that have been scorched by the backlash. In short, just a horrible one. Look at Su Feng again. Not even Haori was stained with dust, such a huge power gap. Yamamoto Uenyuzai also temporarily gave up the idea of persuasion. He slowly got up, then let's leave here together. Another tedious operation. The infernal hell was blocked again. Su Feng, Zhao Nuahao, can clearly perceive the power of fluctuations that he retains in the endless hell. It's like being in another world. 4th Squad. Hana Retsu briefly checked Mojo's physical condition and came to a conclusion. There is nothing serious about the injury, it's just a penetrating injury. The only surprise is his soul. Su Feng nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. The creatures fused with Mochang Shuangyi Ryotsu will cause dozens of times damage to their souls when they are sucked out of Ryotsu. This is also one of the drawbacks of its Bankai, and right now. From the corridor outside the comprehensive ambulance center, there was a strange sound of laughter. Hey, Urahara Su Feng. Ni Yuli swaggered into the ward. I have already researched the method of how to enter the shadow. When are you going to leave? Chapter 145 Sombra Reagent, bold guess. Shadow. Hana Retsu was a little surprised. The news about the Invisible Empire has not yet been spread. Ni Yuli spread out his hands and explained, didn't this guy tell you? You should have participated in the previous war, right? Hana Retsu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged in her heart. The wars she participated in were not few. There were even fierce battles against certain rebellious nobles. And let Hana Retsu especially remember. 1,000 years ago, the racial war between the Shinigami and the Quincy. The brutality of that war, it is already beyond words to describe. Whether it was Shinigami or Quincy, the casualties were extremely heavy. Nomori told him roughly the information he had heard from Urahara Kazuki. In this process, Hana Retsu's expression became more and more solemn. The calmness of the past is no longer seen. The Invisible Empire, the pure-blooded Quincy, and their first friend, Habak. Hana Retsu thought, is Su Feng ready to go to the Invisible Empire? Right now there's an idea. Su Feng nodded and replied, it is impossible for every war to be launched by the Quincy side. 5. 793. If necessary, we can also conduct a counterattack. Although it says so, but he has little hope for Shinigami's side. Before the shadow medicine was invented, the captains had no resistance when facing the Quincy masters. Su Feng had previously informed Urahara Kazuki of the principle of the invasive medicine. This thing was invented by him, but even for him, it will take some time for research and development. At least a week or so. To this, Su Feng decided to go to the Invisible Empire first, if it could be completely resolved. Then it saves a lot of effort, such a dangerous thing. Hana Retsu's eyes burned, and he said word by word. Please take me with you. At this moment, there was no so-called fighting intent in her eyes, only endless worry. Although he likes to fight, Hana Retsu knows it. Advertisement: the danger is like walking on a tightrope. A little careless, it will lead to unimaginable consequences. As someone who lived through that war, Unohana Retsu knew all too well the power of the pure-blooded Quincy, CDBJ. If it weren't for the fact that Yamamoto Uenujai had beaten Yohabak. The winner of that war is still unknown. I'm just ready to go check the situation. Su Feng stroked his smooth black hair and comforted, this is not the time to start a war. Next time. Wait until his mood stabilizes a bit. Su Feng looked at Ni Yuli and asked, about the technology of invading shadows? Nature is already perfect. 35 Ni Yuli is very serious when it comes to scientific research. I have created a number of righteous skeletons and ordered them to sneak into the shadows. They all came back intact. There are even variables that contain the power of volatility. Worked with Su Feng for many years, Nimori knew the key to this. Sometimes, many of the experiments he conducted, once the existence of the power of fluctuations was involved, would completely fail. The reason for this, until now, Ni Miyuri is also completely incomprehensible. So much so that he attributed everything to the instability of the power of volatility. Or rather, instability after leaving Su Feng. This. Nimori pulled out a test tube from Haori's cuff. It was full of wriggling black liquid, like some kind of living creature. After extracting the spiritual child contained in the shadow, and matching it with the development principle of the black cavity stone. It is fixed in these liquids by means of a wave spirit tool. Ni Yuli put his eyes close to the test tube, and under the reflection of the glass, his eyes seemed extremely distorted. I named it, Sombra Reagent. It's still very powerful. When using, just drop a drop of shadow reagent on the shadow. Talking room. He just opened the cork, dripped a drop of reagent, and landed on the shadow. Next moment, there was a rustling sound in the air, as if it had been corroded. Advertisement: the shadow on the ground is also continuously stretched and extended under the action of the shadow reagent, until it turns into a portal. Don't rush in. Ni Yuli stopped Su Feng, who was ready to go in and find out. This is just the shadow of this hospital bed, and there is no spiritual space built by Quincy in it. There is no invisible empire in Yohabak. He opened his hands and explained like a bird. Because I discovered something more important. 39. Since Quincy can build a spiritual space in the shadow, and even create an invisible empire like a city. 55. Then why did we give them such a fertile territory? Heard. Even Su Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Among them, the lightning flashed away, and the real physical sense of the eyes lit up. Have to say, Ni Yuli's idea is still very good. In the shadows, there are quite fertile fields. Even an invisible empire comparable to a city only occupies a very small part of it. If the shadow space can also be fully included in the scope of Seirei, then many conflicts will be solved easily, such as the contradiction between the aristocracy and the like. Nice idea. 35 Su Feng praised, but for now, the threat of the invisible empire must be dealt with first. About the Quincy, he wouldn't even think about killing them all. Not all of them were loyal to Yohabak, like Busby. He is the most typical example. The purpose of Busby's joining the invisible empire is to assassinate Yohabak. It can be said to be quite a pure person. Okay, now that there is no problem with the Sombra reagent. Su Feng gestured, why don't you find a corner of the building and see what the invisible empire looks like? The corners of Ni Yuli's mouth grinned, and she couldn't wait. He is different from Unohana Retsu. During the years of cooperation, Ni Yuli is more aware of the terrifying level of Su Feng's strength. Even if the opponent is the Spirit King, Ni Yuli will still stand firmly on Su Feng's side. The group walked outside the comprehensive ambulance center, under the sunlight, on the side of the wall. Everyone stared at Ni Yuli, their eyes fixed. I saw him carefully dripping the shadow reagent onto the shadow on the wall. Accompanied by the sound of rustling corrosion, the shadow stretches and stretches, turning it into a gateway to an invisible empire. Chapter 146. Invading the Invisible Empire, the strongest combat power. Su Feng did not hesitate, straight into it, next moment. The black shadow is like a wriggling tentacle, wrapping around Su Feng's ankle. As if he had fallen into a swamp, he slowly sank into the shadow. It's like going through an endless tunnel. After the darkness, there is a barren land. When Su Feng saw everything around him clearly, he was already in the Invisible Empire. A field trip. Su Feng guessed at his chin and said seriously, the desolation here is far beyond my imagination. 35. Before, I used the eye of fluctuation to observe the invisible empire through the shadow. He did not deliberately pay attention to the surrounding environment, but completely focused on the invisible empire. But that's fine. Su Feng said indifferently, it has a stronger formability, as long as the concentration of spirits is sufficient. 99. Or in other words, let Nomori and Kazuki connect Seirei with his shadow and pour out the spirits to increase the concentration. He has countless ideas for rebuilding this area. As for whether it can be implemented, still depends on the specific situation. He didn't stay put for too long. After identifying the concentration of spirits, Su Feng moved directly towards the area with the highest concentration of spirits. At the moment, Yohabak had actually fully recovered his consciousness. When sanctified, he begins to regain his strength. But this is a long process. The current Yohabak has not yet reached the peak of his strength. And this, it is also an important reason why Su Feng can travel freely in the spiritual subspace. Swa, the sound of breaking air came from a distance. Next moment, the cluster of spiritual suns exuding a sacred breath is close to Su Feng, and it is possible to penetrate his head at any time. face such an attack. Su Feng just stretched out his palm, and the power of wave was wrapped around it. It is very easy to hold this attack in the palm of your hand. Click. With a crisp sound, the cluster of spirits was directly crushed, turned into pieces and scattered down. Has it been found? Su Feng looked into the distance. Advertisement. I saw 4 white figures appearing at the end of the line of sight. Accompanied by the strong spiritual pressure fluctuations, they approached Su Feng at a very fast speed. The trespasser of the invisible empire. Kill without mercy, 35. The overlapping sound waves tilted. With it, there are also the arrows of the spiritual child like a torrential rain. Rumbling, the violent attack fell, and a large piece of dust was immediately raised, rolling up. The area centered on Su Feng, within a range of nearly a kilometer, was directly covered by dust. There's no point in asking at all, while their emperor, Yohabok, had not fully recovered. All unfamiliar existences that appear within the invisible empire will be completely erased. Even a pure blood quencher, not to mention the existence of Su Feng, who dresses exactly like Shinigami. Don't be careless. The leader of the Quincy reminded, this guy is wearing Captain Howery, and he will never die so easily. Although they hide in the shadow of Seredi, but not ignorant of outside intelligence. How did the captain-level Shinigami suddenly appear in the Empire's territory? What is the purpose of this guy? I can't feel the Ryatsu of this guy at all. Damn it, must kill him. Just when the Quincy masters were nervous, a figure slowly appeared behind them. With this level of attack, even Su Feng's defense could not be broken. Really, do you underestimate the captain-level Shinigami? Su Feng's expression was somewhat playful. It was just a tentative attack and it was over. 35. Too proud, Quincy masters. When they saw the intact figure, their expressions were a little stiff. Although from the information, there is knowledge of the strength of the captain-level police officer Shinigami. But completely ignore their attacks. Is it a little too strong? No further hesitation. In order to protect the invisible empire, they are willing to give everything of their own. Holy Slaying Arrow. A large number of spiritual suns condensed on the longbow, and the 4 of them launched a battle formation together, and clear silver lines spread among the 4 of them. Lingzi wandered, enhancing this attack. I saw that the bowstring was pulled, and the powerful Ryatsu instantly locked Su Feng's position. This time, advertisement. No matter how superb his Shunpo skills were, he couldn't dodge this attack. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot with the outbreak of the sacred arrow. There were bursts of air-breaking sounds from the front. The corners of the quenchers' mouths were raised wildly, as if they had seen the tragic death of the enemy in their hands. But the next second, a scene that shocked them even more happened. That violent holy mower was actually blocked by a chilling white air. This level of sacred loss. In Su Feng's breath, there was a burst of white air, and in an instant, the approaching holy moth arrow was completely frozen. I saw it more than 10 years ago, by comparison. The strength level of these 4 trash fish is far inferior to the genius Ishida Longshan. And it's entirely possible to say, the strength of the 2 is not at the same level at all. Crush the sacred arrow that was frozen into a stick at will, turning it into a spiritual child and dissipating it in the air. Okay, that's it. Su Feng stepped forward, and when he reappeared, he was already beside the 4 of them. I want to go to your base camp to see. Scoff. The sound of torn flesh and blood resounded on their bodies. The Quincy masters widened their eyes, almost unable to believe the facts in front of them. Even if they have the powerful defensive ability of the still blood suit. Still in an instant, his body was cut off. Eye-catching bloodlines spread across the body. Blood splattered, instantly staining the ground red. The 4 were killed in one blow. Su Feng moved deeper without looking back. These 4 people were just a patrol team sent abroad, and they discovered Su Feng by accident. Its power is also quite limited. The so-called omnipotence. Hazward is the personal bodyguard of Yohabok and is highly valued by him. Then the highest combat power of the invisible empire at the moment should be Yublin Hazward, who possesses some of the abilities of Yohabok. 5. They guard the Yohabok who is still recovering and will never leave the ice palace easily. Su Feng pondered carefully while traveling at high speed. The real powerhouse of the Quincy family is still in the Palace of Ice. If so, during the period of Yohabok's sleep, he was able to obtain some of Yohabok's power, and even his inexplicable ability. Chapter 147. The Unforeseeable Future. Certainly. This omnipotence is just a castrated version. Compared with the abilities of Ulhabok, Husward's omniscience and omnipotence are much more limited. After thinking about this key point, Su Feng went to the deeper part of the invisible empire a little faster. Since no one can punish themselves, so why not make it bigger? Open black lens bracket. New check-in task has been released. Close black lens bracket. Task content. Please go to the Palace of Ice to sign in. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. The progress of the GE Ashura template increases by 5%, and you can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, murderous perception, wave burst, advanced wave sword, extreme ice, wave splitting sword, etc. For the emergence of new check-in tasks, Su Feng was not surprised. An important location for July 93 inches like the invisible empire. If you don't start a sign-in task, it's really unreasonable. Su Feng calmed down. Go all out towards the ice palace. At the same time, The core area of the Invisible Empire, the magnificent palace, is located here. A thick layer of ice covers the palace, exuding a huge sacred atmosphere, and a huge ivory-shaped stone pillar stands in front of the palace. Behind it, there is a building with a cross pattern. In the palace, an indifferent voice came from the darkness. A patrol squad was killed. 35. Looking at the sound, I saw a person slowly walking out of the darkness. His long golden hair fell to his shoulders, and there was no trace of emotion in his blue eyes, and there was a hint of indifference beneath his delicate facial features. He was wearing a pure white Quincy costume, a white cloak with a pentagram printed on it, and a long sword on his waist, like a noble knight. Ugrin Hazward, the most trusted existence in Yohabak. It is also the highest rank of the Star-Crossed Knights and is supported by most members of the Star-Crossed Knights. How is this possible? As his voice fell, another voice appeared beside Husward. Hugo, are you sure it's not your fault? In the territory of the Empire, I have never noticed any other unfamiliar Ryotsu. This is an arrogant Quincy with an erected purple punk head, purple red eyes, a screw on his left ear and a nut on the right. Advertisement: he has a dark star-shaped pendant on his neck, an armband with a skull pattern and black gloves, and the decoration can be described as extremely avant-garde. Busby, Husward's childhood friend, one of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights, and also one of the top fighting forces of the Invisible Empire. He possesses the power of the holy text symbolizing scorching heat, codenamed H. As Hazward's friend, Busby often uses the title Hugo when addressing each other. And Hazward will also refer to Busby as Buzz, and the relationship between the two was once very close. Facing the doubts of friends, Hazwald shook his head and said calmly, "The reason why I didn't detect the enemy's Ryotsu is because of its particularity. Don't forget, when His Majesty was asleep, I used the power of omniscience and omnipotence. But even so, I still only noticed the death of the patrol team, but failed to find the trace of the enemy." Having said that, he paused for a moment, and a rare hint of deep worry appeared in his blue eyes. I haven't been able to detect the slightest bit of power leaking out." Husward had never shown such emotion, which came as a surprise to Busby. "I worry, this crisis may be serious." 35. The heavy words made Busby feel shocked in his heart. Haswald had never seen such a gesture before. Could it be that? Is the existence that slaughtered the patrol team really so powerful? At this time, boom, there was a violent vibration in the ice palace, as if hit by a meteorite. Countless ice chips fell, making a rustling sound. Damn it! Busby was furious. Is this guy knocking at the door? Although the purpose of his joining the Invisible Empire is to kill Yohabak. But this experience of being hid directly at the door directly ignited the anger in his heart. Busby, who was already grumpy, "I can't stand such humiliation at all." "Don't be impulsive, Buzz," Hazward advised. "We don't know the strength of the enemy, and if we act arbitrarily." "He's not finished yet." Busby had already activated the flying scythe and disappeared in place. Hazward's eyes flickered. Advertisement: there was blood in the originally blue eyes. This is the color of Yohabak's eyes and a symbol of omniscience and omnipotence. Fate of the future. Hazward's expression suddenly fell silent. The demise of the Invisible Empire. Even if he used all his strength, he could not see the mastermind behind the scene. Only scene. There are only endless ruins, and the new life rebuilt on the ruins. Su Feng finally discovered the location of the Ice Palace after traveling with Shunpo for a period of time. The spiritual space in this shadow is even bigger than Seirei. So, sometimes he didn't quite understand the thinking of Yohabak and the Quincy Masters. Obviously guarding such a good area, I don't want to develop myself well. He wants to fight against Shinigami and become a wedge like Spirit King. What's so good about that stuff? Isn't it the person who stayed in the Lingwang Palace? After all, I still can't understand the idea of this group of lunatics. Approaching. Su Feng didn't have any hesitation when even a ghost print bead threw it up. The power of the massive wave of a regular 1.9 rotation turned into a huge blue sphere that was comparable to a hill. It slammed into the Ice Palace, all of a sudden. The earth shakes, the palace trembles, and countless pieces of ice rustle down. Like an earthquake. This defensive power. Thick smoke billowed from its body, and violent flames burned. For thousands of years, the Quincy Masters have built this place extremely powerful. It's Shinigami. What a surprise. 35. I thought I could blow up part of the Ice Palace, but only the outer layer of ice was destroyed. The part of the body is only showing part of the charred black. There is probably also the power of the Spirit King in it. Busby appeared outside the Ice Palace, staring at Su Feng with arrogant eyes. Su Feng was a little surprised. The 148th chapter female knights join, from the suppression of the rank. Su Feng just glanced at this guy, is to determine its identity. With that extremely exaggerated coxcomb hairstyle, who else is there except Busby with the holy letter, H? Should not speak. He ignored Busby at all. You look pretty ugly. As soon as this word comes out, Busby's face suddenly turned into a pig's liver color, and the flames around him were even more vigorous. Damn idiot. This uncle is going to kill you. As the only Busby who regards his own aesthetics as the only one, he is extremely disgusted by others mocking his appearance and aesthetics. So that when Su Feng said those words, it directly ignited the anger in his heart. He was already angry on his head, even when a powerful attack broke out. As soon as he threw a fist out, the violent flames rushed towards Su Feng, as if to engulf him completely. The rolling heat wave swept over, and even caused the surrounding temperature to rise a lot. Facing the scorching flames, Su Feng stood on the spot and did not move at all. Taking it as the center, the wave of killing intent spreads out, and the strange ripple-like power spreads out in all directions. In the shocked eyes of Busby, after the violent flame entered the range of killing intent fluctuations, it turned into a spiritual child and dissipated directly into the air. Not to mention causing damage to Su Feng, it is impossible to even get close. Busby's eyes widened, and he murmured subconsciously in a tone of disbelief. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Feng responded with a smile. When the power gap reaches a certain level, all means and techniques will be ineffective. Like this. Busby's pupils shrank suddenly, and his footsteps retreated subconsciously. However, before he could make the next move, Su Feng's smiling expression was already close to him. Just when it was ready to burst into flames, Su Feng directly pressed one hand on his face, and the majestic force came, which immediately left his consciousness blank. The strange power coming from his palm directly extinguished his flame. Next moment, Su Feng directly pinched his head and threw it out towards the Palace of Ice in the distance. Advertisement boom. The violent force, acting on the top of the Ice Palace, immediately smashed the ice layer a little again. Busby's back slammed hard against the wall, coughing up a mouthful of old blood, staining the ground in front of him red. He was lying on the ground, looking rather embarrassed. Totally unexpected. Even if he anticipated his own failure, he would not think it would be so straightforward. There is no fighting back. It can even be said to be a complete one-sided hammer. The Shinigami who invaded this time was unexpectedly powerful. A tree-like pattern appeared on Busby's body. That's a blood suit. A powerful ability unique to pure blood quenchers. The static blood suit in charge of defense can resist the damage caused by external physical attacks. Only when it exceeds the range of its defense can it leave traces on the body. The opponent is just pure power. Is it already terrifying to such an extent? And right now, another 5 figures flew out of the Ice Palace. They stepped on the stream of spirits and flew above the sky in the posture of flying sickle feet. Su Feng's eyes flowed and fell on them. It was the first time that the identities of these 5 people were identified. Bombita Basta's marriage, Lidodo Lampardo, Menina Makaran, Candace Catnip, Giselle Yule. These 5 people often act together and are called the Star-Crossed Knights. Of course, this is also self-proclaimed, and, as far as Su Feng knows, the Giselle Yule was the only male among them, a figure similar to a Yasugawa Yumachika. After realizing this, Su Feng suddenly remembered that it seems that Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the Invisible Empire all have similar existences. A Yasugawa Yumachika, Charlotte Kurufeng and now Giselle Yule. Have to say, it's fate, it's really embarrassing. 95. I saw one of them sneered mercilessly. Busby, I didn't expect you to end up in such a situation one day. Advertisement. Shut up, idiot Candace. Busby reluctantly stood up and roared. This guy is definitely no ordinary Shinigami. 35. Su Feng followed the voice and looked over. I saw the mocking female knight with side-parted grass-green medium-length hair, and a pair of light green eyes full of disdain. The ends of her eyebrows and part of her hair are in the shape of lightning, and she is wearing a smart sleeveless top and shorts with an open neckline on the chest, showing off her proud figure. He wears a military cap with an invisible imperial symbol on his head, covers his long grass-green hair, wears long gloves, and is tied with a belt with a heart-shaped box around his waist, cinching his slender waist. Judging from the figure alone, it is also a compelling existence for the murder weapon. Judging from the overflowing thunder and lightning from her fingertips, it should be Candace Catnip, with the holy letter, T, symbolizing thunder. HMPH, what if it's not ordinary? Candace looked at Su Feng proudly. Could it be better than us? 35. Death, intruder, lightning blast, without hesitation. She launched the strongest blow in her current state directly at Su Feng. The short bow was pulled up, and the thunder on it made 793 sounds. A large number of spirits were mixed in it, and the surrounding air was filled with a strong scorching smell. This sacred arrow, combined with the power of the thunder of its sacred text, can instantly explode with a power of up to 5 billion joules of electricity, enough to burn any enemy to ashes. Boom. As if the thunder in the sky burst, the scorching light arrow directly penetrated the gap of space. In an instant, he came to Su Feng. It's so frustrating. 9. Su Feng didn't panic in the slightest. Under Candace's shocked gaze, he directly stretched out his hand and held the sacred arrow with thunder in his palm. The originally perverse thunder and lightning immediately quieted down in the palm of his hand. Like a tamed beast, since an awakening after reaching the great dark sky. In fact, Su Feng's power of fluctuation has already brought a certain amount of power of thunder, but it can't be manifested. In this regard, he looks forward to the next complete transformation of power. Master, the Heavenly Emperor of Extreme Thunder, how powerful will he be? Compared with the thunder attribute of Su Feng's wave power, Candace's thunder and lightning seem a little unattractive. It can be said, Su Feng completely restrained her. This is the suppression from the rank, and there is no possibility of resistance at all. Chapter 149 Siege, the purest power, how can that be? Candace was completely shocked, her whole body froze in place, looking at Su Feng, her eyes lost. Even Husward can't catch my lightning blast with his hands. As one of the few women in the Star-Crossed Knights, her strength is also very strong. Compared to Shinigami, he is also a captain. Among them, the destructive power is particularly amazing. But even at this level, when facing Su Feng, he couldn't even produce a little turbulence. Thunderbolt, which was originally unruly, was completely tamed in Su Feng's hands. This scene happened. Not only Candace, but even Busby and the other 4 members of the female knights showed an unbelievable look. If it is said that Su Feng splits his thunderbolt with a knife. In other words, restrain and defend in Kido and other ways. None of them would be so shocked, but this was actually held with the palm of the hand, and it was completely tamed. Who is this guy? At this moment, everyone has a question in their hearts. After all, he lives in the shadows all year round, and the speed of Su Feng's rise is too outrageous. Without his intelligence, it is a matter of course. More important point. In other words, even the omnipotence and omnipotence of Yuebok cannot spy on the future related to Su Feng. This also led to the fact that the Star-Crossed Knights did not understand it at all. Such a scene, if it is seen by Seiraidi's team members or captains, may not be regarded as a thing. Because what Su Feng has done before is far more outrageous than the present. Isn't it just holding an arrow with thunder and lightning? Could this kind of thing have the ability to cut off the isolation spectrum between the world and the world? Nothing is impossible. Su Feng used his palm to crush it at will. The small world limits your senses. 35. Anything like this can be done by any Captain Shinigami. Hiss, hearing this, there was a sudden sigh of relief from the surroundings. The force was so violent that it even evacuated the vicinity. Any captain can achieve such a level, so do we really have to continue our plan to counterattack the Soul Society? Advertisement, just go out and start a war. I'm afraid I'm not going to be hung up and hammered by the Shinigami captains. A worried expression appeared on the faces of everyone. The future of the Invisible Empire is worrying. Su Feng looked at these guys with strange eyes, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. You don't really believe it, do you? He also relied on the fact that this group of Star-Crossed Knights did not understand the outside world, but he was fooling around. But did not expect. In a way, these guys are quite simple. Humph. Candace snorted coldly, and the short bow in her hand was raised again. Since this is the case, I can't let you leave. 35. Until His Majesty wakes up, the secrets of the Empire will never be allowed to leak out. 5. Thunder light surged above his short bow. The other members of the Star-Crossed Knights finally recovered. Right now, the most important thing. Or arrest this Shinigami who broke into the territory of the Invisible Empire. If necessary, kill it on the spot. Lightning blast. Candace let out a coquettish cry, and pulled the short bow in her hand continuously. Countless sacred arrows mixed with the power of thunder blasted out in the air. In an instant, a lightning chain like a spider web formed, completely blocking Su Feng's location. Let's see how you defend. In the face of the lightning explosion, Su Feng just waved his palm. A huge amount of white air descended from the top of the zenith, like a waterfall, pouring down, directly covering the area of several hundred meters. The extreme low temperature spread to the surroundings, causing the temperature within tens of kilometers to plummet directly. Su Feng, who comprehended the extreme ice-splitting wave sword, improved his control over Bingen to a higher level. Now, he can be regarded as a mature version of Hitsugaya Deshiro who has mastered the extreme cold. Even stronger, the surging thunder and lightning fell directly into the white air. Under the shocked and unexpected gaze of Candace. She tried her best to strike, but it didn't work. Countless thunderbolts fell into the white air and were directly frozen, with no more power. Fire up. Advertisement on the other side, Busby also launched an attack at the same time. This is how to solve the cold that comes down. He stepped out with one foot, and a scorching flame erupted from it, and there was a sizzling sound in front, as if the air was scorched. This is an extension of its holy text ability, similar to Candace's lightning blast. Condensing the scorching high temperature on the feet, and then stomping on the ground, the heat emitted is enough to completely evaporate the chill. Boom. The flames and the cold air intertwined, and a large amount of steam burst out, causing the surroundings to fall into a vast expanse of white. When the steam is blown away by the strong wind, when the scene appeared in front of him, Busby was shocked again. How come there is no effect at all? I've exploded with all my strength. Busby gritted his teeth, squeezing his potential, trying to completely evaporate the cold. However, his behavior was completely in vain. Su Feng could clearly feel the change in temperature around him. Although Busby can rise to a high temperature of 6,000 degrees when it fully erupts, it is comparable to Shikai of Yamamoto Uenyujai. But, this level is far worse for Su Feng. Not to mention the level of the extreme ice crack wave sword, even if it is the previous ice blade wave sword. Nor can he be completely restrained. Now Su Feng is in control of Bingen. Even if it was Yamamoto Uenyujai in person, it was still a lot worse. Not to mention Busby, and right now, a figure quietly appeared behind Su, Zhao Nuahao, Feng. Pink wavy hair, pink eyes, and a red bow tie with a star emblem in the center. Menina Macaron in pink and red. Get the blow, with the holy letter, P, symbolizing power. Menina possesses extremely terrifying powers, and can even lift an entire building to play with. A dense ray of light bloomed on its fists, and a large number of spiritual children gathered on it, adding a bit of power to it. She wants to tell the rest of the Star-Crossed Knights that Menina Macaron is the strongest. Menina raised her fist and hammered down Su Feng's vest. She approached Su Feng with flying sickle feet while Su Feng and Candace were facing each other. Deep in her pink eyes, there was a gleam of excitement. Pure power is the strongest. It seems that she has seen the tragic scene of Su Feng being slapped with blood by her hammer. Chapter 150 New reinforcements turn fantasy into reality. Boom. A dull sound came out in front of him. Menina immediately froze in place. There was no blood spurting as imagined, and no tragic situation as imagined. A big hand clenched his fist tightly. It didn't even look like he was struggling at all. Sneak attack. The wave of power in Su Feng's palm directly offset Menina's strange power. I do not like. He held the opponent's fist, like throwing a stone, and suddenly threw it in the direction of the ice palace. Menina drew a graceful arc in the air, then he slammed into the wall hard. More ice chips fell from it. At this time, the Palace of Ice can no longer be called that way. The removal of a large amount of ice showed its original appearance. A slightly shabby old-fashioned palace. For thousands of years, it has not been repaired many times, and it is no wonder that it is protected by ice. If Yohabak continues to sleep, I am afraid that the ice palace will have to be rebuilt again. Menina was lying on the ground, spitting blood towards the ground. Even more embarrassing than the previous Busby. As for the female knights, except for her and Candace, the rest of them are not suitable for this kind of battle. 793's gluttony ability like Lido to Lampardo. If you participate, I am afraid that it will not be frozen directly by Su Feng in the first time. As for the normalized sacred loss, they even dispel this unrealistic idea. Even Candace's thunder and lightning blasts are useless, so what effect can the normalized sacred arrows have? At this time, everyone has raised the idea of retreat. What are you kidding? Busby roared, how could I fail? I'm Busby. Finger of fire. Accompanied by the roar, Busby's right hand clasped his four fingers together, forming a knife-like flame that surrounded the front of his right arm. The scorching heat scorched the surrounding cold. A large amount of white steam evaporated, which was then completely engulfed by the flames. Suffer to death, Shinigami. Advertisement. In a fit of rage, Busby's strength went up a notch. Very good power. Su Feng commented, I'm getting close to Captain Yamamoto. But you're a burst of potential, and he's a normalization. FFTX. He waved his hand, and the cold air condensed and formed in the direction of his palm. It's still a little bit worse. Busby swung a knife-shaped flame and blasted forward a more violent, terrifying explosion like a shark's dorsal fin. The scorching high temperature is even close to the temperature of the core of the sun. In front of Su Feng, the icicles condensed one after another, and the size became larger and larger. From the initial height of one person to the subsequent majestic mountain peaks. When the flames of the burning finger landed on the icicle, the clear icicle had already reached the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. The originally very terrifying explosion, in contrast, turned out to be like a child facing an adult, without the slightest lethality. The blasting flames blasted above the icicles, only a white mark visible to the naked eye appeared. This scene made Busby utterly desperate. The huge gap in strength made him think of the purpose of joining the Star-Crossed Knights. Until now, he still couldn't get close to Yohabak, let alone carry out an assassination attempt. There is no hope at all. The icicles continued to climb. Shadows cover the crowd, however, just when the Palace of Ice was about to be enveloped. The towering icicle disappeared directly in place, as if nothing had happened. Here comes the reinforcements again. Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards the front not far away. As if appearing out of thin air, a blonde boy who was completely wrapped in white quincy clothes slowly walked towards them. Really are, the dull voice, as if there is no, CDBJ, emotion, just like the robot. In the expression that seems to be smiling, it is extremely cold. That's great. In the eyes of the blonde boy, it seemed that only Su Feng, the other members of the Star-Crossed Knights, was completely ignored by him. If it wasn't for you, I'm not going to be let out by that fellow Hazard. Although it is against His Majesty's wishes, this is the best solution. 35. When they saw this guy, Candace and the others widened their eyes again. Because they know that there is no order from His Majesty. Advertisement. This blonde teenager should definitely not be here. Could it have been Haswald's unauthorized release from prison? At this time, Su Feng had already recognized this guy's identity from his words and gestures. Graham Tomuel, with the holy letter, V, for visionaries. Its ability is strong, completely surpassing other members of the Star-Crossed Knights here. He can instantly turn his imagination into reality. This ability can generally only be used to create objects out of thin air, not to destroy or transform objects out of thin air, unless the object is created by his imagination. But even so, the visionary is quite powerful. Be able to fight me. He put his hands in his pockets and said contemptuously. You should be honored, because the strongest person in the Star-Crossed Knights is me. Heard. Su Feng let out a disdainful laugh. If you say something like this, I'm not afraid of Yohabak's sanctification being thrown on your head. It's just an underdeveloped brain. You dare to call yourself the strongest? As soon as this word comes out, when even angered Gremmy. He hated being looked down on the most, and took it for granted that other Quincy masters respected him as the strongest. No need to fight at all to prove yourself, but now. But it was directly exposed by a Shinigami. Inevitably, some threw his face on the ground and rubbed it. You've never been this close to death. Gremmy stopped talking nonsense, even when he activated his ability. And in Su Feng's fluctuating perception, taste it well. This is your own power. Gremmy opened his hands, and there was a hint of madness in his expression. The violent impact acted on Su Feng's body, stirring up a doomsday scene like the collapse of a snowy mountain. Boom. The deep darkness emerges directly up, down, front, back, left, and right. Next moment, a strange force acts on its surroundings. Exudes extremely cold icicles, descending directly from it. Chapter 151. Creating Life, Heavenly Obstruction Undeniable. Gremmy's strength was completely superior to anyone present except Su Feng. Even if he is not in prison, but has a deeper understanding of the outside world. Its strength may go even further. Pity. With this little imagination alone, I'm afraid it won't be able to cope with Su Feng's inexplicable power. Facing the surrounding icicles, Su Feng was as indifferent as usual, without the slightest panic. He just put his palm on the icicle. Suddenly, the power of volatility exploded. The icicle suddenly froze in place, as if the pause button had been pressed. Only the weak cannot control their power. Su Feng's expression was indifferent, and the icicle completely hovered in front of him. This thing is different from the spiritual power of the spiritual child, but is composed of the power of waves. If you can find a person in this world who can control it, then there is only Su Feng. As for Grammy, he just imagined an exotic space just now, and then swallowed the icicles into it. Finally, at the critical moment, he directly released it and smashed it at himself. Simple and crude. In fact, in Su Feng's view, the strength of this guy is still very strong, the only shortcoming is that he does not know enough about the outside world. Otherwise, you will never end up being killed by your own imagination. Just like the Buragan guy, as Su Feng just said. Only the weak can lose control of their power. What a novelty. 35. Grammy smiled, and there was no emotional fluctuation at all because of it. He was not surprised at the scene in front of him. If Su Feng can't even do this, it will surprise him. In that case, he reinserted his hands into his pockets. Let's get started. As his voice fell, the feet of everyone immediately began to tremble, and within a radius of 1 kilometer, huge boulders rose to form a magnificent stone platform. As Captain Shinigami, I faced for the first time. Wouldn't it be too rude if we didn't prepare a gorgeous stage? 35. Grammy seemed to be back to normal. After all, your opponent is the strongest member of the Star-Crossed Knights. 35. Advertisement. Although he was mocked by Su Feng before. But he still firmly believes that he is the strongest existence of the Star-Crossed Knights. This kind of thinking may have something to do with his holy writing ability. But Su Feng is just a guess. Fantasy becomes reality. Su Feng disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already close to Grammy. There is an upper limit after all. Before Grammy's thoughts could run, he saw a big hand pressed against his face. At this moment, Grammy just subconsciously increased his whole body defense by several times. Then, boom, slightly short body, Su Feng slammed him on the raised stage. This moment, the solid stone platform began to collapse, and a large amount of gravel fell from it, splashing in all directions. At time, it turned out to be a spectacular scene like a rain of stones. And Grammy was smashed to the bottom of the stage by Su Feng. Several bones were broken, causing him to cough up a mouthful of old blood. The scene was even worse than Busby and Menina. Although I have greatly overestimated your strength. 35. Grammy stood up from the deep pit. His injury also recovered in an instant. As an imaginary creature, Grammy's body can be completely healed just by imagining it. But in reality, Grammy still maintained a calm attitude. I still underestimate you, since it's so fast. Try this. 5. The moment the voice fell, Su Feng suddenly found that he suddenly fell into the magma. The scorching temperature around him has reached more than 1,000 degrees. If not for the defense of the wave force, I am afraid that Su Feng at this time has already been burned to black Yuri. The killing intent ripples like ripples. The boiling magma was instantly annihilated into tiny spirits. Although the attack of the killing intent fluctuation is slightly weaker. But in defense, it is definitely the strongest. Even Aizen in the Hogyoku fusion state is slightly inferior. Is there no way for magma? Grammy muttered to himself. Advertisement. Then try this. Years a figure appeared beside Su Feng. For flowers, it was an arrogant young man with a coxcomb head. Busby with scorching power. I saw the 4 fingers of his right hand close together, and a knife like flame was burning on it. The surrounding space forms a distorted posture at the temperature it explodes. The air trembled, and even his own reflection became sweeter. However, this scene, but it completely shocked the people below. Busby's eyes widened and his mouth opened, staring at the figure in the sky in astonishment. This guy actually fantasizes about me. He finally came to his senses. The figure of Busby in the sky was imagined by Grammy. Not only that, Candace also appeared on the other side. The short bow was pulled up, and the sizzling thunder was mixed on the sacred arrow, radiating a dazzling light. What about the 2 knights joining forces? Grammy smiled. Still, add this. 35. New magma emerged again, and Su Feng's feet collapsed directly. Faced with these endless attacks, Su Feng raised Zanpakuto to look at the real world, and at the moment when the thunder and explosions fell, he directly slashed out. Boom! The stage that Grammy had constructed collapsed completely. The billowing smoke and dust swept toward the sky, obscuring the sky and obscuring the day, causing the surrounding area of dozens of kilometers to fall into darkness. With the disappearance of the fantasy Busby and Candace, another Grammy appeared beside Grammy. It was also the existence he imagined. Things like Busby and Candace can only delay for a while. The voices of the two Grammys overlapped. Let's witness the true power of fantasy. When another me appears, the power of fantasy is simply multiplied. Su Feng looked up. With the sound of its voice, the ground was trembling, and even the other members of the Star-Crossed Knights showed a horrified expression. I saw a huge meteorite falling rapidly from the smoke. Meteorite. In the smoke and dust above the sky, a dazzling brilliance bloomed, as if the sun was falling from above. Only me can survive here. Grammy's smile seemed a little morbid. The loser will disappear completely here. 39. Huge airwaves rolled towards the bottom. Chapter 152 Cosmic Space, the limit of fantasy power. Su Feng looked towards the sky. The huge meteorite has completely obscured the bottom. Even the ice palace was completely covered in its shadow. Grammy went crazy and even killed his own people. Whether it was the female knights or Busby, they were all within their attack range. And this time, it's too late to want to escape. Face this sign. Is this guy Grammy crazy? Hazard is crazy too. This kind of guy should be in jail for the rest of his life. Can't you stop? This will also affect the ice palace. The crowd seemed a little panicked. With their strength, it is simply not enough to knock down the meteorite. Even in this core area, it is difficult to even defend. At this time, Hazard also appeared outside the ice palace at the same time. August 10th. There was no panic in his gaze towards the sky, only calm. Under the premise of having omniscience and omnipotence, Hazard did not see the end of the ice palace, not to mention the death of the female knights and Busby. What does that mean? This guy, his low voice sounded, can't even the meteorite help him. It was a spectacular scene. Su Feng raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and the blade of Guanxizhengzong gradually emerged a touch of translucent light blue. It's like the purest sky. Evil light slash. The surging power burst out on the blade, turning into a huge colorful sword pressure of infinite distance, and slashed straight towards the meteorite. This moment, the people of the Star-Crossed Knights subconsciously held their breaths. Even Grammy stopped his fantasies at the same time and looked up at the sky in astonishment. When, the sword pressure released by Zanpakuto is actually bigger than a meteor. Is this guy really Shinigami? Why'd I feel like I'm facing a god? Boom. Under the violent explosion, it almost penetrated everyone's eardrums. The collision between the evil light slash and the meteorite completely showed a one-sided trend. Like a hot knife cutting butter. Advertisement: the gorgeous huge sword pressure sank directly into the interior of the meteorite, cutting it in half. The power of terrifying fluctuations oscillates. Immediately, the meteorite was smashed into countless small parts and fell from the sky. Like a gorgeous meteor shower, it landed on the realm of the Invisible Empire. Covers a field of hundreds of miles. A small piece of meteorite burning with flames fell to the ground, leaving countless huge deep pits. Just for a moment, the realm of the Invisible Empire has become a pothole, and it looks extremely messy. Damn it, Grammy was furious, and a trembling appeared in his originally calm voice. Like fear, but also like despair. Monster. He showed his hands, and suddenly several identical figures appeared around Su Feng. Like a big net, it completely surrounded it, since the meteorite is invalid. The Grammy's palms seemed to be pulling silk threads. Then kill you with an invisible thing. As their palms spread, it was as if the curtain was torn apart. An area centered on Su Feng. Suddenly an unimaginable change took place. Use space to trap you in it. Space will forcibly evaporate the body fluids in your eyeballs and oral mucosa, and once the wound is exposed to space, the blood will boil directly. 9. Grammy laughed wildly. If you try to breathe, your lungs will burst, and your body will begin to collapse. Your hour of death has come. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed to have completely lost the ability to breathe. Under the sluggish eyes, there was all the fear of Grammy and Su Feng. They can't imagine. As a member of the Star-Crossed Knights, Grammy actually possesses such a powerful ability. The previous meteorite alone was enough to slaughter more than 90% of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Not to mention the current universe. As for Su Feng, it's even more outrageous. Obviously just a Shinigami captain, not even using Bankai. Slashed with a knife. Directly let the meteorite that is enough to destroy the city completely smash. Such power made them think of Yohabak, who gave them power. Perhaps, only His Majesty can do this. An even more shocking scene appeared. When infinite stars enveloped Su Feng, he, who should have been seriously injured, was actually enjoying the scenery in the universe leisurely. Taj. Advertisement. Grammy looked at the intact Su Feng with an unbelievable look on his face. The slightly delicate face of the young man became even more distorted. Like a ghost. How could anyone survive in space? Grammy was roaring. He couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Nothing is impossible. Su Feng said indifferently. The disparity in the level of power makes it impossible for you to imagine how strong the strong are. Besides, your cosmic space is too fragile. Although no sound could be transmitted in a vacuum, Grammy could still distinguish these words from Su Feng's mouth shape. Even that guy Zaraki was hammered by me. Su Feng said calmly. You are a visionary. Where can you go? Although I don't know who Zaraki Kenpachi is, this statement made Grammy's anger even more. He has always regarded himself as the strongest of the Star-Crossed Knights. Simply unbearable. The first time he played, he suffered a disastrous ending. More than a dozen avatars were separated, and strange fluctuations were rippling in the cosmic space. Su Feng felt the heat. Very far away, a bright and dazzling meteorite is falling towards him. No, that's not a meteorite. Instead, small stars. The dazzling light and heat made everything around it boiled and sublimated. Even because of the arrival of the limit of imagination, the universe can no longer be maintained. Gremmy used his full power to stimulate the power of his fantasy. Let the small sun fall directly on Su Feng's body at 1.9. The huge and complicated blue-purple array unfolded directly in the broken space. 6 incomparably dazzling flame beads rose from the great formation. Do not move Mingwang formation. Under Su Feng's control, the 6 flame beads charged towards the small sun. 1 rumbling. The Knights of the Star-Cross, the visionary Gremmy Tomuel, die. He happened to hold the airtight container that sealed the brain in his hand. The violent explosion stirred into cosmic space, and the terrifying shockwave shattered this fantasy world in an instant. It even covered Gremmy's body in it. Accompanied by the scorching power, it directly turned all of its body into fly ash and scattered in the air. The aftermath was rippling and radiating into the distance. Su Feng appeared before its last disappearing body. Chapter 153 Sign-in is complete, the demise of fear. Lost the support of the power of fantasy. The small sun was also directly smashed by the flame beads. But the power of the Fudo Mingwang formation did not stop because of this. The remaining 2 flame beads. Under Su Feng's control, he crashed straight into the Palace of Ice. Directly smashed the indestructible defense into a huge hole. From start to finish, Su Feng did not forget one of his purposes. Before waiting for the lingering fears of the knights to react, he disappeared in place. When it reappears, Su Feng has already entered the interior of the Ice Palace. Waiting for him, it was a tall, thin, blonde young Quincy. Ugrin Hazward, its powerful Ryotsu and elegant appearance, directly let Su Feng distinguish his identity. Shinigami, please stop your steps. Hazward's expression was serious, and the spirits condensed in his hand, turning it into a saber. This is the empire of the Quincy. It is the sleeping place of His Majesty, and the violation of his 23 people will never be allowed. Facing the sudden appearance of Hazward, Su Feng looked relaxed and did not mean to be nervous at all. Even in the eyes of the other party, that ominous red has already been reflected. Well, a castrated version of omniscience and omnipotence? Su Feng recognized Hazward's ability at the moment. To be precise, it is inferred. After learning that Yohabok was still in a sleeping state, it was naturally clear that Hazward had exchanged his omniscient and omnipotent power. It is used to protect the invisible empire and Yohabok himself. Hazward's pupils shrank. He can't predict the future of the people in front of him, let alone make changes. Checking my future. Su Feng seemed to see through what the other party was thinking, and asked with a smile. Can you tell me what the future will be like? Even in the face of the enemy, Hazward is still an elegant gesture, but the haze in those eyes betrayed himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Shinigami. Under the premise of not being sure to solve the other party, Hazward adopted a tender attitude. Advertisement, I can't see your future. If you want to know what your future is like, you might as well wait for His Majesty to wake up and come back to the Invisible Empire to be a guest. The scene where Su Feng slaughtered Gremmy before. Hazward was extremely shocked, so at this time, he had no choice but to take such measures. You're the most polite one. Su Feng nodded with satisfaction, it's just. As soon as he turned his words, killing intent fluctuated under his feet, rippling like ripples. In the shadow of the corridor in the distance, a figure gradually walked out. It was a black long-haired man with a middle part, and his appearance was extremely strange. Compared with Hazward, it is completely 2 extremes. The guy's face is wearing a black mask inlaid with multiple cones, covering the parts under the eyes. Black eyes are like the deepest shadows, giving people a great sense of discomfort. He was tall and thin, like a telephone pole, especially the black nails on the hands made people feel terrified. It's really powerful. This man's voice was hoarse, like sand rubbing against sandpaper. Immediately it is extremely uncomfortable both physically and psychologically. I didn't expect that even that perverted guy, Gremmy, was dealt with by you. His eyeballs rolled, and he could vaguely see the Quincy Cross appearing below his eyeballs. Ace Knot, a member of the Star Cross Knights, the strongest group of them exists. Has the power to symbolize fear, the holy word, F. You're too embarrassed to say that other people are perverted. The corners of Su Feng's mouth twitched. With your respectable face, I'm afraid it might not be as good as Gremmy, 35. Even if he's just an undeveloped brain, who gave you such confidence and dared to judge others at will? Yuhabok, 35 Not was silent, obviously not wanting to argue with Su Feng. At the same time, there were several powerful spiritual pressures in the distance. The high-end combat power of the Quincy Masters is constantly rushing here. As the existence of the guardian friend Habak, it is dereliction of duty to let Su Feng approach the Ice Palace. This made him break into the Ice Palace, no doubt rubbing his face on the ground. A few more tricky guys. Su Feng pondered, are we going to completely end the Invisible Empire today? Advertisement he is confident that he has this strength. But there are other concerns. The Invisible Empire was built in the shadow of Seirei. The battle that broke out earlier has devastated this area. If they fight with Gerald, Panita, Hazward and the like with all their strength, I am afraid that the entire Ice Palace will not be destroyed directly. Thus, Yohabok wakes up from his slumber. At that time, it is estimated that Seirei will be difficult to preserve. Well, that's it for today. When Su Feng's voice fell, the sound of the completion of the sign-in task was also heard at the right time. The host has arrived at the check-in location, and the check-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in is completed, task rewards are being distributed. Extreme Ashura template progress, 60%, new wave energy master, extreme flame breaking wave sword. Currently master, wave power, wave engraving, wave perception, wave burst, advanced wave splitting sword, etc. Close black lens bracket. As he expected, the original advanced wave sword 810 has also been transformed into an advanced wave splitting sword. His control over this wave energy goes even further. The progress of its power fluctuation is also a few points stronger. And just as he was thinking, several all-shaped light arrows appeared on Not's side, and without any hesitation, they shot directly at Su Feng. However, before the light arrow approached Su Feng, it is the power released by the fluctuation of the killing intent, which is directly erased. Ignore you. Su Feng raised his head and a thunderous light flashed in his eyes. I really treat myself like a dish. Before not waiting for the next attack, Su Feng had already come to this guy. Be careful. The crimson color in Haswald's eyes is a bit more intense, and it seems that he is urging the power of omniscience and omnipotence with all his strength. But his reminder was still a step too late. The translucent blue blade had already landed on Ace Not's neck. Farewell, ugly guy. The power of wave erupted. Su Feng stepped forward and passed him directly. When the members of the Shenshin guards arrived at the scene, Ace Not's ugly head had already fallen from his neck. With the influx of wave power, it directly turned into a spiritual child and dissipated in the air. A member of the Star-Crossed Knights, the Force of Fear, Ace Not, die, Chapter 154 Trophy, another sign in task. Ace Not's head rolled to the ground. A pair of wide-eyed eyes stared straight at the, lately coming, God's Amnesty Guards. The next moment, together with the body, it turned into a spiritual child and completely dissipated. Damn guy. Among them, Gerard Valkyrie, the most burly one, was instantly furious when he saw this scene. I must tear him to shreds. At this time, Su Feng had already disappeared into the Ice Palace after accomplishing one of his goals. It's fast. Even Hasward had no time to react, let alone the Divine Amnesty Guards who had just arrived here. That's it, Gerald, Hasward reminded sharply, this guy's strength is definitely not weaker than any of you. Even stronger. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at him, they were no longer obsessed with Su Feng. He sighed deeply and said in a heavy tone, Grammy tried his best to use the power of fantasy to fight the enemy with space and a small sun, and he was still easily killed by it. Even that small sun was completely wiped out. Hasward looked around at everyone, and his tone became more and more solemn. More importantly, even His Majesty's eyes cannot see his future. At this time, the members of the Shenshin Guards realized just now that Husward's blue eyes had been replaced by crimson. This is the color of Yohabok's eyes. It is also a symbol of omniscience and omnipotence. There was a rare heaviness in Ridge Barrow's open right eye. Be sure to get all the information on it. After Su Feng left the Ice Palace, in a hidden place, he reopened the portal to Seredi with the Sombra reagent. Calmly returned to the Seredi, the 4th Division team building in the Comprehensive Ambulance Center. When Su Feng's figure reappeared, it happened to meet Yunohana Retsu's concerned gaze. Just come back. She smiled sweetly, and then stepped forward to tidy up the slightly messy Yuri for Su Feng, like a wife waiting for her husband to return. What a sweet scene, but only some people don't have very long eyes. Or, this guy is deliberately trying to spoil the atmosphere. Advertisement. Ni Yuli grinned and let out a strange laugh. Hey, Urahara Su Feng, now is not the time for tenderness. 35. He stretched out his hand. With your plucking character, you must have gained information and trophies. I think it's better to leave it to a professional to handle it. Facing the shamelessness of Ni Yuli, even Su Feng sometimes has nothing to do. Since he was beaten by himself once, he has become more and more reckless. Sometimes, for the so-called scientific research, it can directly catch up with his shame. Number 99. Su Feng casually threw Gremmy to Ni Yuli. Gremmy of the Star-Crossed Knights. One of the highest level combat powers in the Invisible Empire, possessing superpower of fantasy. At your current level, you should be tortured to death by him. He mercilessly hit Ni Yuli without giving him any face at all. Ni Yuli hurriedly took over the weird brain in the closed container. Not too late to respond. Instead, he was shocked by Gremmy's appearance for a while. The moment he took over the brain, countless Keto incantations appeared in Ni Yuli's yellow eyes, analyzing the power in it. Even Yunohana Retsu was taken aback by Grammy's looks. Have the remaining pure blood quenchers grown into this model? This guy is an exception. 35. Su Feng explained, most looks are normal. After all, Quincy, strictly speaking, belongs to human beings, but it is extremely powerful. About Grammy's brain, Su Feng thinks it is better to use waste. To know, even the dead brain can still be used as the basis to create the next generation of the Spiritual King's replacement, the production of Kanuakoya. Although this uses the power of a lot of Spirit King fragments. But it also shows the strength of Grammy's power, after all. He is not a fragment of the Spirit King, it's an amazing existence. Advertisement. After analyzing for a moment, Ni Yuli exclaimed. If the so-called Star-Crossed Knights are all such monsters, I think it's better for us to concede as soon as possible. 35. Don't be in a hurry to respond. He put away the brain of death and hid it in his abdominal cavity. After a certain degree of transformation, its body can accommodate some items. This is also what Ni Yuli suddenly thought of when he was carrying Zaelaporo's research results. He spread out his hands, and the nails on the middle finger of his right hand were still slender and sharp, but it was painted with purple nail polish, which made it even more weird. In the analysis just wrapped, 35, I came to an extremely terrifying conclusion. Ni Yuli's expression became a lot more serious. The state of the dead brain during his lifetime is definitely not something that a random captain can compete with. It can even be said, except for a few monsters. When other people face that brain, the ultimate destination is death. Su Feng glanced at him a little surprised. Since receiving the research results of Zaelaporo, Ni Yuli's research ability has also improved a little. Although there is not much change in thinking, but it's good enough for most scenarios. A certain amount of information can be analyzed in such a short period of time. It's enough to show that Ni Yuli's current scientific research ability is strong. Grammy will leave it to you for research for the time being. Su Feng instructed. After that, I will ask Fu, Jian and Kazuki to assist you in further research. 5. Be sure to discover its potential value. Besides, there is one more thing to be aware of. Ni Yuli grinned and said, are you the scientific research results about closed shadow space? That guy Urahara Kazuki started trying it 3 days ago. In addition to the shadow-inflicting medicine, how to close the shadow space has become a problem that he thinks about every day. After listening, Su Feng was a little surprised. The only thing that cannot be solved is pure powerlessness. And right now, open black lens bracket new check-in task has been released. Close black lens bracket. The familiar system prompt sound came again. Their meticulous thinking can often fill more than 99% of the loopholes. Su Feng's expression was slightly startled and immediately became a little surprised. Have to say, when there are two peak scientists in their own camp, most things don't need to worry too much. Chapter 155. The horror conjecture about Ni Yuli, task content. Please sign in at the Great Spirit Book Corridor. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. The progress of the GE Ashura template increases by 5%, and you can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Template progress. Extremely Ashura 60%, currently master. Wave power, wave mark, wave perception, wave burst, advanced wave splitting sword, ghost seal bead, evil light slash, unparalleled wave, unmoving Ming Wang formation, dark sky wave eye. Close black lens bracket. Frequent check-in tasks surprised Su Feng, but this time the sign in location. There are also some difficulties. I don't know if the members of Suniyashiro's family are dead. If Suniyashiro Tokunada was in charge of the Suniyashiro family now, then it is a little difficult to go to the Great Spirit Book Corridor. This guy doesn't deal with himself very much, but when Su Feng thought about it, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter. Could it be that Suniyashiro Tokunada is ready to be tough with himself? Even Central 46 was banned, but it was just one of the 5 nobles. Can it be turned upside down, with increasing strength? Su Feng also gradually gave up those tedious thinking. Why spend so much effort on things that can be solved with fists? He has gradually moved in the direction of 810 Zaraki Kenpachi. Technology Development Bureau. Regarding the research progress of the invasive drug, Su Feng felt that it was necessary to come and find out. There is also some information about the Invisible Empire. It's better to let Urahara Kazuki and Nimori do a deeper analysis. That's about it for the power of the Holy Word. 35. Su Feng through his own understanding of the Star-Crossed Knights, as well as some of the information obtained after the battle in the Invisible Empire this time. Basically, it was repeated to the two of them. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. This is a trophy plundered from the Kuchiki's house, and usually only members of the immediate family can taste it. After Yadomaru, Lisa explained that it was Su Feng's request. Kuchiki Silver Bell directly provides nearly 100 caddies of tea. The Kuchiki family is very grateful to Su Feng who helped them solve the problem of the Kuchiki Ringing River. It just doesn't show up on the outside advertisement. Even the iceberg of Byakuya Kuchiki softened a lot when facing Su Feng. He even agreed that Rukia would go to the 5th CDBJ team as the 3rd officer. Only in terms of performance effects. 39 Urahara Kazuki's expression was serious. The so-called holy character ability is somewhat similar to Shinigami's Zanpakuto. It's just that one controls the spiritual power inside the body, and the other controls the outside world. If you're talking about countermeasures, speaking of which, he suddenly seemed a little silent. Even Urahara Kazuki, who is known as the 5 special combat powers by means, couldn't think of a good way for a while. Or, his approach doesn't work for most Shinigami. Even the captain is no exception. Find a way to improve your strength. Su Feng said lightly, until Yuhabak fully wakes up, don't worry about the Invisible Empire for the time being. In terms of high-end combat power, we can press them to fight. 35. Hear this. Urahara Kazuki's eyes suddenly lit up. For a while, he only thought about solving the problem by himself, but he forgot that in his own faction, there was still one of the strongest captain-level combat power. Not surprisingly, Su Feng alone can face Yuhabak's God-forgiving guards. As for the remaining members of the Star-Crossed Knights, there are definitely better solutions. Well, there's a powerful presence at home. Urahara Kazuki leaned back on the sofa and looked lazy. It's really reassuring. Ni Yuli put on a disdainful expression. If you encounter any enemies, let Urahara Su-feng deal with them. 35. Then what's the difference between us and trash? Urahara Kazuki immediately retorted, what's wrong with being a waste? The two immediately started a debate on the matter of waste or not. And a similar scene. It is often staged in the Technology Development Bureau, and even Bujo and others are used to it. What good advice do you two have about Grammy Tommy? Su-feng interrupted the debate between the two and put another question on the surface. Advertisement if it weren't for the presence of all the guards and hazards. He is afraid that he is not ready to continue to get other spoils from the Invisible Empire. For example, the left arm of the King of Spirits or the heart of the King of Spirits. Dead brains. Ni Yuli took out the brains sealed in the airtight container from the abdominal cavity and placed it on the table. A weird presence. Urahara Kazuki grunted. From his aesthetic point of view, Grammy's appearance is definitely not enough. And this is also the biggest difference between him and Ni Yuli. On the power of fantasy of the holy word, v99. Ni Yuli said excitedly, it is completely possible to speculate some scientific conjectures that have not been realized for the time being, so as to verify it through this dead brain. In this way, whether it's transforming Seirei or enhancing himself, transforming the captain and things like that. It's totally on the agenda. To this, Urahara Kazuki rarely offered a new rebuttal. The same scientists. In some respects, the two tend to maintain a high degree of consistency. Seeing that no one else made any rebuttals, Nimori's suggestion became more and more exaggerated. Such as implanting 368 kinds of highly toxic drugs in the human body, sealing keto in Zanpakuto, which is similar to a cremation with a knife, carrying out deeper excavations into the spiritual body, and trying to explore the power of waves, etc. I admit it's a bit too whimsical. Ni Yuli flicked his fingers and tapped the airtight container lightly, making a slight trembling sound. But it's still possible. He looked at the two of them, isn't it? Su-feng did not speak, but looked at Urahara Kazuki. I think you need to be on the sidelines while you're working on this stuff. 5. When necessary, you can first imprison Ni Yuli in the nest of maggots. Urahara Kazuki nodded seriously, obviously taking this to heart. Hey, Ni Yuli said dissatisfiedly, isn't it too much to be detained in the maggot's nest again? All right. Su-feng finished drinking the last bit of tea and stood up. Glemmy will leave it to you for the time being. I'm going to Suniyashiro's house. Chapter 156 Suniyashiro's Malice. Suniyashiro's house. When Suniyashiro Tokunada knew that Su-feng was coming to visit. For a while, there was a murmur. For one of the most powerful Shinigami Soul Society has ever seen, he has absolutely no idea what the other party is thinking. When the two were talking, Su-feng lightly revealed everything he had hidden. Such as Yanluo Jingdian, and ambition goals. But Su-feng doesn't seem to care about these things. As long as it doesn't provoke him, it will be a mess within some nobles. He never interferes much. This also made Suniyashiro Tokunada feel at ease later. At least there is no need to worry about being held accountable by the other four nobles minus. But, in the subsequent Central 46 ban, Su-feng actually harmed the interests of the nobles. So that in the noble meeting, someone attacked him. It was that noble meeting. The nobles, who have always had eyes above the top, finally realized the power of Shinigami, the strongest talent. That terrifying coercion like the overturning of heaven and earth. As well as the ultimate explosion that destroyed the entire meeting in an instant. Until now, Suniyashiro Tokunada is still fresh in his memory, as if it happened yesterday. More important point, it is his Zanpakuto Yanluo mirror cannon. As one of the few families who inherited Zanpakuto, Yanluo Jingdian's ability is no less than the 8 mirror swords inherited by the Eyes family. It is capable of replicating Zanpakuto's ability to see everything it has ever seen. And because Suniyashiro Tokunada is in charge of the video hall in room 46. He has seen almost all Zanpakuto abilities. These also include Aizen's Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. As well as the strongest Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka, Yanling Maru, and Hiren Maru, etc. Even including Su Feng's Guanxi Zhengzong, he has seen it before. The only difference is, Yanluo Jingdian can't replicate Guanxi Zheng's ability at all. Not to mention stacking. Because of this, Suniyashiro Shiden was even more afraid of Su Feng. However, although Zanpakuto, which has been passed down from generation to generation, is powerful, it also has huge drawbacks. For example, the 8 mirror sword is a bladeless sword that cannot cut anyone at all. Advertisement: you can only confront God, accept the power of God with your own body, and sway it in all directions, which is enough to eliminate any sacred things that you touch. The Yanluo mirror code consumes the soul every time it is used, which is the lifespan of Shinigami. The more it is used excessively, the more serious its loss of life will be. This is also the reason why this Zanpakuto was not used by the heads of the Suniyashiro family in successive dynasties. But Suniyashiro Tokunada didn't care about these things in order to pursue the pleasure in his heart. Or, he believes that when his purpose is achieved, the mere loss of life is not worth mentioning at all. That's right. Until now, Suniyashiro Tokunada has not given up on the idea of replacing the Spirit King. To this end, he is still working hard, but now, he suddenly heard that Su Feng was coming to visit Suniyashiro's house. Suniyashiro Tokunada's heart was not joy, but worry. This guy, in the cold eyes, there seems to be endless maliciousness hidden. He stared into the distance, and the pervading spirits seemed to be like a poisonous mist, surrounding him. After Su Feng just informed, he brought Yadomaru Lisa to Suniyashiro's house as the captain. He didn't have the idea of arguing with Suniyashiro Tokunada. After the two met, Su Feng said directly, "I'm ready to go to the Great Spirit Book Corridor. I'm here just to inform you." 35 Suniyashiro Tokunada's mouth twitched, resisting the tyranny in his heart. "The importance of the Great Spirit Book Corridor, I'm sure I won't talk about it. Captain Su Feng is also very clear, right?" Su Feng nodded and put on a natural expression. "Because I know, that's why I came to tell you, since you are now the head of Suniyashiro's family, the successors who are ahead of you." He released his wave perception without any face. "Should you have already assassinated them all?" Yadomaru Lisa, who was listening with gusto on one side, was taken aback, and a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. "Assassination? Or is it the internal struggle of the Suniyashiro clan, the head of the 5 noble families?" Yadomaru Lisa pushed his lecherous glasses and looked at Su Feng with burning eyes, waiting for his next sentence. "Don't look at me with that cannibalistic look," Su Feng said indifferently. Suniyashiro, you should know that I'm not interested in these things. For flowers. Advertisement, I just need a one-time key to open the Great Spirit Book Corridor." Face pressure. Suniyashiro Tokunada narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly with a hypocritical smile. "Captain Su Feng is joking. 9. It takes a little preparation to open the Great Spirit Book Corridor. In the meantime, please wait in the living room for a while." Heard. Su Feng paused for a moment, and then looked straight into Suniyashiro Tokunada's eyes with thunderous eyes. The other party did not show timidity. Good. 35. Su Feng took Yadomaru Lisa into Suniyashiro's house. No matter what kind of calculations the other party has, he will not take it to heart. Seeing Su Feng sitting in the living room, 0. The maliciousness in Suniyashiro Tokunada's eyes erupted directly like a bursting submarine volcano. The resentment that seemed to be real, leaked from his eyes. For Su Feng to reveal his secrets again and again, he can't stand it anymore. This guy must be eliminated completely. He left in a hurry and walked towards the underground research room hidden in Suniyashiro's house. "Captain, this guy clearly has bad intentions." When Yadomaru Lisa sat down, she said it cautiously. "Why did you listen to him and come to this parlor?" Face doubts. Su Feng smiled and said, "If he doesn't do anything, I'd be a little confused." 99. How can there be 1,000 days to guard against thieves in this world? 35. Suna is not a good bird at the time of Suniyashiro. In order to have a valid reason, we just need to keep the malice within him out of control. Su Feng thought of this as early as when he was solving Mochung Shuangye. However, at that time, it was entangled by the Invisible Empire, and it can only be put into the present. Suniyashiro Tokunada is definitely a hidden danger in the dark. When necessary. Better to fix it sooner. In the basement laboratory of Suniyashiro's house. Complicated equipment and instruments are lined up in branches, and a large number of spirits permeate from time to time, which keeps the environment here in a state of high pressure. Suniyashiro Tokunada looked at the living room on the screen with a look of disgust on his face. "If that's the case, then it's as you wish." Chapter 157 Brainless Impulse, number 99 Hado. Suniyashiro Tokunada did not hesitate any longer. When even pressing the red button in front of him. With the sound of gears turning, the living room on the screen also changed. The corridor outside the living room is directly spread out. Countless Kido incantations rose from the ground, like a bead curtain, covering the living room. A large number of spiritual seeds diffused to the vicinity, and even formed a substantial spiritual pressure visible to the naked eye. The strong coercion enveloped the living room, which made Yadomaru Lisa feel slightly uncomfortable. As a last resort, she directly entered the hollow state, in order to be immune to the surrounding pressure. "Can you finally hold back?" Su Feng's eyes wandered and he looked out. Lots of Kido spells will completely cover the living room. With its continuous increase, it was like a black curtain, August 10th, cloth covering it up. That powerful coercion became more and more astonishing, and even Yadomaru Lisa in hollow state was a little unbearable. Fortunately, Su Feng covered the two with the power of fluctuation, which directly eliminated the pressure. In the basement laboratory, Suniyashiro Tokunada's eyes were full of madness. "Welcome to death. This is a great gift I have prepared for you, Urahara Su Feng." As his voice fell, intricate Kido mantras were chanted around the parlor, repeated and superimposed. It was like an echo, rippling between the valleys. In just an instant, the Kido incantation stopped abruptly, as if the pause button had been pressed. At this time, a more magnificent voice suddenly echoed in the sky above Suniyashiro's house. "Hado's 99, 5 dragons destroyed, multiple chant plus number 99 Hado." I have to say that Suniyashiro Tokunada has done everything for Su Feng. If this Hado goes down, I am afraid that not the entire Suniyashiro family will be directly razed to the ground. There is even the possibility of spilling over to Seirei. As the overlapping voices fell, Yadomaru Lisa's brain suddenly went blank. The sudden fear made her unable to think for a while. She didn't come back to her senses until outside the parlor, when the enormous pressure filled the air again. Advertisement, the number 99 Hado of the multiple chanting. Yadomaru Lisa felt her throat dry. Could it really be dead this time? Her eyes stayed on Su Feng's body, and suddenly the corners of her mouth raised slightly. "It seems like a good choice to die with the captain." Least. He was already ahead of Captain Unohana Retsu. Your expression reminds me of something very offensive. Su Feng's indifferent voice sounded, although Suniyashiro Tokunada is well prepared. But he still can't understand what a transcendent is. 99. Yadomaru Lisa was a little surprised. Even in the face of Hado number 99 with multiple chance, Su Feng still didn't mean to panic. Could it be that, Captain, he has the confidence to solve the trouble in front of him? Thinking of this, Yadomaru Lisa couldn't help widening her eyes, recalling the power that Su Feng showed during Hueco Mundo. Or, compared to that godlike posture, number 99 Hado in front of it, and it won't cause much trouble. I saw outside the living room, a large amount of spiritual pressure condensed into a black-purple torrent. With the constant cracking sound, the walls of the living room shattered little by little. The ground was trembling, and under the pressure, the slate turned into powder, cracking into large ravines, spreading to the surrounding area. The Suniyashiro family's territory, at this moment, made a sound of being overwhelmed by the pressure and impact of the huge Ryotsu. The black and purple torrents gathered in the sky were completely solidified and transformed into 5 dragon shapes hundreds of meters high. They looked down at Su Feng and Yadomaru Lisa in a condescending manner. A sense of terrifying oppression filled their surroundings. Such a big movement naturally caught the attention of others in Seirei. The 4th Division team building in the Comprehensive Ambulance Center. Mo Chungshuang also leaned against the head of the bed, letting the materialized Yulu only chatter in his ear. Until the huge dragon-shaped spiritual pressure penetrated the clouds. He just cast his eyes out the window. Hado number 99? It's still multiple chance. Mo Chungshuang also lowered his eyes, and the power of the rain and dew radiates. Next moment, advertisement a clone formed by a condensed spiritual child appeared near Suniyashiro's house. Although he looks a little weak, it does not prevent him from watching the battle. Has the Suniyashiro family gone crazy? Mu Chungshuang narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in surprise, how dare you target Urahara Su Feng like this? I'm afraid the entire Suniyashiro family is not ready to want it. Even if Suniyashiro was extremely well prepared, he even directly released the number 99 Hado under multiple chance. But, after the battle with Su Feng, Mo Chungshuang still stood firmly on Su Feng's side. The only pity for him is, if Hado goes down this time, I am afraid that the entire street will not be turned into ruins. It will even affect the team building of the 6th team. As for the demise of the nobles, Mo Chungshuang didn't care at all. Not only him, Technology Development Bureau over there. Nimori and Urahara Kazuki monitored the equipment with spirit waves, and also observed the current situation of Suniyashiro's house. The two looked at each other and both saw the surprise on each other's faces. Did that guy Suniyashiro Tokunada have his brain eaten by Menos Grande? Ni Yuli smiled strangely. This kind of thing can be done. I'm more worried about the existence of the 6th Division, 35. Urahara Kazuki said with some concern. After all, it's built just outside Noble Street. In Noble Street, the nobles and the soldiers stared blankly at the dragon-shaped Ryotsu who suddenly appeared high in the sky. When 1.9 didn't figure out what was going on, that terrifying coercion had already permeated from Suniyashiro's house, covering the entire aristocratic street in an instant. Bang, bang. The existence of weaker strength was directly slapped on the ground by the huge pressure brought by the dragon-shaped spiritual pressure, and there was no image. There are even many people under this oppression, sweating profusely, with extremely painful expressions. No one can withstand an attack of this magnitude. Suniyashiro Tokunada laughed frantically in the underground research room, and a multi-layer keto protective barrier was already raised nearby. Prepare for death, Urahara Su Feng, as his voice fell. The 5 dragon-shaped Raya made a deafening roar in the air, and then the dragon head turned towards Su Feng, rushing straight down. This moment, the roar of the explosion resounded throughout the Seirei. Chapter 158, Hungry La Corridor. The ground is cracking. It was as if it had been torn apart by an invisible big hand. Huge, wide and long ravine. It spreads farther, swallowing up the buildings on the ground, causing them all to fall below the ground. The scene as if the end had come, even more alarmed the other captains. Almost all the captains and vice-captains rushed towards Suniyashiro's residence at this moment. Yadomaru Lisa leaned on Su Feng's side subconsciously. Facing the terrifying force that seemed to collapse the entire sky, her strength was simply not enough to resist. Only by relying on Su Feng's side can I feel a little peace of mind. The moment the dragon-shaped spirit pressed down, Su Feng grabbed Yadomaru Lisa with one hand, and pulled out Zanpakuto with the other. There was a scorching crimson color on the azure and thorough blade. A scorching crimson burst of flames erupted above the blade. The scorching heat wave swept away in all directions. Like magma, it circulates in the blade, and the red and blue are interlaced, adding a bit of terrifying aura. The bursting high temperature directly evaporates the moisture in the air. Su Feng raised the orthodox view of the world, and headed up to face the 5 dragons and 23 slashes. A hot magma-shaped sword pressure rushed out from the blade, and it happened to fall into the dragon-shaped spiritual pressure. Extreme flame-breaking wave sword. Buzz one by one. After a brief stalemate between the two, a strange tremor rippled into space. Immediately, rumbling, a deafening explosion sounded in Suniyashiro's house. The captains looked at the scene in front of them in shock, and couldn't close their mouths for a long time. When the magma-shaped sword was pressed down on the dragon-shaped spiritual pressure, a huge fire rose into the sky, turning into a circular shield to engulf the dragon-shaped spiritual pressure. Extreme temperature acts on it. Just one breath of time will burn it all away. The number 99 Hado, which was sung in multiple ways, has been wiped out, and there is no trace of it. In the research room under the ground, Suneyashiro Tokunada looked at the scene in the distance with a stiff expression. The scorching heat that had not yet dissipated around him made him sweat profusely. But at this time, he just felt the freezing cold. It's like being in the far north. How come? Advertisement. Suneyashiro Tokunada muttered to himself, his expression extremely distorted. How can the number 99th Hado be useless even for the multiple chant? How is this possible? 35. He was hoarse, almost insane. Nothing is impossible. Su Feng appeared behind him with Yadomaru Lisa and smashed his protective Keto barrier with one knife. It's not that multiple chants can increase Keto's power without limit. The way you release Keto can't effectively exert Keto's destructive power. Strictly speaking, it may not even be as good as Muchung Shuangye, who is watching the battle outside. As soon as this word comes out, Suneyashiro Tokunada was even crazier. He roared at Su Feng. How can a genius like you understand the pain of our existence? Stop. Su Feng motioned for the guy to stop talking nonsense. However, Suneyashiro Tokunada did not agree at all. Until. Boom. The violent coercion erupted from Su Feng's body, directly pressing the guy to the ground. These crap, I think you can leave it to Tusen Konami. Su Feng's expression was flat, as if he was talking about something unimportant. However, after hearing this, Suneyashiro Tokunada's pupils shrank to the size of a pinpoint. No, you cannot, he murmured subconsciously. I am the contemporary head of the Suneyashiro clan of the 5 noble families. You have no right to judge me. 99, only Central 46 can. At this moment, Suneyashiro Tokunada looked at Su Feng in amazement. Central 46 was banned by the young man in front of him. Although today's nobles still have a detached status. But it can no longer be as reckless as it used to be. Finally realized, 35. Su Feng looked at him with a smile, the malice from the world. Although the ban on the 46th room is not aimed at you, you are also the first victim. Ambush the captain and deputy captain of the 5th division with the Keto trap, and the aftermath even destroyed the noble street, and even the members of the nobles suffered a lot of casualties. He backhanded Zanpakuto into the scabbard. How is a crime like this usually decided? Advertisement. Yadomaru Lisa looked at Su Feng cautiously, as if immersed in the embrace just now, and said with a blushing face. If it is a civilian, it will be executed by the 2nd division. As for the nobles, they were imprisoned in the Palace of Repentance and then sentenced to death. 99. Su Feng's eyebrows twitched, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, at such a time, Yamamoto Genryuzai still treats nobles preferentially. Even the death penalty seems like such a swat. Is it tortured? Just as Su Feng was talking to himself, Suneyashiro Tokunada, who had already seemed a little desperate, suddenly burst out. I saw him pull out Zanpakuto from his waist with his backhand. The berserk reiki burst out from the palm of his hand. Suneyashiro Tokunada grinned. Do you want me to be captured just like that? Stop dreaming. Born from auspicious slaughter, respecting darkness and farewell to old age. Hungry corridor. A black light covered the vicinity, as if night had suddenly fallen. 30 monsters 810 were transformed from Zanpakuto in his hands. They are white spheres the size of brown bears, with no eyes, nose, mouth and limbs, but a bloody mouth full of gigantic teeth. Tear him apart. Following Suneyashiro Tokunada's order, 30 monsters swarmed towards Su Feng. And he himself moved his footsteps towards the rear, ready to escape from here. Suneyashiro Tokunada has follow-up preparations, and he will never give up easily. In the broken world, there is also his hidden base. If only, Suneyashiro Tokunada only took a step away when he saw a dazzling light burst out behind him, slashing across his waist. Bang! 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 One after another, explosions sounded on the white monster. Su Feng just cut it out with a single sword, and killed all of them, turning them into spiritual sons again. And that dazzling sword pressure also slashed across Suneyashiro Tokunada's waist. Next moment, the bloodline burst out from the middle of his body, and Suneyashiro Tokunada was directly divided into 2 parts. Ah! He let out a shrill scream on the ground. Pooh! Urahara Su Feng, you devil. 9 to the power of 9. Please shut up. Su Feng looked at him indifferently. I didn't take your life, I'm already showing mercy. After all, 35, I agreed to someone's request. Chapter 159. What are you provoking him? Although Su Feng has not been to see Tusen Konami, who was imprisoned in the underground prison for a long time. But what was promised to him before, Su Feng is still willing to help him realize it. After all, it's just a small effort. As the aftermath dissipated, the captains came gradually to carry out the finishing touches. No matter if it's the number 99 Hado with multiple chants, or Su Feng's extreme flame split wave sword. Both caused unimaginable damage to Noble Street. The damage to the building is actually the slightest loss. Many noble members were directly melted by the aftermath that radiated without their knowledge. Among them, there are also team members and the like. All in all, it was a heavy casualty. Deputy Captain Shu Bing. Su Feng looked at the busy Hisagi Shuhei beside him. Captain Su Feng, 99 Hisagi Shuhei Shunpo approached Su Feng with a respectful attitude. Although Su Feng used to be his apprentice, Seirei is a place that pays attention to strength after all. And now Su Feng is the captain of the 5th Division. And at the time of Aizen's mutiny, he left Tusen Kanami in the Seirei. These kindnesses alone are enough to make Hisagi Shuhei respect Su Feng. Don't be so serious. Su Feng pointed to Suniyashiro Tokunada, who was still screaming on the ground, and gestured. This guy is Tusen Kanami's goal for the Gode 13. After a little treatment, take him to the Great Underground Prison and hand him over to Tusen Kanami, 35. Heard. Hisagi Shuhei's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked hastily. Is this really possible? Seeing that Su Feng's expression was somewhat puzzled, he quickly explained. I mean, this guy is still the contemporary head of Suniyashiro's family after all. Heard. Su Feng was surprised. I didn't let you kill him on the spot, 99. This guy laid a trap and attacked the current captain and vice captain. Ignoring innocent people, causing heavy casualties in Noble Street. According to Soul Society regulations, at least it's a death sentence. Advertisement. He waved his hand and signaled, then he will be held in the prison next door to Tusen Kanami. Let him come and watch the execution of the torture, 39. Hisagi Shuhei looked excited and responded quickly, then thank you Captain Su Feng, 39. After learning about Tusen Kanami's past, he also felt a little pity for his former captain. Regarding the intelligence of Aizen, Tusen Kanami is not willing to reveal too much. Or, even he wasn't clear about Aizen's main planning process. And with the appearance of Su Feng, Aizen also had to change its own plans. For example, going to the present world to find the Complete Bringer, and coming to the Soul Society to capture the power of the Spirit Kings of Dohane Ora and Jashiro Yukataki. This has also led to the abandoned Tusen Kanami, which has completely failed to keep up with the changes. With a simple reply, Hisagi Shuhei helped Suniyashiro Tokunada stop the blood. Then he fired a red cannon at random, burning the remaining lower half of his body. Then he took Suniyashiro Tokunada and hurriedly walked towards the underground prison. As the vice captain of the 9th division of the prison team, Hisagi Shuhei has the right to go to the underground prison for censorship at any time. It's just the endless hell, which still belongs to the responsibilities of the first team. However, before he took 2 steps, he saw Yamamoto Uenyujai head on. Fortunately, Yamamoto Uenyujai did not mean to stop him, but Hisagi Shuhei breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. Yamamoto Uenyujai nodded slightly, signaling him to leave first. And he himself came to Su Feng's side. The Suniyashiro clan, the head of the 5 noble families, has only a few members left, 55. A low voice rang in Su Feng's ear. There was a hint of majesty in Yamamoto Uenyujai's eyes. As for going to the Great Spirit Book Corridor, I have already passed the application for you. You can go any time. 35. After learning about Su Feng's purpose here, he couldn't help but have a headache. Just go to the Great Spirit Book Corridor. What are you doing here at Suniyashiro's house? Even if you forced your way into the Great Spirit Book Corridor, how many would dare to raise objections? Su Feng made it clear this time that he was going to solve the Suniyashiro family. In other words, Suniyashiro Tokunada. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Uenyujai's headache also tends to aggravate. Advertisement. What do you think you are doing to provoke Su Feng? The level of combat power between you, is that on the same level? He sighed and said with relief, if you have any more ideas next time. It's best to discuss it with the old man, Captain Su Feng. Seirei can't stand the toss. 35. Su Feng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, this is natural. When you saw the infernal affairs, didn't I just inform you, Captain Yamamoto? It's better not to say that. As soon as he said this, Yamamoto Uenyujai immediately turned his attention to Moose City Shuangya in the sky not far away. Compared to Su Feng, this guy is the real potential threat. Destroying the entire Seirei would be a mere thought once his thoughts went to extremes again. Although he himself will die, but for those whose minds go to extremes, death does not mean the end. The aftermath of the Suniyashiro family in the Noble Street was handed over to the captains. Su Feng went to the Great Spirit Book Corridor alone. The Great Spirit Book Corridor is located in the underground council hall, which records a series of major events and secrets of the Soul Society from ancient times to the present. The seemingly mysterious place has long been the back garden of the successive directors of the Technology Development Bureau. As long as they want, they can directly invade the database of the Great Spirit Book Corridor through the system of the Technology Development Bureau. All the secrets recorded on it cannot be concealed from the two of them. Of course, most major events and secrets need to be seen. Because it doesn't matter whether it's Nimori or Urahara Kazuki, they're not interested in these. One focuses on scientific research and the other focuses on the Spirit King. When Su Feng walked into the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, the familiar voice rang in his ears again. The host has arrived at the check-in location and the check-in begins. Close black lens bracket. This wave of energy has obviously reached the end of evolution. The progress of the Ashura template is 65%. Close black lens bracket, sign-in is completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Currently Master. Wave Power, Wave Mark, Wave Perception, Wave Burst, Final Wave Splitter Sword. Drag close black lens bracket. After he mastered the Heavenly Thunderwave Sword, the original Advanced Wave Sword turned into the final step Wave Sword. Su Feng was a little surprised. The new wave energy has Master. Tinlay Wave Sword. Su Feng pondered, perhaps the Invisible Empire would be a suitable place for experimentation. Speaking of the strength of the Tinlay Wave Sword. Chapter 160. The Invisible Empire comes again, facing the Spirit King organs. Have to say, Su Feng's idea, pretty impolite, especially in the eyes of everyone in the Invisible Empire. Su Feng is a person who does what he says. At this point, both Aizen and Yamamoto Yuanyujai must admit. So that, when he reappeared in the Invisible Empire, at the first time, it attracted the most top combat power in the Star-Crossed Knights. Panita Pikaja and Gerard Valkyrie in the guards. Among them, Panita Pikaja, the left arm of the Spirit King, has the holy letter C, symbolizing enforcement. This guy is hidden under a white cloak, covering his entire body, making it difficult to see his facial features. Just be able to see two glowing spheres in the shadow of the face. As for Gerald Valkyrie, it is the heart of the Spirit King, and his holy text is the M, symbolizing miracles. He wears a mask with wings like pendants, and has blonde mid-length hair, like a medieval knight. The red cloak draped behind him, blowing in the wind. At the front end of its limbs, there's also a solid armor protection. In terms of appearance alone, Gerard is going to crush Panita on the side. 810. It's you bloody B************ D again. He showed his white teeth and sneered disdainfully. This time, you must die tragically in the domain of the Empire. With the ultimate self-confidence, Gerard believes that he is the strongest being and will never be troubled by failure. The only one who can defeat him is His Majesty Yohabok, who gave him strength. Panita was silent on the side, obviously not intending to speak. His character has always been like this, and he doesn't want to say anything to people. Even when he communicates with his teammates, only Liji Barrow can understand what he means. And this also led to Panita's perverted character. During battle, it habitually twists the opponent's limbs and kneads them into balls. It's really arrogant. Standing on the desolate plain, Su Feng held the liberated Guanxizheng and smiled and looked at the two of them. I didn't expect you to set a warning spirit in the entire Invisible Empire. The reason why he was surrounded by these two people here. All because of Hazard's orders. In order to prevent Su Feng's sudden appearance to disturb Yuabok's sleep. Advertisement. Hazard ordered the members of the Star-Crossed Knights to fully control the spirits on the periphery of the Invisible Empire. Thus, once an enemy invades, you will know the information as soon as possible. If it weren't for the omniscience and omnipotence of Yuabok, it would not work for Su Feng. They are not so troublesome either, and when it was discovered that the vigilant spirit had been touched. As two of the most powerful forces of the Star-Crossed Knights, Panita and Gerald also rushed to the location of Su Feng at the first time. It was successfully intercepted on the wild plains thousands of kilometers away from the Invisible Empire. But that doesn't matter. Su Feng raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. I just need to do a little experiment. 35. The sizzling thunder light circulated between the eyes, gradually walking around on the transparent blue blade, like a living thing. Don't be arrogant, Shinigami. Gerald opened his hands, and golden rays of light burst out from his palms, forming a huge long bow. The violent spirits gathered in it. Welcome to this powerful blow. Gerald was laughing wildly. Go to hell, Shinigami. Holy Slaying Arrow. As the most common attack method of Quincy, the holy arrow inspired by Gerald was not on the same level as the ordinary Quincy. The beam of light shot out from the longbow, instantly plowing deep ravines on the ground of the wilderness. It spun rapidly, swept towards Su Feng, and approached directly with a strong wind. Scoff. Su Feng raised his knife and slashed out, and the cold light flashed across the sky. The holy annihilation arrow was cut off directly from the center. Burst of light, scattered, CDBJ, to open. No damage was done to Su Feng. The dignified god forgives the guards, so don't try this kind of trick. Su Feng raised his arm and pointed Zanpakuto at him. Take out your holy body, and let me see the highest end combat power of the Invisible Empire. 5. Heard. Gerald suddenly burst into laughter, but there is only one Shinigami, not even Bankai. How can I let Lord Gerald finish using the Holy Communion? Hear this. Advertisement. Su Feng suddenly knocked on his head. I forgot your holy character ability. Now but you can't use up the Holy Communion. 35. He raised his eyebrows and sighed. If that's the case, then let me help you. When the voice fell, Su Feng had already disappeared in place. Gerald's pupils shrank suddenly, before he had time to react. Su Feng is already close to his side. Don't be too confident. Holding the knife in both hands, he instantly penetrated Gerard's forehead with a straight stab. If I don't use all my strength, even Yohabok is not enough for me to slash. Laugh. Su Feng pulled out the knife, and a striking blood spraying burst out between Gerald's eyebrows. He fell straight down, as if he had lost all his vitality. And at the moment when Su Feng received the knife, the dazzling light also erupted on Gerard's body, like a sun. The mask with wings was cut off by him. Its true appearance is also shown in front of Su Feng. On Gerald's head there is a corolla of olive branches, a pair of epsilon-shaped black marks extending from both sides of the forehead to the eyelids. The eyes only have luminous whites with frame-shaped eye circles and a high nose bridge. Not a single eyebrow. Power is expanding. Even if Gerald was pierced through his head, he still did not die completely. Like an inflated balloon, the knotted muscles all over the body immediately swelled up. The roots are full of blue veins, and they are as ferocious and terrifying as tree roots. This is the power of the holy word a miracle. This ability makes Gerald immune to any negative state and turns it into a positive state. Simply put, all damage to his body will be converted into enhanced strength. Fight more and more bravely. It was this miraculous power that made Gerald confident and not afraid of anything, and always liked to take the initiative to provoke his opponents in battle. Because he didn't believe that there was damage he couldn't bear, he seemed very reckless. Even often use one enemy to show his strength, but even he didn't expect it. There are really people who can kill them with one blow. Gerald stood up in the light, and his burly figure showed the ultimate strength. Shigami, you will regret your actions. Chapter 161 The Holy Body. The Power of God. As the voice fell, Gerald directly turned into a light and came to Su Feng in an instant. The fist, like a heavy hammer, suddenly smashed downwards. Boom! Immediately, he flew towards the distance at a faster speed. Su Feng retracted his legs and said indifferently, "Do you really think you're fast enough?" Next moment, he then came to Gerard again, and with a violent attitude, he whipped the leg again and slammed it down towards the ground. Boom! The dust swayed, forming a dust wave dozens of meters high. When the dust dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared. Gerald's chest had collapsed, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, and there was no image at all. However, he still stood up from the deep pit and roared towards the sky. "Shinigami, you can't kill me," Gerald roared, his body repairing at a faster rate. This alone has surpassed the high-speed regeneration of the broken faces and completely crushed Tulkiura. Even the complete regeneration of Aizen is far behind. After all, Aizen is really dead when he is dead, but Gerald can still be resurrected when he is dead. It's just that the difficulty of killing Aizen is far greater than that of killing Gerald. At least, in Su Feng's view, this is the case. I must give you a little pressure. Su Feng frowned slightly. In this case, it is impossible to test the potential of the Heavenly Thunderwave sword. And when it's talking to itself, the overwhelming nerves are like a big net, winding towards him. As the left hand of the Spirit King, Penita's ability is also very strong. He can put his own nerves out to the outside world, and he can change its shape arbitrarily as long as it comes into contact with something, whether life or non-life. It can even inject nerves into the sacred arrow. When the holy killing arrow touches a foreign object, it will still activate the ability to enforce it. Not only that, Advertisement Penita can also get all the information about things that come into contact with the nerves, and gradually evolve the nerves to the level of things. And the extent to which he evolves will also depend on the upper limit of the Spirit King. After all, it is the left hand of the Spirit King. And this also means that Penita's power will be the upper limit of the world. The premise is that he can withstand this evolution. If Su Feng remembers correctly, it was with the invention of Ni Yuli that this guy caused his own over-evolution and collapsed completely. So, when he comes into contact with the power of wave, what kind of posture will he show? In the face of overwhelming nerves, Su Feng didn't mean to defend, but handed his Zanpakuto backhand. Penita thought in the distance was startled, obviously did not understand what the other party meant. And just when he was stunned, the sharp blade had already touched his nerve. This moment, massive amounts of information, like a tidal wave, swarmed into his brain. Penita's cloak fell, revealing its original face, with an eye on a huge palm. In the eyes, there are 2 eyeballs, and the 5 fingers are connected by chains. He froze in place, frantically accepting the information from his nerves. On the huge palm, the skin bulged. The fingers are also constantly expanding and shrinking, twisting themselves and changing their posture. Until the end, the flesh and blood on the Spirit King's left hand continued to increase and enlarge. From the original height of one person, it became a huge monster nearly 100 meters high. But this gesture did not last a few breaths of time. Just like a bomb, it exploded directly. Tisk tisk, looks exactly as Urahara Kazuki guessed, 35. Su Feng shook his head in disappointment. Even if the Spirit King's left hand has the power to move forward, it is still unable to fully accept the power of fluctuation. In fact, about Guanxi Zhengzong, it has been completely transformed as early as when Su Feng got it. Kan's Masamune is no longer in existence of the same level as the ordinary Zanpakuto. Even Hayasabi Ichibe can erase the name of Kan's Masamune. For this, Su Feng has sufficient confidence. Penita was bombed, blood was scattered, and all vitality was directly wiped out. The death of another member of the Star-Crossed Knights. Advertisement Gerald in the deep pit jumped high, and the surging power turned into a huge sacred arrow, like a beam of light, lacing towards Su Feng. Katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Let me see the full potential of the Spirit King's heart. Su Feng withdrew his attention to Penita and raised Guanxijung with his backhand. A raging flame ignited on it, causing the surrounding to collapse. Extreme Flame Breaking Wave Sword. The scorching magma sword pressed, bursting above the blade. The temperature of the entire invisible empire is rising because of this. When the sword pressure and the sacred arrow collided, the shockwave like the destruction of the sky and the earth spread out in all directions, and the ground outlined the gullies. The terrifying power swept in all directions, directly cleaning up everything on the ground. Leftover. There is only endless lava. The sacred extinguishing arrow was directly torn apart, and the remaining power of the extreme flame splitting wave sword did not diminish, directly engulfing Gerald. Point 0 accompanied by a dull cry of pain. Gerald's body was being incinerated, and a large piece of flesh and blood was directly burned into charcoal, revealing the white bones. This time, it should be strong enough, right? Su Feng touched his chin, looked at Gerald and thought. After being killed twice in a row, this guy should show the Holy Communion. Gerard was set on fire. The skin is cracked, and the blood is directly evaporated when it flows out. The extreme pain instantly engulfed all his consciousness. And when the flames receded, a more violent Ryotsu burst out from his body. A strong breath reverberated under the sky, like a continuous thunder. A fiery golden light burst out, completely covering Gerard. And his body is also growing continuously in the light, until it reaches a height of tens of meters. On Gerald's head, there was a protective mask made of spirits that exposed his eyes and part of his mouth, and black lines extending from his shoulders to his arms appeared. Opposite black and white lines appear on the lower half of its body, and a pair of angel wings are born on the back. He holds a holy sword with a ray-shaped hilt in his right hand, and a sun-holy shield with protruding thorns in his left hand, like a reborn god of war. Experience the despair, Shinigami. Gerald's indifferent eyes fell on Su Feng. This is the invincible power from the gods. Complete the Eucharist, the power of God. Chapter 162. The Power of Heavenly Thunder, an invitation from Broken Bee. Gerard completely abandoned his emotions, just to defend my dignity. The sword of hope was held in his hand, and a scorching light like the sun burst out from it. Welcome to the judgment from the gods, he made an indifferent voice, your destiny is. Die. As his voice fell, the sword of hope fell directly towards Su Feng. Boom. The high-density spiritual suns condensed into a sword pressure, tearing apart the earth like a ray of light and severing the sky. A flash of excitement flashed in Su Feng's eyes, such power. Finally, it was barely up to the standard he wanted. In that case, it's time to try. He raised the Zanpakuto Guanshijunzong, and a sizzling thunder light suddenly rose above the translucent blue blade. The originally clear sky was also obscured by thick clouds at this moment. The rolling thunder, August 10th, wandered in it, suppressed, and could explode at any time. And the moment when Guanshijung falls, the huge formation was formed directly under the blade, and several huge wave balls emitting violent thunder and lightning emerged. At this time, Gerard's attack just fell into the formation. The shocking thing happened, and the blow full of anger had no effect. Directly engulfed by the escaping thunder and lightning, even the form of the spiritual child no longer exists. And with the expansion of the formation, Gerald is also directly included, covering a range of hundreds of kilometers. This moment, the thunderous masterpiece, like the end of the world. Then, an unimaginable scene broke out. Under the control of Su Feng, the wave ball containing thunder exploded directly. Rumbling, a terrifying blue-purple beam of light soared into the sky, directly collapsing the earth, and even penetrating the sky. A scene like the end of the world is presented in the realm of the Invisible Empire. The power of the explosion is spreading. Gerald was swallowed directly into it. Its seemingly strong and burly body, even if it persisted for less than a breath of time, was directly burned into the smallest spiritual child. The scope of destruction is expanding. It even spread to the Palace of Ice. Advertisement: several members of the Star Crusader Knights appeared outside the palace and constructed a spiritual barrier to block the aftermath. Even more outrageous, the teamwork of many of them was still accidentally affected in the aftermath, directly annihilated, and reduced to the same end as Gerard. The dark clouds dissipated. The duration of the Heavenly Thunderwave sword is far less than that of the unmoving Ming King formation. But in the outbreak, it is much stronger. As for whether it can have a stronger destructive power, it depends on whether Su Feng has injected more power of volatility. Okay, the experiment ends here. Su Feng put the knife into the sheath, and restrained the Spirit King's left hand with the power of waves. Penita is dead. The rest is just the left hand of the unconscious Spirit King. As for Gerald, who was annihilated by the Heavenly Thunderwave sword, it seems that he has not completely died. The power of the Spirit King's heart is far stronger than his left hand. The dull heartbeat, like the sound of thunder resounding again, resounded in the realm of the Invisible Empire. A large number of spiritual suns gathered into a light-like form, and gathered towards the center. But Su Feng has no idea of continuing. If you want to kill this guy completely, you must at least have a dark skywave eye. Su Feng took out the shadow reagent and poured it into the shadow under his feet. As the portal between the two worlds opened, he walked straight into it with the Spirit King's left hand. Let's save it for next time. With Gerald's angry roar, Su Feng left the Invisible Empire directly. Soul Society. When Su Feng put the Spirit King's left hand in front of Urahara Kazuki and Nimori, the expressions of the two of them were already numb. Grammy's brain has not yet been studied. That conjecture hasn't even been realized yet. Here Su Feng brought the Spirit King's left hand again. In this day and age, can even this kind of thing be wholesaled? The Spirit King's left hand was developed by Yohabak and transformed into Penita Pikaja, 35. Its holy text ability is enforced. 35 Su Feng provided information to the two. The simple point would be to contact the outside world and then evolve itself. Well, it's a bit like Ni Yuli's demonic fetus. Heard. Ni Yuli's hand touching Penita suddenly stopped, looked up at Su Feng, and asked with a strange smile. This idiot is not going to contact you, is he? Su Feng's expression was a little helpless. I've already hit the Invisible Empire. Can't I ask people to come out and stop it? Penita exudes nerves and touches my Zanpakuto, 99. And then, it exploded. Ni Yuli suddenly showed such an expression as expected. Advertisement based on his more than 10 years of experience in studying the power of volatility. The death of Benita was not wrong at all. Not to mention the power of the Spirit King. Even if the Spirit King himself came, he might not be able to analyze Su Feng's power of fluctuation. Long ago, he has already begun to doubt this power that does not belong to this world at all. But for this, not only him, but Urahara Kazuki and other captains all have varying degrees of awareness. But they didn't care about it. About Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's execution, 35. Urahara Kazuki suddenly reminded, it will be 3 days later. Captain Yamamoto was under a lot of pressure from other nobles. Fortunately, the 4 aristocrats are not present, 35. He smiled with some schadenfreude. Byakuya and the others seemed to be very happy about Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's death too. Any normal person, after understanding what Tsuneyashiro Tokunada did. No sympathy for this guy. In Tsuneyashiro's house now, there are only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens left, and they can't make any waves anymore. To this, the subsequent successor, the head of the Tsuneyashiro clan, shared the power of controlling the Great Spirit Book Corridor with Yamamoto Uenyujai. This also makes it sustainable. 3 days later. On the hill of Sōkyoku, as the captain, Su Feng took Yadomaru Lisa to the ceremony of watching the execution. This time, the King of Ruin Valley's performance was quite stable. With a single beak, Tsuneyashiro Shiden was completely melted, leaving no trace at all. 1.9 However, Su Feng was a little surprised. After it was completely decomposed, the spiritual child actually automatically gathered in the world where hell was. Is there a captain class that cannot be decomposed? Su Feng figured out, and just as he was thinking, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Feng opened the invitation, and there was ridicule in his eyes. Before Su Feng could speak, she had already disappeared in place. Shunpo's speed was as fast as turning on the instant coaxing state. The family feast of the Bee family will be held in a week. Broken Bee shoved an invitation card into Su Feng's arms. This kind of invitation. Su Feng lowered his head unexpectedly, but happened to see Broken Bee put his head aside and said in a slightly arrogant tone. Captain Su Feng, it's the first time I've seen it. The voice seemed to hesitate for a long time. Chapter 163 The Bee Family Banquet. What is the Bee Family Banquet? Su Feng asked sideways. For some things that don't really appear in the original. He doesn't understand. After all, it counts according to seniority. Even Hitsugaya Toshiro was considered his senior. Yadomaru Lisa on the side pushed his lecherous glasses and said with a knowledgeable attitude. The Bee family is a rare and powerful family among the lower nobles. They have made assassinations and executions their careers from generation to generation, and the whole family will join the criminal army when they reach adulthood. Generations are destined to devote their whole lives to this, and, strong, is the embodiment of their value. Her expression became a little more serious. If anyone does not join the criminal army, they will be exiled by the whole clan. 39. And the Bee family banquet is a ceremony for a new generation of clansmen to join the Shingjun. Speaking of which, a look of doubt appeared on Yadomaru Lisa's face. But logically speaking, they wouldn't invite outsiders to participate in this kind of family banquet. Could it be because of the big incident that the captain committed in the noble street before? Su Feng's heart moved slightly. It is natural to know that the big event that Yadomaru Lisa is referring to is about the Tsuneyashiro family. 23. On that day, the entire noble street was reduced to ruins. Many families suffered heavy casualties, and, if it weren't for Su Feng's extreme flame-cracking wave sword to restrain the multi-chanted 5 dragons from being destroyed. I'm afraid not. The number of casualties has doubled. Well, but since the invitations have already been sent. 35. Yadomaru Lisa said, it's okay for the captain to go and have a look. The Bee family seems to be a dangerous occupation, but it is actually very friendly to outsiders. It's just that the requirements for my own family are stricter. Heard. Su Feng hesitated a little, then nodded. He also knows a little bit about the Bee family. Broken Bee, whose real name is actually Soi Fan, is the 9th generation of the Bee family. She also had 5 elder brothers, but all died in the process of carrying out the mission. Then when she grew up, she also became the most outstanding member of the Bee family, and thus inherited the name of Broken Bee from the previous family owner. After Shihuan Yoruichi defected from Soul Society, he took over as the captain of the 2nd division. At present, Tsuneyashiro's family has been abolished by 90%, and Hueco Mundo will be the new king of Hueco Mundo, which is completely stable. Advertisement in the Invisible Empire, Uebok is in a deep sleep. After Su Feng went to friendly visits several times in a row, it was too late to come to the Star-Crossed Knights to take precautions, and it was impossible for him to come out and make trouble. As for Aizen, it seemed as if he had disappeared, and he couldn't find a trace at all. In the corridor of the Great Spirit Book, there is no follow-up news related to it, and it seems that he has completely left Soul Society. And the mole city of the Endless Hell is also double. Still in the healing phase, but according to this guy's words, he is not ready to go back to the underground prison for the time being. It's too dark there, not suitable for someone with extreme thoughts like him. I don't know what reason this guy used to persuade Yamamoto Uenyujai. Let such a dangerous existence stay in Soul Society. At least for now, Mole City Shuang is not in any danger. Or, the safest place is where Su Feng is, since you said so. Su Feng nodded. Let's go there then. 5. The torture ends. Suniyashiro Tokunada no longer has the slightest chance to make a comeback. Even if it still has its resurrected posture in hell. But for Su Feng, to die is to die completely. Even if you come out of hell in the future, it will only be a matter of another knife. 7 days later, Su Feng was invited to a banquet and came to the front of the B's house at the same time. Due to the nature of the family's occupation, the B family did not arrange the family residence in the Noble Street. But after the second team quarters, as a second division with multiple squads, its location is far larger than other divisions. So that the resident of the B family looks no less than other nobles. Captain Su Feng? Surprise sound came from the door. The two figures, wrapped in sternness, walked quickly to Su Feng. Are you guys from the second division? This familiar dress made Su Feng instantly recognize their identities. Also a member of the B family, 99 one of them, Shinigami, said in a slightly cheerful voice. Captain, she made us wait here for your arrival. For the arrival of Su Feng, the two members of the B family seemed very happy. Advertisement. This can't help but surprise Su Feng. Is there any particularity to this B family's banquet? Under their leadership, Su Feng walked straight into the B's house, and what caught his eye was the incomparably spacious manner. Similar to the dress of the previous members, it appears on the street from time to time. What makes Su Feng even more puzzled is that, along the way, I could not see any other captains or members of other squads. Until he opened his mouth to ask. Leading the way, Shinigami explained, Captain, didn't she tell you? The feast of the B family, only members of the B family can participate. It's the first time I've met someone like you wearing Haori, the captain of other divisions, to the B family banquet. Heard. A bad premonition appeared in Su Feng's heart. Could it be that the arrogant guy from the broken bee? It's about time. It is very rude to leave. Su Feng could only bite the bullet and walk to the main court in the middle of the B family. The broken bee has short hair with neat bangs, an ancient Edo bun, and a ring bell snake braid. The white Captain Yuri has 2 sleeves cut off, giving people a sense of refinement. 810 however, at this time, she didn't have the slightest sense of refinement. Broken Bee lowered his head, his eyes wandered back and forth among the delicacies on the table, and he didn't mean to look up at Su Feng at all. On the other hand, the kind-faced old lady beside him looked at Su Feng with a satisfied look and nodded in response from time to time. Until Su Feng approached. The old lady stood up and said with a slightly respectful attitude. Welcome Captain Su Feng to my Bee family banquet. I'm Soifan's grandmother, Airy Bee. She is slightly short in stature, full of silver hair, in good spirits, and there is a vague resemblance to Broken Bee on her old face. Actually, I was a little hesitant about inviting you to the family dinner. Bee Airy was straightforward and unabashedly said, but since the Suniyashiro family incident, I have come to know a little bit about you from the mouths of the members of the various noble families. 5. Speaking of this, Su Feng's ominous premonition became more and more obvious. On the other side, Broken Bee's head could already be buried under the table. The rosy color spread all the way from the cheeks to the roots of the ears, until the white neck was also dyed red. So, Honey Bee smiled, revealing a few teeth. When will you come and marry our Soy Fawn? Chapter 164. This 5th division is not right as soon as this word comes out. Even if Su Feng remained calm, he was still in place. Couldn't come back to God for a long time. The ominous premonition in my heart came true. With such an arrogant character as Broken Bee, he was actually able to do such a thing. Cough cough. Su Feng used a violent cough to cover up his embarrassment. After all, he was not mentally prepared either. Although Broken Bee is petite and cute, and her appearance is exquisite, she can't even pick out any faults in her personality other than being arrogant. And it seems that from a very early age, she gradually faded from her worship of Shihu and Yoruichi. When exactly did it start? Su Feng's thoughts drifted away. I got it. When he first joined the True Spiritual Academy. In order to obtain the whereabouts of Shihu and Yoruichi, the Broken Bee came to threaten himself. As for the subsequent results, pretty miserable. Broken Bee was directly reduced to Su Feng's toolman. The relationship between the two also improved. As for what exactly this guy made up his mind. Su Feng was a little confused for a while. Could it be that? Bee Airy held her arms in her arms, wondering if she was. Isn't Captain Su Feng willing? Are these just wishful thinking of Ayakosho? As soon as this word comes out, the blood on Broken Bee's face instantly faded, leaving only the paleness of paper. She raised her head, a trace of despair flashed in her black eyes. See the Broken Bee like this? Su Feng couldn't help sighing, and reached out and rubbed her head gently. It's not that I don't agree to this, but I'm afraid that now that she has agreed, Ujiwa will take a knife and slash all the way from the 2nd division to the Bee's house. Feeling the temperature from her hair, Shui Feng's pretty face turned red, but she did not dodge, but looked at Su Feng with a stubborn expression. I'm not afraid of Captain Ujiwa, but I don't want to wait here any longer for answers. Speaking of which, her tone dropped a little, because I know. After a long wait, the answer will not come. Advertisement. Heard. Su Feng looked down at Broken Bee, with a hint of desire in her stubborn expression. She didn't want anything, just an affirmative answer. Since it is your will. Su Feng comforted softly, then let everything calm down. I won't make any promises like an oath, but I will guard by your side. Forever. There were crystal tears in the corners of Broken Bee's eyes, like gems flashing on his cheeks. Facing Su Feng's gaze, she nodded vigorously. The future is unpredictable, only the present should be cherished. All she needs is a promise. The family banquet of the Bee family was not as grand as Su Feng imagined. Because of the death of the broken Bee brothers, this originally huge family also seemed a little deserted. Aside from Shuabi and Bee Eri, the rest are just a few members of the unsmiling punishment army. Down for a dinner. In the performance of Broken Bee, everyone could not wait to draw a knife and cut the boy wearing the white feather-woven fabric. After expressing his intentions, the Broken Bee was completely attached to Su Feng's side. Pick up the vegetables, feed the vegetables, and do it at one go. In this scene, they couldn't help but succumb to their blood and their souls rioted. Sister, you are also the contemporary head of the Feng family, can you not make this upside-down picture? Are we acting a little bit out of character? Everyone is the captain, there is no distinction between superior and inferior. Seemingly noticing the gazes of his fellow clansmen, Broken Bee put his head aside and snorted in disdain. Then another dish was added. Feed Su Feng personally. After this family dinner, Su Feng only felt that his mouth was a little numb. And the hands are really idle and have no place to put them. Although it is not used to it, it feels really good. Before leaving, Broken Bee personally sent Su Feng to the door of the bee's house. Fingers crossed, feeling the warmth in each other's palms. Her flushed cheeks were as beautiful as the sunset. Su Feng didn't think too much, but rubbed Shattered Bee's black hair again. No way. The height difference is there, and this kind of action is the most intimate. I hope the next time I come to the bee's house. Su Feng smiled and said, I can take you away, say it. However, Broken Bee gently waved to him, as if whispering. Su Feng bent over and lowered his body, his head drooping. There was no waiting for a whisper, advertisement. He only felt a little warmth coming from his mouth, as if a dragonfly touched the water. When Su Feng came back to his senses, the figure of the Broken Bee has disappeared in place. She waved at him without looking back, as if saying goodbye. Perhaps, this is Tsunere Broken Bee's way of expressing love. Su Feng looked at its distant figure and could vaguely see the roots of its reddish ears. Appropriate arrogance seems to be pretty good too. The fifth squad, Yadomaru Lisa stared at her captain with a strange look. She always felt that the captain seemed a little abnormal after returning from the Bee family banquet. As for what is wrong, I can't say. Hello, your eyes are very rude. Su Feng tapped the tabletop, making a dissatisfied tapping sound. Although I admit that it is a bit too much to entrust all official duties to you. But you can definitely let Rukia help you with some of it. Heard. Yadomaru Lisa pouted and said disdainfully. That point of official business was done as early as the morning, 35. As long as you don't go and demolish a certain team building or an underground council hall, as long as you stop, 55. The official business of the 5th division is just a little bit. That said, it really doesn't give Su Feng any face. I don't think it's because of your work. Yadomaru Lisa suddenly approached, staring at Su Feng with suspicious eyes. Since the captain returned from the Bee family's banquet. She said each word in a skeptical tone, and there was a constant burst of unintelligible laughter. 5. Although I don't know what happened, but I'm sure there must be nothing good about it. Su Feng looked at the delicate face that was approaching gradually, with her crystal clear skin, and couldn't help sighing. You have to trust this captain, just a simple one. Before he could finish his words, there was the sound of rushing footsteps at the door. Bumped into Yadomaru Lisa's body, intimacy of gesture. The reckless Rukia burst into the room with an extremely fast shunpo. At last, an inadvertent drag caused an unimaginable psychological impact on Rukia. Yadomaru Lisa and Su Feng touched their foreheads and their lips. Then, in Rukia's haunted look, Chapter 165A thing about the Women's Shinigami Association. You. Rukia, with a broken view, pointed at the two of them with trembling fingers. The flushing on his face spread from his cheeks to his neck. Yadomaru Lisa also looked like her and stood up in a panic. On the contrary, the flash of joy in her eyes betrayed her true heart. I have other work to do. Yadomaru Lisa turned around and disappeared at the end of the corridor. From her red ears, it is not difficult to see her happiness. Rukia's face turned red, and after taking a few deep breaths, she calmed down. Subsequently, she looked at Su Feng seriously and said in a very solemn tone. Brother Su Feng, Captain Su Feng, if there is a need next time, please let me come. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the girl was knocked on the head by Su Feng. Who do you take me for? Su Feng scolded righteously, don't you know the big brother at all after spending so many years with the big brother? 9. Don't put your own thoughts into it, Rukia. Rukia rubbed her head with a confused look on her face. But big brother, 810, it's because I know what kind of person you are that I think like that. Her tone grew firm and full of courage, from Captain Unoa, to Captain Broken Bee, to Sister Lisa, and possibly Yongyan. I think, if you don't do it again, Brother Su Feng really won't get enough points, 99. As soon as the words are finished, before waiting for Su Feng to respond, Rukia blushed and leaned forward. A warm and sweet feeling came from the mouth, I won't give up easily. Su Feng could even feel the temperature on Rukia's cheeks when he got close. As you can imagine, how much courage she mustered to make such a move. After publishing your manifesto, Rukia also hurried out of the room. With her character, being able to be so proactive is already the limit. If you continue to stay, she was afraid that she was going to faint in the room. Su Feng felt the sweetness in his mouth, and his expression was extremely strange. Recently, advertisement, are they all evil? Although very happy about it. But Su Feng still felt that things were not as simple as they thought. Afternoon. Kuchiki's house, somewhere in a secret room. A small pink head was lying on the table energetically, listening carefully to what the person in front of him said. That's it, President. With a flushed face, Rukia reluctantly recounted what happened before. Well, little Rukia is still very brave. Kusaka Yachiryu stood up, stepped on the table, and patted Rukia on the shoulder hard. But courage alone is not enough. She stuffed 2 golden candies into her mouth and said vaguely. Although our chairman is willing to share Su Feng with you, he has always regarded you as his sister. Heard. Rukia hurriedly explained, no, the president. I think brother Su Feng must have some other thoughts for me, 95. She racked her brains thinking. Maybe 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago. I can't remember exactly when. Rukia affirmed with a firm tone. The elder brother said, I still love you. This sentence will always be remembered by me. Kusaka Yachiryu looked at Rukia helplessly and sighed deeply. Just be happy. As the president of the Women's Shinigami Association. She has been feeling very tired recently, once upon a time. What a happy association, why are you talking about Su Feng everywhere? From the chairman Unohana Retsu, to the ordinary members, Yadumaru Lisa, Rukia Kuchiki. The evil spirits of a bunch of people. The trend of the Women's Shinigami Association has been completely deviated. As the chairman, she can only do her best to meet the members' thoughts and demands. When necessary, also act as a think tank, please. She is just a pure and innocent Zanpakuto materialization. Where did she get so many crooked intestines? Kaolu Bachinliu hugged his arms and sighed helplessly again. $. Advertisement. She picked up the Jinping candy on the table and said cheerfully, Bai Jun gave me a lot of Jinping candy. Just when Kaolu Bachinliu was immersed in Jinping sugar. Rukia has already stepped aside and started to discuss some details of the strategy with Yadumaru Lisa. For example, some bad preferences of Su Feng, etc. If you can. It's better to start a new Raiders Association or something on the Women's Shinigami Association. To this, Unohana Retsu expressed great interest and even agreed to arrange the office of the association in the team building of the 4th Division. And this weird unfolding, it has been going on for quite a long time. To this, Su Feng was completely unaware. After all, it's a little too impolite to use your mind to peek at other people's homes. The Women's Shinigami Association has its office in the Kuchiki house. Undoubtedly the most genius decision, in the next period of time. Su Feng always gets some weird gifts from time to time. Such as the bound edition of The Rose-Colored Path, the flower arrangement with roses as the main body, the super sweet cakes printed with the rabbit choppy, and the hidden weapons engraved with various assassination lists. To this, if it is unacceptable, it is not, can only say. It may take quite a long time for Su Feng to correct these guys' distorted view of love. If possible, it would be better for them to go to the present world for further study. The broken boundary is called the Valley. Above the sky, a magnificent palace stands in the clouds. If anyone in the know carefully observes it, there must be many similarities between this palace and the Spirit King Palace above the Soul Society. Inside the palace, a figure sat on the throne in the middle. He was dressed in a white robe, and his medium-length brown hair was combed back, with only 1 or 2 strands of hair hanging from his forehead. Same as when he left Soul Society. Aizen didn't seem to have changed much. The only district police officer, the pair of brown pupils, had turned bright white. It's like a gem. He looked at the spirit child in front of him with interest, which was constantly changing. An elegant voice resounded in the empty palace. Is this the power of re-evolution? It's not far from the day we meet again, Mr. Su Feng. Chapter 166. The Evolution of Aizen, the Wool of the Invisible Empire. After gaining the power of the Spirit King, Aizen brought Ichimaru Jin to the Valley of the Broken World. The palace where Tsuneyashiro Tokunada stayed here was taken advantage of. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada has been thinking about restoring the status of the 5 nobles and becoming a Spirit King-like existence. He once ordered Dao Yugen Aura to use local materials to build a pseudo-spirit palace in the valley. This shows his ambition. However, since the shell-destroyed king was sent into his soul, there has been no follow-up. And Aizen had already reached this point, and came here directly after winning the Spirit King's right arm. Occupied this pseudo-spirit palace, and after entering here, Aizen spends his days studying the development and integration of the power of the Spirit King. With the help of Hogyoku, its progress far exceeded expectations. He is now. Self-confidence is not weaker than Su Feng's godlike state when he was in Hueco Mundo. Not enough, Aizen waved his hand to dismiss the stream of spirits in front of him, making it return to the valley. The pure power of the spiritual sun cannot compete with the power of Su Feng Jun. I must find a more powerful being. His eyes flickered, as if he contained infinite power. Perhaps, Quincy Master is a good choice, someday in a month. The communication from the first team was sent to each team in the most urgent state. And Su Feng also came to the first team for the first time. About Aizen's trail, Yamamoto Genyazai looked at the captains with a heavy expression. According to the information provided by Captain Ni, he appeared in Seireidi's shadow space not long ago and clashed with the quintessentials of the Invisible Empire. The intensity of the battle was no less than that of Captain Su Feng's several trips. 35. The situation is urgent, please be sure to share your suggestions and opinions. 5. When hearing this, Su Feng couldn't help but have a weird expression. What kind of expansion is this? Aizen doesn't care about the broken wall Spirit King anymore. How is it so good, and also go to the wool of the Invisible Empire? You do that, Yohabak, does he know? I can't fathom this guy. 39. Advertisement Kyoraku Shunsui supported his bamboo hat and said in a helpless tone. Even with his colleagues for 100 years, I haven't seen his true colors clearly. At this time, how can you guess what he thinks? As a captain who used to have a good relationship with Aizen, Kyoraku Shunsui has always had a mixed attitude towards his mutiny. Knowing that the past is irreversible, but still lingering in memories from time to time. It can only be said that he is a very old-fashioned person. The same is true of the former Kuriashiki Kenpachi. Until now, Kyoraku Shunsui also regularly goes to Kuriashiki Kenpachi's tomb to worship. The old man believes that the position of Aizen should be locked as soon as possible. 99. Komamura Sajin said in a low voice, if possible, gather the captains to besiege him. Never let such a dangerous sinner continue to roam the outside world. 99. The voice just fell. Ni Yuli let out a disdainful sneer. Stop talking. Just the rest of us, together, it's not enough for Aizen to play alone. 99. Even if the location is locked, Urahara Su Feng can only go alone. He spread his hands out and smiled more and more disdainfully. And the position where the two fight can't be chosen in Seirei or nearby. Otherwise, Ni Yuli grinned and put on an explosive posture. The whole Seirei will be in the aftermath of the two-man fight. 99. Ash. Fly. Smoke. Extinguishing. As a collaborator, Ni Yuli knows best that Su Feng's combat power is strong. And he came to a conclusion after observing the damage Aizen caused to the Invisible Empire. After integrating the power of the Spirit King, Aizen is no weaker than Su Feng in terms of destruction. This also leads to one thing. In the entire Goding 13 team, only Su Feng was able to fight against Aizen. As for the commander-in-chief Yamamoto Genyazai, because of Kyoka Suigetsu, he couldn't fight Aizen at all. If you insist on fighting, I am afraid that Aizen will wipe his neck in the first round. Hateful. Komamura Sajin glared at Nimori. Is there no other way? He didn't target Ni Yuli, but hated his own incompetence. Katakana middle dot seeking flowers unable to complete the role of goading court. As the most loyal captain to Yamamoto Genryuzai, Komamura Sajin has been working hard with Yamamoto Genryuzai as his goal. Advertisement what Yamamoto said and did was justice to him. I'm sorry. 35 Ni Yuli smiled strangely, there is no way. Unless Aizen thinks he's already strong and surpasses Su Feng. Then he would challenge Urahara Su Feng. At that time, we will just wait for the smooth end of the battle. Heard. The expressions of the captains were a little surprised. Broken Bee hesitated. Why? Is it Su Feng? Don't forget. Lo. Ni Yuli reminded, what Aizen said when he left Soul Society under the protection of negation. Point 0. The throne above the sky has been vacant for a long time. All he has to do is become a presence on the throne. And in front of him, there is only Urahara Su Feng, the insurmountable mountain. Although on weekdays, his attitude towards Su Feng was the most unpleasant. But in fact, Ni Yuli is the most outrageous Su Feng blowing. With the deepening of collaborative research, and after the addition of Urahara Kazuki, his understanding of the power of volatility is also getting deeper and deeper. Therefore, Ni Yuli will have the firmest confidence in Su Feng. He even thought that even if the Spirit King was resurrected, Su Feng could not be killed. The Spirit King seals Su Feng. This was the final outcome he could imagine. After hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. But Su Feng could only stand there with a smile on his face. What can he do? After Ni Yuli said these words, he completely dumped the burden on him. Although he is not afraid of Aizen, but it's really unbearable to flatter people like that. Captain Su Feng. A low and majestic voice sounded in the conference room. Yamamoto Uenujai stared. Is there a different view on Aizen? 35. A time. All eyes in the conference room were focused on Su Feng. Chapter 167 Speculation about the Spirit King's will. View? When all eyes were on Su Feng, he had no idea at all. Whether in Soul Society or Hueco Mundo or in this world. A level like Aizen, if you want to hide. Even Su Feng, it is difficult to find traces of each other in these worlds. There are so many ways to hide yourself. Kido, Full Bloom, Holy Word abilities, even the power of Zanpakuto. On Kido alone, Su Feng was able to find more than 10 ways to hide. At the level of Aizen's Ryatsu, if it is completely hidden. Impossible to find at all. Apart from that, don't forget that Aizen is a scientist no less than Urahara Kazuki and Nimori. As the existence of the incomplete Hogyoku, its scientific research level has surpassed the peak of the world's August 10th world. Maybe even Urahara Kazuki would be suppressed by him in this regard if he devotes himself to his research. If Kurosaki Ichigo and Su Feng are both hanging on the wall. That Aizen is definitely a true genius. In every sense, it is a unique existence. This also leads to Su Feng's view that if Aizen restrains his mentality, it will be much more troublesome than Uebach. Uebach is just a little mentally abnormal and a little stronger in strength. There is absolutely nothing to fear. Moreover, the invisible empire is at the foot, and one day it is unhappy, you can choose to go hard. This is not. Aizen just went for a wave of wool. Not surprisingly, his purpose should be Gerard Valkyrie, the heart of the Spirit King. The power of the Spirit King can promote the evolution of Hogyoku, thus driving Aizen's own plan. After successively merging the Spirit King's right arm, the Spirit King's lock knot, and a large amount of the power of the complete appearance, Aizen itself can replace the Spirit King and become a wedge-like existence in the three realms. As for whether there is any will of the Spirit King at work in this, that is not what Su Feng can know. After all, in the original work, everything about Kurosaki Ichigo has the will of the Spirit King in it. It even includes Uebach and Team Zero. Advertisement. Strictly speaking, the omnipotence of the Spirit King controls the development of the world, and all changes are under his control. But Su Feng can be sure about his own existence. The current Spirit King absolutely cannot interfere. The power of fluctuation is far more powerful than the power of the spiritual child. The great darkness after an awakening was about to reach that level. Not to mention the Emperor of Heaven and Ashura. That was the existence that completely crushed the Spirit King. Thinking of this, Su Feng shook his head helplessly. There is no good way. 99, as Captain Ni said, now we can only wait for Aizen to stand up. He sighed, and the helpless look on his face became even more intense. It's as difficult to find Aizen as it is to kill Yohabak right now. Everyone heard this, he also chose to be silent. About the Invisible Empire and Yohabak and the Quincy. After Yamamoto Uenyujai learned about this, he also thought about gathering the captain and then destroying him. But after a fierce battle, Seireidi appeared shaken. It has to be said that the Quenchers chose the shadow space of Seireidi as the seat of the Invisible Empire. It really can be attacked and defended, they don't care about the destruction of Seireidi at all. After Yohabak fully woke up from his slumber and regained all his power, and can directly start war, at that time, the existence of the Invisible Empire will not be necessary. Yohabak won and directly became the king of the three world spirits, reshaping the world order. If they lose, all the Quincy masters will be untouchable, and there will be no chance for them to turn around. To this, Su Feng had already noticed it earlier. It's just that Yamamoto Uenyujai was so eager to kill his friend Habak that he tried it again. As a result, he came back injured. The three remaining grievances of the Shenshui guards were not easy to provoke. In addition, there is also a castrated version of Yohabak, Ugrin Hazward. And some members of the Star-Crossed Knights are not very easy to deal with. If you swarm up, advertisement relying on Shikai and Yamamoto alone will be somewhat troublesome. And that's what caused him to come back in vain. This kind of difficulty, Yamamoto Uenyujai was silent for a while. As a party, he understands it best. If you want to kill Yohabak, you must kill the entire Star-Crossed Knights, then destroy the Invisible Empire, and then catch the entire Seireidi, including the Soul Society. Perhaps more difficult. Su Feng said indifferently, Aizen, who is completely hidden, is actually far less threatening than Yohabak. But I'm more curious now what he got in the Invisible Empire. 9. Saying that, Su Feng turned his gaze to Ni Yuli. So many days down, Nomori and Urahara Kazuki have researched spiritual tools to monitor the Invisible Empire. Except for everything in the Ice Palace, the entire Invisible Empire is under their surveillance. To this, that is, the omniscient and omnipotent Hazward noticed something and destroyed several monitoring spiritual tools. However, after Ni Yuli sent out more and more subtle monitoring tools, Hazward gave up on this useless move. Anyway, the core of the Invisible Empire is the Ice Palace, and other places are not important at all. Hey, he found out about Gerald's existence. 99 Ni Yuri said with an exaggerated expression, then Aizen fought with the Shenzhou guards in a state of near invincibility. Then beat them up, but even Aizen can't kill Gerald completely. The revival ability of that 1.9 gang is simply lame. He moved his fingers and made a crisp sound, like a broken bone. Zael Aporo isn't shit compared to Gerard. Even Zael Aporo's own understanding of himself is not as good as that of Nirvana. Nothing at all. He looked at Su Feng and said in a gloating tone. After being acclimated to Ryotsu by Yaskin Nakroval. After capturing Zael Aporo previously in Hueco Mundo, Nimori studied it in depth. It can be said. The spirit poisoning in Aizen's body, although Hogyoku can remove it, he still chose to give up. Know all his information. That is to say, Aizen aside from killing a few Quincy masters. Chapter 168 The solution to trouble Yaskin Nakroval, the newest member of the Divine Guard, was later promoted by Yohabak. Its sacred text is D, which symbolizes lethal dose, which can destroy the cell activity and physiological function of the enemy. As well as, when Askin is in a passive state, he obtains the spiritual child by absorbing the opponent's damage to himself. During this process, the body will analyze the opponent's spiritual pressure like a conditioned reflex, and build up immunity at a terrifying speed, gradually becoming immune to the opponent's spiritual pressure state. Therefore, the damage of the same form of Spirit Sun can't work on it. This is also one of the important reasons why Aizen chose to give up. When he has evolved to a certain level, it is extremely difficult to explore potential evolution through Hogyoku. As for changing one's own spiritual form, it is even more difficult. The terrifying performance of the Shenshin guards joining hands together is not something that one person can easily fight against. Unless Aizen wants a destroyed soul society too. 23 in Su Feng's view. The current Aizen has definitely surpassed the so-called collapsed sixth form. With the pressure given by himself, plus the infusion of the power of the Spirit King. The nature of Hogyoku may even have changed. Aizen's own potential is also one of the best in the world. When the two are combined, Aizen Sosuke has completely stood at the very top. It can even be described as Spirit King Aizen. That's really bad enough. Su Feng smiled with some schadenfreude. With other Divine Guard members working together, Asukan's abilities are indeed a little tricky for Aizen. In fact, this guy is the weakest of the Shenshin guards. Compared to the infinitely resurrected Gerald and the all-connected Liji Bero, they are not on the same level at all. Even Penita completely abused him in terms of ability. After all, the ability to contact evolution is not something that can be easily cracked. That is to say, encountering an incomprehensible existence such as Su Feng just caused the body to explode and die. Change to anyone, neither Penita will be solved so easily. Aizen is not one to give up so easily. Jashiro Yukitake suddenly said with a pale face, for the sake of his plan, he can endure for 100 years, and a little setback will not make him back down. I know him well. Although the last sentence makes people feel a little reluctant, but the front is still very reasonable. Advertisement. After listening to Jashiro Yukitake's words, other people's faces also showed thoughtful expressions. Speaking of which, Ni Yuli. His expression was a bit ugly. What the hell did you put in my stomach? Why, I feel it squirming. The more he spoke, the more ugly Jashiro Yukitake's expression became. After being rescued by Su Feng and others, Jashiro Yukitake's strength did not decrease because of the deprivation of the Spirit King's right arm, but rather a slight increase in strength due to the infusion of wave power. As early as when his body became the carrier of the Spirit King's right arm, it had already become a vessel-like existence. And this also leads to its ability to perfectly accept the power of fluctuations. Although it is still mainly based on Ryotsu, after a trace of the power of fluctuation is merged. Whether it is the power of Kido or Zanpakuto, all have a certain degree of increase. And his physical condition also returned to normal. The only disadvantage is that it needs to replenish the power of fluctuations regularly, and from time to time, the complexion is as pale as white paper. Huh, that's not what I thought. Ni Yuri excused himself. That guy Urahara Kazuki was inspired by a certain half-blood. If the power of the Quincy is combined with the power of the Void plus the power of Shinigami, and finally the power of Wave is combined, 39. What kind of existence will it create? We are very interested in the answer to this question, so we did a little bit of insignificant modification when you injected the power of Wave for you last time. Immediately, he continued with some disappointment. Unfortunately, it failed. The power of fluctuation will wipe out all other powers, and there is absolutely no possibility of any change. After hearing this, the other captains also turned pale. On the other hand, Jashiro Yukitake's already pale face had lost a bit of blood. He couldn't imagine myself in the future, whether it can still appear in a perfect posture. Don't worry. 99 Ni Yuli seemed to see what was in his mind. About your research, for now, we have a better alternative on hand. Advertisement. Su Feng's heart moved, thinking of Benita and Gremi. Fortunately, these two guys are already dead, otherwise. The psychological torture alone is not something they can bear. In this case, Yamamoto Uenujai interrupted their argument. It doesn't matter whether it's against Aizen or Yohabak. We all have no better solution. 39 As for his own disciple, Jashiro Yukitake, as long as he is alive, it is fine. It's not worth mentioning at all. Even for now, this transformation is still benign. Perhaps after 810 for a period of time, he may also reach his level. In this regard, Yamamoto Uenujai still has expectations. Su Feng nodded decisively. That's right, unless the captain wants to see the destruction of Seirei or the Soul Society. Heard. Yamamoto Uenujai sighed deeply. As such, perhaps there is only one place where there is a solution to the problem. As soon as this word comes out, everyone's eyes almost turned to him. I saw a flame flashing through Yamamoto Uenujai's pupils, and a majestic voice sounded in the room. Lingwang Palace. As soon as this word comes out. It doesn't matter what you think, this also led them to not have a good impression of the other members of Team Zero. The conference hall fell silent for a while. When Shutara Senjumaru came to Soul Society, it really didn't leave a good impression on people. Yamamoto Uenujai said solemnly, the troubles of Aizen and Yohabak will always be resolved. Even Shutara Senjumaru is regarded as a potential enemy. I will personally go to the Lingwang Palace, not a day. Among them, the Shinigami Association, a woman, disliked her very much. Chapter 169 Shiba Kongi's unsolved brain circuit. The captain's meeting is over. As for the final discussion result, there is no specific good solution. And Yamamoto Uenujai also made up his mind. After the captain's meeting, most of the affairs of the first team were handed over to Chojiro Sasaki and Kiraku Shunsui, and agreed to Jashiro Yukitake to assist the two in handling affairs. Subsequently, he went to Shiba's house alone, because Shiba Kaiyan is still active in Seirei. The Shiba family is still one of the 5 nobles, and even more powerful than the Suniyashiro family. Suniyashiro Tokunada in order to get the position of the head of the Suniyashiro clan. The heirs above it are constantly assassinated, and there are even other family members. This also caused a few members of Suniyashiro's family to wither for a while. Then, he also targeted Su Feng with the Kido trap, directly razing the entire Suniyashiro family to the ground, losing many members again. Looking back at the Shiba family, Shiba Kyan still serves as the vice captain. And he is the strongest among the vice captains. According to legend, he is already in the process of training and has mastered Bankai, and his power is extremely terrifying. Its Zanpakuto Nejibana has become the strongest Zanpakuto in the water system. There is a huge difference between the two, as can be seen. But, among the 5 nobles, the most powerful is still the Kuchiki family. There is no doubt about that. Rukongai, Shiba's house. Huahe cannon launching pad. Su Feng looked at the huge cannon barrel that shot straight into the sky and was amazed. Even though I have seen it once, it still feels outrageous. 35. Going to the Spirit King Palace, the most important place in the Soul Society, has to use such a simple method. Shiba Soka walked out from beside him, wrapped his arms around him, and pressed his chest into a deep arc. Well, who can say such a thing? 35. Huahe cannon is the entire Soul Society. Oh no, it should be said to be the fastest mode of transportation in the 3 realms. Su Feng looked sideways, looked at Shiba Kong with intact arms, and said with a smile. That's really exciting. If you need to go to the Lingwang Palace someday, you will need Miss Kong's help. Shiba Kong waved his hand in a grand gesture and said. Well, don't say such polite words. If it wasn't for your reminder, my arm wouldn't be as good as it is now. 35. Advertisement. By the way, does Captain Su Feng have a marriage contract? The sudden change of topic made Su Feng stun for a moment and subconsciously replied. Marriage? No. Before he could react, Shiba Kong grabbed Su Feng's neck and pressed it tightly against his chest. A sense of dullness came over me. Along with it, there are bursts of faint fragrance and the smell of fireworks that are not pungent. Huh, well, neither did I. Shiba Sora's hearty laughter came. Big brother has been urging me to find a suitable person for a marriage contract these days. I've thought about it, only you are the most suitable. Kyoraku Shunsui, who was beside him, looked at the scene in front of him in shock. His worldview is suffering an unimaginable shock. When can you find a wife even when you go out to see you off? But why? Until now, he and Jashiro are still bachelors. As the oldest among the captains, Kyoraku Shunsui can no longer imagine his old age. Not surprisingly, might really be dying alone with Jashiro. Kyoraku Shunsui was desperate. Urahara Su Feng is very confused. What happened? Why is it suddenly dark? Also, are the Shiba family all such big-hearted people? We've only met a few times, and we're about to get married? After finally breaking free from Shiba Kong's restraint, Su Feng took a deep breath and looked at each other solemnly. Although I don't dislike Miss Kong, but this kind of thing cannot be forced. You have to think about it, and there is one more thing to know. Shiba Kong nodded again and again. I've already thought about it. What else? There may be more than you think about your competitors. Heard. Shiba Sora was also startled, but then she patted Su Feng's shoulder more cheerfully and laughed loudly. There are many competitors, it means that my choice is correct. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who gives up easily. Advertisement. I was thinking of letting her retreat. But I never thought that the brain circuits of Shiba's family were really different from ordinary people. Cough cough. Before the flower crane cannon, Yamamoto Uenujai was already a little impatient. Send old man Sean on the road first. Kyoraku Shunsui said in an emotionless voice. His patience is poor. 55. Shiba Sora took a deep breath and his mood instantly stabilized. She walked straight ahead. Only then did Su Feng notice that Shiba Kong's earlobes were much more rosy than elsewhere. It's like a crystal clear gem. When entering the state, Shiba Kong looks much more professional. I saw that she took off the turban and wrapped it around her fair arm. Next moment, on the right arm is a blazing flame. The other side, copper-colored desire wants 36 degrees of control. 72 pairs of illusions, 13 pairs of horned flutes, the right hand of the ape caught the stars. The burning flame was reflected in the depths of Shiba Sora's pupils, and the coquettish voice echoed on the launch pad. Embrace 25 rounds of the sun, and the cradle of sand is bleeding. Number 2 flower crane shooting technique, her palms hit the ground hard. Kusaki. The one-time imitation of the Tianju chariot soared into the sky from the cannon, carrying the long-tail gas, and disappeared at the end of everyone's sight, for money. But when there was thunder light in Su Feng's eyes, completely reflected the action root of the Tianju chariot imitation in the depths of his eyes. And its end. It was also seen by Su Feng. After breaking through the 72 barriers in a row, the outer shell of the Tianju chariot imitation has been completely worn away and there is no trace of it. And the Lingzhu nuclear shield that wrapped Yamamoto Uenujai also happened to land on the destination. Is this the so-called Lingwang Palace? The voice of Su Feng talking to himself was dragged in his ears by Kyoraku Shunsui on one side. A surprised look appeared on his face, although I know that after Su Feng opens his eyes, there is a certain magical effect. But even he didn't expect it. In Soul Society, Su Feng can actually see the scene of Lingwang Palace. Kyoraku Shunsui shook his head and sighed, speaking in an unexpected tone. It's getting more and more outrageous every day. Chapter 170. I would like to call it the strongest Yamamoto Uenuzai went to the Reiwang Palace. Specific discussions may take a day or two to come out. During this period, Kyoraku Shunsui will be temporarily acting as the captain. To this, the other captains of the Gode 13 squad have no opinion. But, Su Feng originally thought that these 2 days would pass peacefully. But as soon as Yamamoto Uenujai left the front foot, there was an accident on the back foot. Technology Development Bureau. Lingbo Survey Section. Bujo, who was dressed oddly and looked even more odd, ran to the research institute where Nii Mayuri was in a panic. Boom. He slammed the door open with his head, rushed inside in a panic, and said, "Team, Captain, Kazuki-sama." The two frowned and looked towards the door, the chill spreading in the research institute. "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation," Nii Yuli said dissatisfiedly, "I will make you into a meat bomb." Bujo shuddered, and squeezed out a smile to the limit. The Ryatsu of Inaba, the 7th officer of the 12th Division, completely disappeared from the Soul Society. "I have tested it 39 times through the Lingbo Survey Department, and I have not found any traces." 9. Speaking of which, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said tremblingly with a frightened expression, "That guy seems to have been directly erased with an eraser." 810 As the head of the Lingbo Survey Section, Inaba Shadow Wolf is actually his subordinate. Regardless of personality reasons, Inaba Shadow Wolf Sao didn't have much respect for Bushu. But the Bulbul didn't care about it, but it is precisely because he is the person in charge of the Lingbo Survey Section. It was only now that Bujo was more aware of what it meant when the spiritual pressure disappeared completely. Die outright, or defect to Soul Society. However, from the morning to the present, except for the 11th Division, no trace of any battle has appeared. There was only one result. Inaba Kagalangzo defected. Another sinner who imitated Aizen appeared. Defection? Nii Yuli immediately guessed the result. Advertisement. This guy, Inaba Kagalangzo, I remember being the head of the class. Pretty mediocre guy with absolutely no talent at all. What motive did he have to defect? Urahara Kazuki had a serious expression and said seriously, "Let's report to the first team as soon as possible. For some reason, I have an ominous feeling." 99 heard. Nii Yuli turned his head and stared at him with strange eyes. After a while, he waved his hand. "Okay, I will be responsible for this matter for the time being." 5. Bujo, you continue to monitor Soul Society's spiritual wave anomaly. 35. Just as Bujo nodded in response and was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Nii Yuli again. "Don't forget." 39, and the present and Hueco Mundo. 35. As for the Invisible Empire, don't think about it for the time being. 55. Nii Yuli grinned. No matter how brave that guy is, he wouldn't dare to escape into the Invisible Empire. Not everyone can go to a place like the Invisible Empire. Until now. That is, Su Feng, Yamamoto Yuanyujai and Aizen went for a walk. If they were replaced by other captains, I am afraid that Husward would not have split them on the spot. After all, not everyone can stand up to the castrated version of the omniscient and omnipotent. Not to mention the existence of 3 bugs like the Divine Amnesty Guards. Bujo respectfully nodded, and hurriedly ran towards the Lingbo Survey Section. The bloated body is like a rolling toad. He didn't want to cause any more problems at this juncture. Since Nii Yuli said that he would make him into a meat bomb, he must have done what he said. "Let's go." Nii Yuli smiled strangely. "Let's go to the 5th Division first." What Urahara Su Feng should know about Inaba Shadow Wolf. 35. His eyes are much easier to use than the Lingbo Survey Department. Urahara Kazuki handily passed the relevant information to the first team in the form of Hell Butterfly. Although it is only the 7th chairperson, it is always difficult for CDBJ to be reassured. 35. He sighed softly, followed behind Nii Yuli, and set off in the direction of the 5th Division. The 5th Squad. Inaba Shadow Wolf. Advertisement. Su Feng was a little surprised. This guy actually came out to do something at this time. Is this while Captain Yamamoto is leaving Soul Society? For Inaba Shadow Wolf, Su Feng is still a little impressed. The former head of the Soul Society's top soldier plan, the founder of the transformation of the soul, is currently in charge of the research work of breaking the boundary, and can be called an expert on breaking the boundary. But it is actually the product of the split of Nyo-U's soul. In order to master his Zanpakuto, Yutori Oxu split his soul into Inaba Shadow Wolf and Kujo Nozomi. In order to avoid Shinigami's casualties in the battle with Shu, he developed the skeleton. But Central 46, fearing that the corpse would threaten the Soul Society, stopped the development plan and sealed all research materials. Then Yutori Oxu also completed the soul split and continued his research plan. At the moment, after Yamamoto Yuanyujai left Soul Society to go to the Reiwang Palace, it was obviously because he waited for the right time. Then he started his own plan to destroy the Soul Society. No surprises. Su Feng did not use the Dark Skywave Eye to observe the world according to Nii Yuli's wishes. This guy should be in the boundary. Hear this. Nii Yuli widened his eyes and said in a suddenly enlightened tone, "I remember. Inaba Kagaling Zuo is an expert in breaking the world, and the place he is most familiar with is breaking the world. Now that you know the location, let's go and get this guy back." He grinned. "I'm going to make him into a meat bomb and throw it at the Invisible Empire. Betrayer will not have a good end." Talking. Nii Yuli is prepared to open the Black Voice directly in the 5th Division team building and go to the Broken World. With the throwing of the Black Cavity Stone, the space was torn apart, and the deep portal was directly opened. Black Cavity appeared in the room. "I think it's better to bring a few more people." Su Feng reminded, "I am responsible for guarding the Soul Society, and you are responsible for capturing Inaba Shadow Wolf." Nii Mayuri squinted his eyes and said with a disdainful attitude, "Don't underestimate this uncle. After collecting some information on Aizen, I've got a new form for the Jizo." He described in an exaggerated tone, based on the Ryatsu and blood of Zaraki Kenpachi, combined with the power of refusal of Vientiane, and supplemented by some of Aizen's intelligence. This time, killing Jizo. I would call it the strongest. 35. Chapter 171 by Berdouche and the replicas. Su Feng looked up and down the extremely arrogant Niangli. He was deeply skeptical of what he said was the strongest killing Kazang newspaper. As for whether Inaba Shadow Wolf can be brought back, Su Feng has absolutely no confidence in this, although this guy is only the 7th officer of the 12th division. Not to mention Ni Yuli's killing Jizo, even if it was Ni Yinming, a punch down could make him return directly to the west. But after completing the fusion, Yutori Osh, its strength is definitely at the captain level, and it can even be ranked in the forefront. Instantaneous number 99 Bakudo, there is also an extremely rare space system Zanpakuto Ink Moon Halo. In a sense, Moiwei Halo's ability is a bit like the weakened version of Yulu Citrus, or the weakened version of Hungry Music Corridor. This kind of thing. With Nirvana's current ability, there is no possibility of a solution at all. Not to mention, there are also ghosts. I just don't know how far Birdo XU has researched. Su Feng is still quite interested in his achievements. What kind of attitude will it be about your own corpse? Stop talking. Urahara Kazuki kicked Nimori's waist and kicked him directly into the black cavity. If it can't be solved, other captains have to come. I have no hope for you. He had already informed the other captains when Ni Yuli was arguing. Byakuya Kuchiki and Abarai Renji of the 6th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro and Matsumoto Ranki of the 10th Division, and Zaraki Kenpachi of the 11th Division were already heading towards the 5th Division. Among them, the 11th team dispatched the most players. In addition to Zaraki Kenpachi and Kusaka Yachiryu, Asido and Madarei Mikaku and Yasugawa Yumachika are good friends. Ni Yuli scolded and flew into the Black Voice, acting as an advance army. And Urahara Kazuki is maintaining the door of the black cavity, waiting for others to come. Just a few minutes. The crowd arrived on time. Is this the 5th Division's quarters? Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, showing a wild grin. I really want to take it apart. Kaolu Bachinliu was lying on his shoulder and happily persuaded. What a great proposal. 35 advertisement, but Shaojian, if you take it apart. 35. Jun Su Feng will tear you down too. Zaraki Kenpachi's face turned black, like Kurozumi, extremely upset. Crap. There must be something to chop. 95. As he said that, he stepped straight into the black cavity. Seeing this, Asido also hurriedly followed. Since his return to Soul Society, he has rejoined the 11th Division and has become an unwanted 4th officer. Although with his strength, even serving as the 3rd chairperson is possible. But Asido still chose to focus on harmony. In this regard, he is very different from the ordinary 11 first team players. After joining for a period of time, Asido had a clear understanding of his captain's reckless behavior and the attributes of Liu Kai. If you don't keep up, he was worried that Zaraki Kenpachi and Kusaka Yachiryu might get lost in the boundary. Seirei will be handed over to you for the time being, Captain Su Feng. Urahara Kazuki waved his hand. Good luck to us. Ha, brother Su Feng, when I come back this time, I will let you see my hard work during this time. Abarai Renji grinned even more. After you reminded me, Zabumeru finally fully recognized me. The power of Bankai is completely stronger than before, I don't know how many times. Su Feng's eyelids were slightly raised, and he was a little surprised by Abarai Renji's talent. He had a whim some time ago, told Abarai Renji the real name of Zabumeru. And after a period of training, he seems to have mastered the Bankai of Su Zabumeru. However, there is a certain gap between the original and the original. His Bankai was destroyed more than once, if necessary. Su Feng believes that he should do his duty as a big brother. Let the two-house Wang Yu help recast Su Zabumeru. As for whether he agrees, then it depends on your means. If it doesn't work, beat it up, or not, then 2 meals. Hayasabi Ichibe didn't dare to say that he would hit him casually, but Wang Yu, a mere two-house king, would not kill him 10 or 8 times. For Flower's advertisement as long as it doesn't destroy the Lingwang Palace. This guy has to endure his own beating all the time. Well, then look forward to your performance. Su Feng responded with a smile and watched the group leave in a dark voice. I hope they can make a smooth return. One day passed quickly. Rukongai, Zaraki district. In the deep alley, the darkness tore apart, and a figure walked out. The dark green hair is very characteristic, the black death tyrant is placed on the shoulders, the purple belt is closed, the hands are wrapped with bandage-like things. Zanpakuto is pinned to the waist, and the whole body exudes unstable reiki. Finally it's a success. 0 Yutori Aksu's face was gloomy and cold, like Lion Majesty hiding in the dark. After nearly 10 years of hard work, Inaba Shadow Wolf has finally swallowed a trace of wave power. The power after fusion is really addicting. He looked at his hands, and unstable Ryatsu emerged, making bursting sounds from time to time. The me now is more than 10 times stronger than before. 35. Even Urahara Su Feng can't stop my plan. As his roar sounded, the black cavity was not broken in the darkness around him, and he walked out one after another. If any of Seirei's team members are here, it must be possible to discover the identities of these familiar figures. All captains of Godai 13, the difference is. In their expressions and eyes, the mildness and calmness of the past could not be seen. Some. Just endless tyranny. It's like a wild beast out of control. The most eye-catching figure was the figure standing behind Yutori Oxu. On Zhenyi's face, his eyes were slightly closed. He pressed one hand on Zanpakuto's hilt, and he was surrounded by an extremely cold killing intent. Just standing beside him, you can feel the biting chill invading the bone marrow. Let's go. The corner of Yu Niou's mouth rose, and there was a trace of a successful smile. Let's go and destroy this world. 35. I can't wait to see you replace those fakes. Chapter 172 Self-Evaluation from Su Feng Soul Society. Seirei. First team quarters. Kyoraku Shunsui looked warily at the identical being in front of him, his right hand already resting on the handle of Zanpakuto. Who are you? Does this kind of thing need further explanation? The clone Chun Shui grinned and pulled out his own Zanpakuto. Of course it's here to eliminate fakes. Then, something even more shocking to Kyoraku Shunsui happened. I saw the spiritual pressure surging around the opponent, forming a substantial oppression, rushing towards him. The clone Chun Shui grinned and said in a confident tone. The flowers are chaotic, the flower gods cry, the sky is chaotic, and the demons sneer. Kaiden Kyokotsu. Under the more surprised gaze of Kyoraku Shunsui, the other side finished Shikai. Two Zanpakuto, one long and one short, are held in a crisscrossing posture by holding the 810 tightly in the palm of their hand. Come on, it's time to decide whether it's true or false. The clone Harumi stared at Kyoraku Shunsui in front of him. Let me see your weight. 35, not alone. The moment the voice fell, a wild spiral wind rushed out from the body of the knife that replicated the body spring water. In just an instant, the surrounding walls were torn apart. Go straight to Kyoraku Shunsui. Kyoraku Shunsui pulled out Zanpakuto with his backhand, and slashed a sharp blade in front of him, tearing the wind apart directly. The 78th of Hado. Janwa Wheel, 39. Although it looks handsome, it still makes people uncomfortable, 35. He freed his own Kaiden Kyokotsu, and in an instant he stepped forward and fought a fierce battle with the clone. Just a few breaths of time. The streets near the 8th team's quarters are in a mess. 2nd team quarters. The two figures that opened a moment coax, constantly shuttled through the alley. Even a casual explosion is enough to knock down the building. Like a whirlwind, the spiritual pressure swayed around them, and the explosions continued to sound, shaking everything around them. The ground cracked one after another, showing huge ravines. Just a few minutes. The two broken bees hit the other end abruptly from one end of the 2nd division. And not far away, Omeda Kichio frantically stuffed the senbei into her mouth, looking nervously at the center of the battlefield. Captain, come on, advertisement. The sounds made from time to time made the bees who were fighting sullen even more. Shut up, 99. The two turned their heads at the same time, glaring at Omeda Kichio who was watching the play. One more word, I'll kill you. Omeda Kichio shuddered and did not dare to say nonsense. With his knowledge of broken bee, if you talk more, there will definitely be Jakuho Raikoben blasting him. Whether the corpse can be completely spelled out at that time is a question. The 3rd squad. The expression on the acting captain Kira Izuru was extremely ugly. The familiar smile of the person in front of him made him feel cold, and even made him a little nervous about Zanpakuto. Captain Ichimaru. The corners of the clone Ichimaru Jin's mouth grinned like a fox's smirk. What happened? Don't you even know your own captain? The current 3rd division will be taken over by me. His whole body was condensed. You should. Any comments? Kira Izuru said that even if she has an opinion, she cannot express it. The opponent's spiritual pressure is strong, not weaker than a real Ichimaru Jin at all. 4th squad. Comprehensive ambulance. Enough competitors have emerged. Wild killing intent permeated the streets, and the temperature of the entire 4th division seemed to drop a lot because of this. I don't want to see anyone stand up and fight for Sufeng Jun, 99. The black hair was scattered and fell on Unohana Retsu's shoulders, and the violent killing intent lingered around her and spread farther away. So, you'd better die. The replica Unohana Retsu's mouth twitched with bitterness, barely holding on to her violent attack. Obviously just the captain of the logistics team? Why is this combat power not lost to any captain at all? What exactly happened? She is the only one who is completely underdog among the many clones. The clone Unohana Retsu probably wouldn't have lasted for a few minutes if it wasn't for the healing light that radiated from time to time. Looks like 39 Unohana Retsu maintains the ultimate calm during the battle. You don't seem to know any information about me, 99. The killing intent is still spreading. Advertisement. Then let me introduce myself again. She smiled and looked at each other. 1st generation Kenpachi, Unohana Yachiryu, 5. The 5th squad. Should not speak. Su Feng looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him quite seriously. I think I'm still pretty handsome. Even when he didn't open his eyes, his appearance was considered one of the first among the captains. In the Seirei Communications Collection, on the leader's appearance list, Su Feng can occupy the front every time. But weirdly, since Captain Komamura often took his Akita and Aguro out for a walk, those team members voted for him. This also leads to one thing. As a wolf clan, Komamura Sajin has always occupied the top of the leader's appearance list. The replica Su Feng nodded earnestly, although there are many differences between you and me. But on this point, I will not refute you. When he saw the other party, Su Feng had already guessed that it was Yu Bird Shu's masterpiece. It's just that he can make a copy of himself, still a little surprised and surprised. With regard to the power of volatility, can it be fully replicated? 35. Su Feng asked, if that's the case, then the invention of the skeleton is really the first of the Soul Society. Yutori Osh can also surpass Nuri and Urahara Kazuki in an all-round way. The replica Su Feng grinned, and 1.9 said in a strange tone. Come and try, don't you know? In the face of provocation, Su Feng will not be used to him. The backhand is a burst of flame thrown out from the fingertips, and at the moment of falling, it turned into a pillar of fire, trying to swallow the replica. The violent power is unfolding at this moment. Bakudo number 81 splitting void. The face of the other side changed slightly, and with a loud shout, he unfolded a transparent wall of light directly in front of him, trying to block the blasting flames. When the power of Ryotsu came, Su Feng's face also showed a trace of disdain. A weakened replica? It's embarrassing enough. The power of the wave swayed, and the power of the explosion erupted again. Just for a moment, the splitting void was completely wiped away, engulfing the replica. Wait until the flames dissipate. Leftover. Only a scorched black color. Chapter 173, Ultimate Efficiency. Under the explosion, all beings are equal, least. For replicas, it is completely equal. After the other party used the power of Ryotsu, Su Feng had completely lost interest in him. I originally thought that Yukio OXU would be able to research something different. But I didn't expect that in the end it was still dominated by the power of Ryotsu. If so, it just doesn't work. I still think too highly of that guy. Su Feng figured out, Ni Yuli's research on the power of fluctuations for so many years has not made any progress. A Inaba Shadow Wolf, naturally, he won't be too strong. In his opinion, Inaba Shadow Wolf may far surpass other researchers, but in front of Urahara Kazuki. Still slightly inferior, since my corpse replica has already appeared. Su Feng said to himself, then the skeletons of other captains should also appear in Seirei. The voice fell. The fluctuating perception instantly spreads outside the team building, covering the entire Seirei. As he expected, 23 of the skeletons of the corresponding captains appeared in their respective squads. Like the 3rd Division and 6th Division, because there is no captain. The battle is almost one-sided. Looks like I made the right choice. The figure of Su Feng disappeared and went to the 3rd team first. The blade fell. Kira Izuru's face was full of despair. The Ryotsu of Shinso almost touched his heart. The strength of this clone Ichimaru Jin is not weaker than the Ichimaru Jin in the normal state. Take Kira Izuru's level, not its opponent at all. But it persisted for a few minutes, and it was about to be completely killed by the other party. When the sound of gold and iron interlaced echoed in the street. The expected pain did not appear. Kira Izuru's eyes widened, looking at what was happening in front of her in disbelief. Captain Su Feng. Not until the end. 39 The corner of Su Feng's mouth was slightly raised, and the Guanxi Zhengzong and Shinso in his hand were facing each other, and a bright spark burst out. But don't give up hope. Advertisement originally, I was thinking of supporting Yuno Hana Retsu or Smash B. But when he found out that Kira Izuru's life was in jeopardy, Su Feng was the first to appear in the 3rd team. Oh, the clone Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes slightly, and his smile was extremely cold. How did you deal with that guy so quickly? It's unbelievable. However, I'm not like him, he wasn't finished yet. On the Guanxi Zhengzong, a wave-like power like a spiral erupted, rushing out from the tip of the knife, turning into an endless cold current. Just for a moment, it is to directly freeze the replica Ichimaru Jin in it. A lot of nonsense. Su Feng raised his eyebrows. Compared to Ichimaru Jin, your character is a lot worse. Another one-shot kill. Kira Izuru's eyes widened, the corners of her mouth twitched, as if she saw something frightening. Kira, I'm going to the 6th Division to help. I'll leave it to you here. Su Feng said without looking back. Before Kira Izuru could respond, he disappeared in place. The speed is faster than that of ordinary captains. And at the moment when Su Feng disappeared, the cracking sound of kacha-kacha constantly sounded on the ice layer not far away. Kira Izuru looked at the situation, but saw hideous cracks appearing on the body of the clone Ichimaru Jin. When a gust of wind blows, it turned into countless ice chips and scattered all over the place. Team leader, Kira Izuru was silent, not because of the death of the replica Ichimaru Jin. Instead, he thought of a very terrifying thing. During the previous battle, Kira Izuru realized that the strength of the clone Ichimaru Jin was not much weaker than the original. But even so, it was still cut off by Su Feng. What if the knife fell on the real Ichimaru Jin? Kira Izuru shuddered. The consequences can no longer be imagined. The ice debris in that place has already become the best answer. 6th Squad. As a noble squad, even if Byakuya Kuchiki and Abarai Renji left together, there were still other officers who stood up and resisted Byakuya Kuchiki's clone. Performance. Even stronger than Kira Izuru. Advertisement. Least. When Su Feng arrived here, no one had been killed. What a bunch of tenacious ants. The clone Byakuya held Zanpakuto up in front of him, and his icy tone imitated it perfectly. Let's scatter. Senbon Sakura. Countless small blades like cherry blossoms danced in the air. Looking at the power of Shikai alone, it is not weaker than the real Byakuya Kuchiki. Watching all phenomena in the world, they are all waves. Before waiting for the other party to control the countless small blades, Su Feng's voice already appeared in his ears. Replica Byakuya's body suddenly stiffened, as if it had been petrified. It even copied Byakuya's wound-free circle. Su Feng praised, "It's a pity, even if the real Byakuya is here, it's just a knife." Scoff the blade crossed, and the cold light flickered. The wave force forcibly broke the innocuous circle surrounding it, and wiped out the life of the clone Byakuya with one stroke. Didn't even say hello. Su Feng rushed to the next battlefield in a hurry. The members of the 6th Division looked at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. One-shot kill? No, as expected of Captain Su Feng. It's terrifying enough. In the fierce battle just now, they had already realized the strength of the clone. But even so, it was still killed by Su Feng with one knife. Even if it has the advantage of sneak attack, it still shows the strength of Su Feng. This time it is even more confirmed that Su Feng has surpassed Yamamoto Genryuzai's captain and became the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society. Su Feng constantly shuttles between the various teams of Seirei. It only took half a day to completely solve the spirit skeletons of all the captains. And this also caused Yutori Oxu, who wanted to bring the Soul Society into the doomsday, and could no longer suppress his inner anger. Just when Su Feng was about to go to the final team, I saw his right hand stretched out, facing Su Feng, and the violent Ryatsu gathered in his palm. Hado number 88, Flying Dragon and Thief Shocking Thunder Cannon, 35. Without hesitation, Yu Oshu appeared after the beam of light, and said in a tone that was almost like gnashing his teeth. Dust agitated. Urahara Su Feng. Boom. Damn you. A terrifying beam of light landed on the sky, directly blasting a huge pit on the ground. Chapter 174th Bully Ingots. A violent blue beam of light mixed with a burst of thunder. Yu Yuan Oxu's palm burst out, making a deafening roar on the street. The thunder cannon roared and fell on the solid stone slab. In just a moment, a deep ravine was plowed. When Su Feng realized it, Hado number 88 was already close to Su Feng's side. It was a spectacular scene. Su Feng raised his palm, Bakudo number 81 splitting void, 99. With his current strength, he can instantly cast number 81 Hado without even resorting to the power of the Wave Spirit tool. After he mastered the Dark Sky Wave Eye, his control over the power of fluctuation also climbed a level again. Kido, released with the power of waves as energy. The power is much stronger than that of Rei Kido. And this also means that Kido from Bird Ushu is completely ineffective in front of Su Feng. A transparent wall of light is in front of Su Feng, reaching into the sky. When the Flying Dragon and Thief Shocking Thunder Cannon landed on it, it was like a broken wave, splashing in all directions. No effect at all. On the contrary, the aftermath directly destroyed the surrounding walls, leaving only the ruins. Damn it. 39U Bird OXU was furious. You will never be my opponent. I am the most powerful being. The voice fell. Substantial spiritual pressure erupted around him, turning into a huge beam of light that shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Feeling its power, Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. A familiar feeling emerged in Yutorio Asha's Ryatsu. Finally realize, Yu Bird OXU grinned, this is your power, Urahara Su Feng. This kind of terrifying and powerful power is actually used by you to protect this world. What a waste. He covered his face with one hand, and his laughter became more and more frantic. After killing you, I am the only owner of this power. I am the only king. 99 of Bakudo forbidden. The voice fell. A black leather strip suddenly appeared on Su Feng's side, directly binding his hands. Nail followed closely, trying to block Su Feng completely. I don't like it that way. Advertisement. The power of the wave exploded, tearing the leather strip directly, and the nails were crushed by Su Feng and scattered all over the place. Yu Bird Oshu's pupils shrank, and an unbelievable look flashed in his eyes. How come? Obviously our strength is the same. Su Feng moved his wrist, activated Shunpo, and disappeared in place. When it reappears, his palm was already on Yutori Oxu's face. How can it be the same? 35. Before waiting for the other party to react, Su Feng slammed into the ground as if holding a basketball. Boom. Like an earthquake, it directly cracked a huge deep pit. Cobweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, cracking in the distance, and the building was collapsing and turning into ruins. Just a slap in the face of violence. A huge pit appeared like an eye on the ground of Seirei. And not long after this scene appeared, Mo Chungshuang also appeared near the battlefield, silently looking at everything in front of him. His Reiki and Seirei's architecture are combined, so that he can monitor and control everything in Seirei at any time. When Yu Bird OXU appeared, Mu Chungshuang also had a hunch that this guy might cause a lot of trouble to himself. But one very important thing was overlooked, that is, from start to finish, Su Feng stayed in Seirei and never left half a step. As long as he was there, even if Aizen came here, it would at most turn Seirei into ruins. As for Yu Bird Oshu, just a little trouble, under one touch. Yutori Oxu's expression became more and more hideous, like an evil spirit that climbed out of hell. The blood was overflowing, and the contamination was everywhere. There was a crisp clicking sound on the skull, and at least a few cracks appeared on it. I will not lose. 99 Yu Bird Oshu is obviously very tough. Even if his head is held in Su Feng's hands, he still doesn't mean to be soft. Turn over, Mo Yu is Halo. The eruption of this moment burst into a dazzling light. The entanglement of Ryatsu and the power of wave forms a double helix-like structural light, which is carried out towards the sky. Su Feng stepped back and calmly looked at the scene in front of him. Advertisement for Yutori Osh, he was curious as to how far this guy could go. The light fades away. The panting Yutori Oxu reluctantly stood in the deep pit, holding a bizarre Zanpakuto in his hand. On the basis of the double-edged knife, the middle part is replaced by a huge ring. Lethality unknown. On the contrary, the ability of this Ink Moon Halo can be called first-class Zanpakuto. Yu Nio Oshu stared at Su Feng stubbornly, as if he was looking at some kind of enemy with a deep blood feud. I won't let my dreams shatter here, deaf to me, Urahara Su Feng. In the roar, there seemed to be a fire burning, Ba Ding Kong Prophet. The blade on both sides of Muiwei Halo suddenly released purple light. All the spirits around are integrated into it. Behind him, a building like an ice palace was constructed, and a huge extinction cross appeared at the top of the palace. It's really an ability to look forward to. 35 Su Feng looked at the scene in front of him with interest, without any intention of blocking. On the other hand, Mo Chungshuang, who was watching the play, couldn't sit still. His spiritual sun merged with the entire Seirei, and he could clearly perceive that the spiritual sun of the entire Seirei was being absorbed by it. Hey, aren't you going to stop this kind of destruction? He appeared beside Su Feng. The entire Seirei is at stake, and there is a possibility of destruction at any time. Su Feng glanced at him, sniffled, and said disdainfully. Please be polite when asking someone for help. This kind of name of hello makes people very uncomfortable. Mo Chungshuang also had black lines on his face. When is this all? Still struggling with the question of the name. Do you just watch the Seirei destroyed? The loss of a large number of spirits? As a result, everything around is being decomposed, turning into nothingness, and there is no trace. Muiwei Halo has an upper limit. Su Feng said calmly. Yuziao Oshu has an upper limit. Don't say Seirei, even a team house is hard. It would take at least a few decades to absorb the entire Seirei spirit at this speed. Mo Chungshuang also raised his brows, his expression a little surprised. Not to mention. Su Feng took a step forward, and the translucent blue blade in his palm rotated in a circle, just in time to hold the handle again. It's just a problem that can be solved with a thunderbolt. 7 at chapter 175. The ignorant are fearless. Along with Su Feng's words, bursts of thunder resounded in the sky. Accompanying it, it was the heavy cloud layer that covered it, and the turbulent thunder light swam around in the cloud layer like a dragon. The terrifying pressure slanted down from above the clouds. Boom. Advertisement. The area with a radius of several kilometers centered on Yu Tori suddenly sank to a depth of several meters. It's like being shot down by someone forcibly. Su Feng raised the Guanxizhengzong in his hand, and there was a thunderous sound on it, and there were bursts of thunder. He pointed far away at Osh the bird. As the direction of the front of the blade fell, the thunder in the clouds seemed to have found its target. There was a brief pause in the roaring thunder, and then Chi locked on Yutiao Oshu. In the face of such a majesty, even a daring person like Yu Nio Oshu was a little frightened at this time and couldn't help himself. But the ideal in his heart is still supporting him. So under the extreme fear, Yu Bird Oxu broke out more potential. Never allow. He gritted his teeth and looked like a ghost. Loneliness is the only eternity. I am the real master of this world. The spiritual building, like a palace of ice, grew stronger in his roar. The extinction cross on it seems to touch the thunder and lightning in the cloud. Su Feng's expression was calm, and he was not affected by the other party's 810 explosion. At the level of Yutori Oxu, he didn't think there was anything that a single shot of the Thunderwave sword couldn't solve. If there is, then do the second round. The surrounding spirits became even more rampant, rushing frantically in the direction of Yu Oshu, filling the spirit buildings behind him, constantly expanding the domain. Mo Chungshuang also twitched a few times at the corners of his mouth, his expression a bit ugly. He could clearly perceive that the range of fusion of his spiritual sun was constantly shrinking. It has continued to expand, centered on Yu Tori Oxu. Especially belonging to the scope of the spiritual building, Mo Chungshuang also felt a little bit of pain. That palace seems to be able to destroy the spirit child he fused with. Mutual nemesis. Mo Chungshuang also lowered his eyebrows and had no intention of participating in the war at all. Although Yu Bird Oxu is depriving CDBJ of his dark melding spiritual sun, he is more aware of it. Compared to Yutori Oxu, advertisement Su Feng is the most terrifying one. He didn't want to cause the thunder in the clouds in the sky to fall on his head just because he participated in the war at will. If it was a fluke to save a life before, now, then, there will never be a second fluke. You can't kill me. Yutori Oxu was still clamoring, and seemed to realize that his power was growing. His courage continued to grow. After I absorb the spiritual child here, you will be the first to kill. And Su Feng's expression was still calm. It's just that the orthodox view of the world is already raised high, and the lightning flashes, dazzling and dazzling. The ignorant are fearless. The corner of Su Feng's mouth raised slightly. It's probably someone like you. Tinlei wave sword. Guanxizhengzong fell, and a huge purple wave ball was formed on all sides, which would be completely surrounded by Bird Oxu. The magnificent formation opened and instantly covered the entire area. He has tried his best to restrain himself. If this range is small, I am afraid that it is not impossible to kill the opponent. Otherwise, Su Feng released the Thunderwave sword with all his strength, enough to cover the entire Seirei. Its divergent power can even destroy the Soul Society. But what the strong man can do is to condense the power to himself. Su Feng happens to be in this ranks. Controlling power, for him, has become an instinct. If not, I'm afraid Seiredi has long since fallen victim to the aftermath of the battle. Boom! Thick smoke billowed from the ruins, and under the pressure, countless broken stones turned into powder and spread in all directions. Next moment, the purple wave ball exploded, turning into countless thunders, condensing endless thunderpillars, tearing the surrounding space. Everything around is disintegrating. The dazzling thunderlight replaced the magnificent Lingzi Palace. The ground is melted by its terrifying heat, forming a magma-like thing that permeates the Seiredi. Even the ruins were completely reduced to ashes under such power. The sky became more and more gloomy, and the terrifying pressure made it almost impossible to breathe. Flashing thunder, whistling tornado. The world seems to be falling apart under this power. Advertisement: the spiritual child was built in it, and it was directly decomposed, leaving no trace. And when the thunder and lightning acted on Yutori Oxu, his expression finally showed extreme despair. The unstoppable terrifying power, the scorching high temperature made his expression look a little distorted. Even if it is supplemented by all the spirits absorbed, it is used for defense. Still cannot resist the pace of thunder forward. This moment, Yutori Oxu finally realized the power gap between them. Mo Chumshuang also restrained his collar that was fluttering in the wind, and deliberately dodged towards the edge. Even if you have seen Su Feng's power, he even got beaten up. But when he saw it again, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. Rain and dew were just pomegranates. The figure that only he could see, appeared beside Mu Chung Shuangya. With this kind of guy here, do we really need to work hard? Well, this kind of thing. Yulu only smiled happily. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Mo Chumshuang was also silent, no longer speaking. Instead, he turned his attention to the center where the thunder was raging. No, that's impossible. 39 Yutori Oxu roared. Obviously it wasn't as strong before. I clearly counted everything in it. Su Feng looked at him with surprised eyes, and said inexplicably. Who told you that I used all my strength in the previous battle? Yutori Oxu's expression froze, as if he had been petrified. Yes, Su Feng never said that he was fighting with all his strength. The thunder light gradually disappeared, leaving only the completely charred ground and the Tianqing several hundred meters deep. Together with Zanpakuto, and Yujiao Oshu was in despair and was swallowed by the thunder. All hope was wiped out. They were mixed together in a charred blackness, and it was impossible to tell which piece belonged to him. In just an instant, his spiritual defense was completely destroyed. The thunder light concentrated and covered Yu Bird Oxu's body. And Yutori Osh didn't even leave a complete body. Moreover, the relaxed attitude after each battle is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chapter 176: Fiery Lightning Howl of different specifications. For the current scene, Mo Chumshuang didn't mean to be surprised at all. He believed, if the original self was as persistent as Yutori Oxu and caused great damage to Seiredi, I am afraid that my end will not be much better than the current scene. The more you know about Su Feng, the more I believe he can do such a thing. Solved. Su Feng put the knife in the sheath. This guy should be dead. 39. The other captains were long overdue. However, there are some captains who are still fighting with their own ghost replicas. For example, Kyoraku Shunsui of the first team. Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't use his Bankai at all because he was in Seiredi. This also leads to the possibility that the battle may not be resolved in a short time. Su Feng. Broken Bee looked at him worriedly, as if asking if he was injured. Su Feng waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, this kind of skirmish won't affect me. 35. Facing the confident Su Feng, the street has almost completely turned into ruins. The captains felt some scalp tingling, too strong. It is like a monster, and it is simply incomprehensible. If it was said that when Aizen betrayed before, Su Feng's blow to cut off the world was challenging their cognition. Then as time goes by, and all kinds of battles take place, they have gradually become numb to Su Feng's strength performance. According to this performance, I am afraid that its strength has really surpassed the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni. I'm going to trouble you all here. Su Feng smiled. I'm going to help Captain Chun Shui solve the final battle. Go at ease. Komamura Sajin responded in a dull voice. Leave this to this old man. Although it is a bit tricky, the old man and the team members will do their best to repair it. Nearly a few hundred meters of Tianqing, separated between the second team and the third team. Its scope is so large that it even occupies half of the team building. And this, it was because Su Feng tried his best to restrain himself. Su Feng nodded and disappeared immediately. When realizing this Shunpo speed, everyone seemed a little silent again. Advertisement. This guy, Komamura Sajin's pupils shrank, although I don't want to admit it. But he has really surpassed the captain. The old man can't even see the trajectory of its movement, let alone keep up. As Komamura Sajin, who is not good at speed Shunpo, has completely given up the idea of catching up with Su Feng in this regard. First team quarters. When Su Feng arrived, Kyoraku Shunsui was fighting the clone. Both of them performed Shikai and began to play children's games. White. The two said in unison. When the voice fell, the two figures were intertwined. Agitation with Reiki, trying to slash the position of Haori on the opponent's body. Seeing this scene, Su Feng moved slightly, realized that this is Kaden Kyokotsu's Shikai ability. For Zanpakuto, one of the few dual swords in Soul Society, Kaden Kyokotsu's abilities are extremely special. Shikai is about turning children's games into reality. As long as you step into Kaden Kyokotsu's Ryotsu range, you are forced to participate in the game, and all the rules are set by Kaden Kyokotsu. If you win, you will survive, if you lose, you will die. Even Kyoraku Shunsui is no exception. However, for outsiders, Kyoraku Shunsui, the owner of Kaden Kyokotsu, obviously needs to understand the rules of the game better, which leads to a higher win rate. But when two Kyoraku Shunsui civil war, this advantage no longer exists. For example, the game they are currently playing is called Yongi. Both the enemy and the ally say a color, and both sides can only slash the said color. If it hits another color, the slash will be invalidated. On the contrary, the bigger the area the called color occupies on the collar, the stronger the slashing power will be. Obviously, both parties are aware of this. When the battle entered the white-hot stage, they had already disregarded their own safety, and respectively stated the existence of the color that accounted for the largest proportion of their body. The white Captain Haori swayed in the wind like a flag. From the looks, Su Feng can't tell which is the real Kyoraku Shunsui. Only from the spiritual pressure to distinguish. The exact same Ryotsu does not exist in the world, just like the same leaves do not exist in the world. Though I don't want to disturb this artful fight. Su Feng raised his finger and the lightning flashed on his fingertips, making a crackling sound. However, Soul Society has become a mess, for flowers. Advertisement, you acting captain, you always have to intervene. Hado number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl, when the voice fell. The roaring golden thunder light shot out from Su Feng's fingertips. The surging thunder suddenly erupted with terrifying destruction, like a laser cannon, directly penetrating the area in front. Huge ravines were torn out from the ground, and the terrifying high temperature was spreading. Only a momentary effort. The former convenience is to present a completely different scene. The solid ground was completely melted into charred carbide. The clone, Chun Shui, affected by the lightning, subconsciously used Zanpakuto in his hand to resist. Not surprisingly, Zanpakuto was directly crushed. 0.0 Lei Guang Yu Wei did not diminish and fell directly on his body. Until the clone, Chun Shui, ended up with the exact same fate as Yutori Oxu. Kyoraku Shunsui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but unexpectedly discovered that his back was also soaked in cold sweat. Cannot imagine. This is actually the power that number 63 Hado can explode. This level of attack is no less than the 99th Hado 5 dragons have been destroyed. In other words, in terms of extreme destruction, it even goes beyond. Obviously everyone is the captain, why are you like a wall hanging? Kyoraku Shunsui thinks that among the captains, his Kido level can be regarded as a first-class level. But compared with Su Feng, it seems a little not enough. It is even said that the two are not on the same level at all. However, Su Feng was not surprised by this. His Fiery Lightning Howl and regular Fiery Lightning Howl are not the same thing at all. Just with the help of the Fiery Lightning Howl's launch method. Essentially, the attack he just released was a small Heavenly Thunderwave sword. Not to mention Hado number 99. Even the number 99 Hado under multiple chance is far inferior in pure destructive power. Su Feng. Kyoraku Shunsui was about to get close, but his face suddenly became serious. He suddenly looked at the Godei 13 headquarters behind the first team building. The surging spiritual pressure swelled all over the body. Tianju carriage. Old Man Shan brought the members of Team 0 and came back together. Chapter 177. Team 0 is here. The timing of Yamamoto's return is so opportune that it's hard to be suspicious. On the other hand, Su Feng knew that the other party didn't have too many sweethearts, unlike a certain third generation in the next village. What Yamamoto Uenujai pursues is the absolute power of goading. If what's happening right now isn't a coincidence, then there must be an inseparable relationship with Hayasabi Ichibe. Let's go, Captain Su Feng. Kyoraku Shunsui used a rare honorific. The members of Team 0 are not to be fooled. 35. When there is no crisis that threatens the entire world, they won't leave the Spirit King Palace easily. Su Feng nodded, indicating that he knew. The purpose of Yamamoto Genryuzai's visit to the Reiwang Palace is very clear, that is, to nip the crisis that did not appear in its infancy. For those special abilities of the 810 members of the Zero Team, Su Feng said that perhaps only Hayasabi Ichibe can play a role in this matter. As for the others, if you interfere in it, I am afraid that it will be difficult to leave the dregs. It can only be resurrected in the Lingwang Palace indefinitely. The figures of the two disappeared in place. Godei 13 Team Headquarters. The original damaged building has been completely repaired. As the face symbol of the Godei 13th team, the repairs here are the fastest. To this, Su Feng felt that this group of construction workers, together with the 5th Division, could help repair it. After all, having its own place is really a hard-hit area. Even the smallest battle is enough to reduce a team to the ultimate ruin. The Tianju chariot landed heavily on the ground. A large amount of dust was stirred up, obscuring the sight of the two. The other captains are coming as fast as they can. An example of coming to Soul Society before Shutara Senjumaru. Others are also aware of the importance of Team Zero's identity. Yohei, Following the opening of the coffin like Tianju chariot, the figure of 6 paths slowly walked out of it, accompanied by the familiar classical vocal music, as well as the strange laughing voice. Advertisement. When seeing Su Feng, Shutara Qianshumaru, who was in charge of playing the musical instrument, flashed an imperceptible joy in his eyes. She came this time, but she had already prepared the greeting ceremony. Come on, it's finally here. Wearing an extremely exaggerated airplane nose and holding a straw in his mouth, Kailan Temple Tenshiro faced the two with a proud expression and shouted. The adults of Team Zero are here, long time no see. Are the brats of Gode 13 still alive? Huh, 35? After seeing the person in front of him clearly, Tian Shilong of Kirin Temple said in shock. Why are there only 2 left? 99, could it be that everyone else has already? Boom. The sturdy palm slapped directly on his head, almost dislodging the plane's head. A rough voice sounded, we came this time, but we didn't notify the Gode 13 team. It's good to have 2 captains to greet you. The owner of the voice immediately attracted Su Feng's attention. On the huge bald head, there are quite thick eyebrows and a beard that hangs down to the chest, the nose is broad, and the stature is extremely tall. His main attire is the Death Tyrant suit, wearing a white wide-sleeved coat-style feather weave with the team emblem of the Zero Division on the back, a large crimson rosary hanging around his neck, and high-heeled clogs. With such a characteristic appearance, it is naturally not difficult to distinguish its identity. Born in the chaotic world before 110,000 years, it was a small number of special life forms, and it was a figure of the same period as the ancestor of the Spirit King and the 5 nobles. Leader of Team Zero, the original name of all things Soul Society. Hayasabi Ichibe, who was given the title of Eye Monk by the Spirit King, is also known as the real name of the monk. For this guy's abilities, Su Feng is still quite interested. Oh, everyone in Team Zero is still the same, Kiraku Shunsui smiled. So, what are you doing here, everyone? Yamamoto Uenuzai stepped out of the 5-man formation and walked towards his disciple Kiraku Shunsui. A low voice sounded. About this matter, the old man can answer it for you. The coercion of Yamamoto Uenuzai is as strong as ever. Everyone from Team Zero came mainly on the orders of the Spirit King. Help us with Yohabak and Aizen Sosuke. As soon as he finished speaking, Kailan Temple Tenshiro shouted proudly. Advertisement, thank you. A gift from the adults of Team Zero. Come down, but it's extremely difficult. As he said that, he looked at Su Feng, who had been calm from beginning to end, and said with some dissatisfaction. You guy. Having maintained this attitude from the beginning to the present, do you mean that you are dissatisfied with the adults of the Zero Division? Facing the question, Su Feng shook his head and laughed. For a frivolous person like you, it's hard for me to have any respect for you. As soon as this word comes out, both Yamamoto Uenuzai and Kiraku Shunsui looked at him with surprised expressions. UB ******* D, what are you arrogant about? Kirin Temple Tenshiro came to Su Feng's back in an instant with his superb shunpo speed. He said in a low threatening tone, Hey, I am a noble member of Team Zero. Kirin Temple Tenshiro has a dissolute and impetuous personality, especially when facing the existence of the Spirit King and the Zero team. It is easy to show a proud attitude. If it wasn't for the other members of Team Zero to stop them, I am afraid that a lot of troubles have already been caused. Team Zero pursues the duty of protecting the Spirit King, and our job is to protect Seirei. Su Feng smiled and said, We both work as guardians, is there any difference? 39. 1.9 heard. Kailan Temple Tianshilong was at a loss for words, and he couldn't think of anything to refute. But after he reacted, he said angrily, Presumptuous. Lord Spirit King, how can Seirei be compared? Su Feng raised his eyebrows and said slightly disdainfully. Just the one who became the wedge of the 3 realms? As soon as this word comes out, the expressions of the other Team Zero members also changed abruptly. If the previous words are still within their acceptable range. So this sentence is quite offensive. More importantly, about the secret of the Spirit King, few people know about it. Hayasabi Ichibe narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Su Feng with inexplicable eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 178. Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell, Idiot. Standing behind Su Feng, Tian Shilong of Kailan Temple was furious, and the spiritual pressure was agitated, like a mountain. Lord Spirit King, can you also evaluate at will? No sign at all. He reached out and pressed Su Feng directly, as if to teach him a lesson. Snapped. With palms facing each other, Ryatsu and wave power are intertwined. It was as if the soldiers were fighting against each other, bursting out a powerful coercion, crushing them on both sides. Kailan Temple Tianshilong's expression changed slightly, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face. He couldn't believe it, but was a Seirei captain. Actually, in terms of hard power, he is on par with himself. Although a considerable degree of spiritual pressure has already erupted, it is still unable to take down the opponent. Even, Kailan Temple Tianshilong's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling the mighty power from his palm. His expression was particularly shocked. Did Shutara Senjumaru tell you nothing? Su Feng's expression was a little surprised, and he said without looking back. I thought she was going to give you my information 23:35. As he said that, he turned his attention to Shutara Qianshumaru in the Zero Squad camp. But to his surprise, the bones behind Shutara Qianshumaru split into 2, covering both sides of her own cheeks. A faint blush appeared on the delicate skin, and with the classical decoration, it added a bit of strange beauty. What the concubine said before was not adulterated at all. She covered her face with her hands and said like a nympho, "When Captain Unohana arrives, I must challenge her." 99. My concubine will never lose to her. Shutara Chianshumaru's defection made the other members of Team Zero look a little distraught. Obviously, this kind of thing happens, it is very demoralizing. Humph. Qilin Temple Tianqilong may have guessed that things are not as simple as he thought, and his tone has weakened a little. Even if you are approved by Shutara Senjumaru, Lord King Ling is still not something you can humiliate. 35. I must teach you a lesson. Regarding this guy's behavior, Hayasabi Ichibe did not stop him, but looked at the two deeply with inexplicable eyes. On the other hand, Shutara Senjumaru laughed even more happily. Advertisement as the only member of Team Zero who was beaten by Su Feng. No one knows Su Feng's strength better than her, and looking at it now, Su Feng seems to be a lot stronger than before. Shutara Senjumaru doesn't think Kirin Temple Tenshiro can gain the upper hand in this. For the next scene, she was very happy to see it. Obviously, Kirin Temple Tenshiro did not realize this. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual pressure all over his body was like an underground spring, rushing towards the surroundings. The prestige of Team Zero cannot be challenged. Immediately, the Zanpakuto Jinpija in his hand slashed directly at Su Feng. Under its terrifying spiritual pressure, the ground suddenly cracked. And the place where Su Feng was standing collapsed towards the bottom. Shine, Ginbika. I saw his Zanpakuto's blade suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the Ryotsu was several times stronger than before. Followed. The Ryotsu like a storm spreads in all directions. The earth seemed to be cut by countless blades, and the headquarters of Gode 13 was filled with a blast of madness that could tear apart any existence. Come on, Godu. The corners of Tien Shilong's mouth rose up in Qilin Temple, and the grassroots in his mouth also lifted up. Let me see why you said that offensive remark. Su Feng drew his knife to meet him, and with a raised knife, he just touched the opponent's blade. The posture is so relaxed that there is no difficulty at all. To this, the arrogant face of Qilin Temple Tianqilong once again showed a trace of shock, and it was almost impossible to keep it up. This power, it's really exciting, he grinned. Then try these. 99. I saw him suddenly lift Jinpija, open his hands, and make a gesture as if hugging. Come and feel the baptism of this scorching hot spring. Accompanied by the voice of Tenshiro of Kirin Temple. Its turbulent spiritual pressure suddenly turned into a large amount of hot spring water, covering it in all directions. Like a waterfall, it fell to the surroundings, just for a moment. Advertisement Su Feng was enveloped in it, and the scorching temperature eroded the protection of his wave power. The power from Team Zero. For this Kirin Temple Tenshiro, his knowledge is only limited to his level of return and the shunpo speed that surpasses those of Gode. As for this so-called hot spring baptism, it is also one of its unique abilities. Seeing that the temptation was ineffective, Tien Shilong of Qilin Temple said with a wicked smile. Then wash away your sins with the hell of bones. 99. Repent. When the voice fell, the pressure of the surrounding hot springs suddenly rose several levels, as if the infinite gravity was squeezing towards the center. Su Feng could clearly perceive the power of this oppressive force. If I were to be another captain, I'm afraid it would be difficult to support at this time. Repent? Su Feng's expression was relaxed. I'm not guilty at all, how can I repent? 810. Extreme Ice, Wave-Splitting Sword. The floating voice stirred in the hell of bones. With Su Feng as the center, countless ice chips spread at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the bone hell that covered several miles was completely frozen into a layer of ice, and there was no more power. Even the Qilin Temple Tianqilong was caught off guard. Are also frozen together. Seeing this scene, Hayasabi Ichibe narrowed his eyes slightly, and a crimson light flashed through them. My lord. To Su Feng's surprise, a single shot of the extremely ice-splitting wave sword did not seem to be able to stop the Qilin Temple Tianqilong. The other party also contained a stronger burst of power. You won't admit defeat so easily, Blood Pond Hell. A more dazzling light bloomed above Jinpija, and the originally clear spring water was suddenly occupied by blood. It's like a sea of blood. The majestic force shattered the ice layer that had frozen everything. And just when he was ready to launch an attack again, a burly figure suddenly appeared beside him. A heavy palm clapped on the shoulder of Kirin Temple Tenshiro. That's it. Hayasabi Ichibe smiled like a good man. We are here to discuss countermeasures, not to start a war. Chapter 179. Fierce Shira Field as the leader of Team Zero. Hayasabi Ichibe's words are still very useful. When his voice fell, Kirin Temple Tenshiro also restrained his spiritual pressure at the same time. The blood-red hot spring that was like the ocean turned into a spiritual child and dissipated in the headquarters of Gode 13. But, when the spring water dissipated, there were also potholes on the ground. Even if Qilin Temple Tianqilong didn't use his strength to target this land, it was just the aftermath of the blood pool hell, which still caused a mountain to be corroded so hard to see. As expected of a member of Team Zero, Kiraku Shunsui smiled and said, speaking of Old Man Shan, who will be responsible for the losses here? Obviously, also a member of Gode 13, Kiraku Shunsui stood firmly on Su Feng's side. And, he also did not like Qilin Temple Tianqilong, who had always been arrogant. He didn't wait for Yamamoto Uenujai to speak. Hayasabi Ichibei grabbed the bag and covered it with exaggerated laughter. Haha, this kind of thing is naturally handled by Team Zero. Beijing bandleader, don't underestimate the responsibility of our Zero team. 99. Kirin Temple Tenshiro originally wanted to say something. But after meeting Hayasabi Ichibei's gaze, he retracted his words. Captain Yamamoto, it's better to gather the captains now. A hint of solemnity flashed in his red pupils. I think it is necessary to inform them about Godei's affairs. About Yohabak and Aizen. Kiraku Shunsui and Su Feng looked at each other. It didn't bother him anymore. As for Kirin Temple Tenshiro, although he was a little resentful, he seemed to take Hayasabi Ichibei's words very seriously, and there was no accident. Everyone, before the captain's meeting. Hayasabi Ichibei waved his hand and said, everyone is free to walk in Soul Society. Although the Godei matter is very urgent, it won't be resolved easily in a while. Heard. Haibun Kiryu said directly. Well, I want to see Shinji and Kohisei. This is a plump woman with purple hair in a traditional style, spatula-like hair accessories, Uzumaki cheeks, black lip gloss, and 2 belts. Advertisement in terms of personality, he is considered to be the most normal one in Team Zero. Cheerful and friendly, always with a kind smile. Haibun Kiryu was previously the captain of the 12th Division, and he was filmed in front of Urahara Kazuki, and he had an excellent relationship with Saraki Hiyori. However, as far as Su Feng knows, her current appearance is very different from that of 100 years ago. And this is also because of the special ability that it has developed, the temporary soul. Every time she cooks, she consumes all the Ryotsu, which causes her body to lose weight sharply, so she must accumulate fat to prevent her body from being overwhelmed. Then I'm a little sorry. Kiraku Shunsui said apologetically, Hiyori Sarakaki and the others are still in this world. Because of the Captain Hollow incident 100 years ago, they are reluctant to return to Soul Society. That's a pity. Hikishu Kiryu shook his head in disappointment. If she can't see Saruwaki Hiyori, she has no intention of walking in Soul Society anymore. Instead, he went directly to the captain's meeting room of the first team and waited for the start of the captain's meeting. So did the other 3. They have been in Lingwang Palace for too long, and their emotions in this regard have been indifferent. Only the Shutara 1000 handpills are different. As the latest member to be promoted to Team Zero, she still maintains her original appearance in terms of personality. Don't wait for others to go away. Shutara Chianshumaru came to Su Feng's side and said in a cheerful tone. Mr. Su Feng, my concubine has prepared a gift for you this time. 39. This is not the right place to show off, said, without waiting for Su Feng to refuse. She pushed Su Feng with her bone arm and walked towards the 5th Division's quarters. Unfortunately, on the way, coincidentally met Yuno Hanaretsu, who was also a competitor. When I was in the Comprehensive Ambulance Center, I sensed the disgusting Ryotsu. Yuno Hanaretsu no longer has the gentle attitude of the past, but shows people with a black-bellied image. As predicted, Shutara Senjumaru, you actually came to Soul Society again. 5. Face questioning. Advertisement Shutara Chianshumaru covered his face with his hands and let out a chuckle. My concubine came this time with the order of Lord Spirit King. 35. Then why are you holding Su Feng Jun's arm? Yuno Hanaretsu's eyes are full of murderous aura, as if it is possible to incarnate first-generation Kenpachi at any time. Well, I'm just going to take Su Feng Jun to try the concubine's gift. A stern look flashed in the eyes of Shuto Luo Chianshumaru, and there was no sign of flinching. As soon as this word comes out, Yuno Hanaretsu stepped forward immediately and took Su Feng's other arm without showing weakness. The eyes of the two collided with fierce sparks in the air, as if they were fighting. Even because of the external release of spiritual pressure. The surrounding ground collapsed a little, which looked a little scary. Seeing this, the team members who passed by here subconsciously chose to take a detour. Although very curious about a scene not far away. But they think it's better for them not to be curious. The name of Yuno Hanaretsu's black belly is not only spread among the captain and vice-captain. Many players are aware of this, and women who can compete with them for men are obviously not easy to mess with. Once waved, Money Jiao, and the words in it, with their small bodies, I am afraid that they will be torn into the tiniest spirits on the spot. The two stared intently at each other, undisguised hostility shrouded all around. With this level of coercion, it will not have any effect on Su Feng. But with the increase in the number of onlookers from a distance. Those inquiring, curious, and shocked eyes made him a little unbearable. Not waiting for the two to decide the winner. Su Feng immediately burst out with terrifying coercion, instantly suppressing the spiritual pressure of the two. Yuno Hanaretsu and Shutara Senjumaru didn't have time to react. I only felt that a big hand was directly wrapped around the slender waists of the two of them. Next moment, the figures of the three disappeared directly in place. In Su Feng's view, home ugly or something, it's better to solve it in another place. Chapter 180 The Special Death Tyrant Outfit, adhering to the will of the Spirit King. The 5th Squad. Su Feng put his arms around each other and looked at the two people with completely different performances. Shutara Chianshumaru covered his face with his hands, and the remaining bones of his arms were tucked behind his back. The crimson on both sides of his cheeks was as moving as a sunset, and he looked at Su Feng with earnest eyes from time to time. As for Yuno Hanaretsu, it was much calmer, however, her slightly rapid breathing betrayed her true heart. Although she didn't mind Su Feng's contact with her, it still made her feel a little difficult when she was in front of outsiders. The reddish earlobes symbolize happiness. All right. Su Feng said seriously, I already know what you two think. Now one by one. Senjumaru. He looked at Shutara Senjumaru, who was still in a state of embarrassment. What's the gift you said just now? After hearing Su Feng's voice, she just recovered from her fantasy. Hey, it's naturally the concubine's best special Death Tyrant outfit. I saw the white bone arm behind Shutara Chienshimaru shaking, and a black hole appeared directly next to it. The bone arm digs deep into it. Soon, he took out a piece of clothing that was very different in style from the regular Deathlord outfit. This concubine body is carefully sewn 827 according to Su Feng's body size. Shutara Senjumaru is extremely professional in the field that he is good at. Based on the spiritual pressure of the concubine's body, it is transformed into a thread, and it is assisted by a little power of the king's key. 35. This Death Tyrant outfit not only has a strong defense, but also eliminates the need for daily cleaning and repairs. 35. As she said these words, 2 blushes suddenly flew up on both sides of her cheeks. More importantly, if Su Fengjun wears it, it will be attached to the spiritual pressure of the concubine. It's as if my concubine has always been by Su Feng's side. Su Feng's expression was a little weird. How has it never been discovered that Shutara Chienshimaru still has such a nympho attribute? Obviously from the appearance, she is a beautiful woman with high cold and classical style. Advertisement, but why? He shook his head and stretched out his hand to take the Death Tyrant outfit in the hands of Shutara Chienshimaru with an earnest expression. From the point of view of the style alone, I don't know how much to win the ordinary Death Tyrant. The whole body is dominated by white, embellished with a little black, and delicate patterns are embellished on the collar, cuffs and hem. The overall style is somewhat similar to Captain Yuri, but it is a bit more elegant. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Su Feng changed into this Death Tyrant outfit. There was also a sudden change in temperament, if it is said that the previous Su Feng was only slightly higher in appearance. So now, he is like an elegant and noble son, showing his noble and elegant temperament. Its original appearance is not bad. Under the foil of the special Death Tyrant outfit, it has risen a few grades. The two stared blankly at the new sweetheart in front of them. Speechless for a long time. Until Su Feng shook his hand lightly in front of the two of them, and only then did they come back to their senses. What an unexpected effect. Shutara Chienshimaru said with satisfaction, my concubine is very satisfied with her level of clothing. Undeniable. 99 Yunohana Retsu said softly. The Death Tyrant outfit is a little high-end, but it's more because of Su Feng's good looks. Rare. Shutara Chienshimaru just glanced at her and didn't say anything to refute. The captain's meeting will soon be held. Although Hayasabi Ichibe said to let the members of the Zero Division walk freely in Soul Society. But in terms of time, it didn't give much. It's just the effort of changing into a dead tyrant outfit, and the Hell Butterfly flies to each team building. The first team building, the captain's meeting room. After several consecutive suggestions from Su Feng, chairs and conference tables were again equipped here. Although Yamamoto Yuan Liusai is not satisfied with this pattern, CDBJ. But considering that it was Su Feng's suggestion, he didn't say anything more. In recent times, Su Feng has done too much credit. So much so that he couldn't even think of any suitable reward for Su Feng, so he adopted this suggestion. Advertisement. But when the captain's meeting was held, something that gave Su Feng some headaches happened. As the captain of the 5th Division, his right side is still Yunohana Retsu, the captain of the 4th Division. On the left, it should be Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of the 6th Division. But with the arrival of Shutara Chienshimaru, I don't know what she promised, or what method she used to make Byakuya Kuchiki move one position directly to the left. And this move also makes others act together. Kira Izuru, who participated in the meeting as the deputy captain, was forcibly carried to the next door by the broken bees. Even Yadomaru Lisa, who came to participate together, stood firmly behind Su Feng, without any intention of flinching. She nudged her lustful glasses and looked around with pride, her slender white neck highlighted like a swan. The other captains stared at the scene in front of them with strange eyes. Even the members of Team Zero looked at Su Feng, who looked like a star in the moonlight with similar eyes. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Seeing that things were developing in an unpredictable direction, Yamamoto Uenujai hurriedly coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention to himself. Unfortunately, whether it's Yunohana Retsu or Shutara Senjumaru, even Shirabi, who has always respected the captain the most, they didn't mean to look at him. This inevitably made Yamamoto Uenujai look helpless. When did this scene start? The familiar Seirei turned into something he didn't know. You were obviously colleagues who have been with each other for 100 years. Why does your appearance make the old man feel so unfamiliar? These are the members of the Zero team guarding the Spirit King. Yamamoto Uenuzai introduced several members of the Zero Division with a solemn voice. Monk Hayasabi Ichibe, Izumi Yuki Kirinji Tenshiro, Goang Haibyun Kiryu, Sword God Naimea Wang Yu, and Orimori Shutara Senjumaru. Some of them may be old acquaintances of you, so I won't introduce them too much. He looked around, and a low voice echoed in the conference room. The purpose of this trip, everyone from Team Zero, is mainly to solve the threat of the Invisible Empire and Aizen Sosuke. Hayasabi Ichibe took over the words, with an inexplicable expression in his red eyes. It is even more upholding the will of Lord Spirit King. Chapter 181. The arrogant Su Feng, Spirit King? When Hayasabi Ichibei's words fell, there was a voice of surprise and doubt in the conference room. As for the responsibilities of the Zero team, perhaps some captains were not clear before. But after Yamamoto Uenyujai explained it, they already understood very well. Guard the Lingwang Palace and the Lingwang. Hayasabi Ichibei, as the leader of the Zero Division, upholds the will of the Spirit King. His words. In the eyes of all, there is nothing, the possibility of adulteration. However, Su Feng's eyes were inexplicable and he didn't know what he was thinking. That's right. Hayasabi Ichibei put away his cheerful personality and replaced it with a low and serious expression. Either Yohabak or Aizen Sosuke. Both of them represent the will of evil, and their existence has already caused a great threat to the Soul Society and the Spirit King Palace. As guardians, we will definitely. Similar to the words that Yamamoto Motoizai used to motivate the team members or captains, they kept saying them from his mouth. However, Su Feng didn't think much of listening. He knew very well the character and purpose of Hayasabi Ichibei. Whether the Soul Society is destroyed or not has nothing to do with him. Even if all the Godai 13 teams died, it would not affect his mood today or tomorrow. All he cares about is the Spirit King. Like in the original book, Hayasabi Ichibei has a changeable personality and seems to be very easy to contact. Even if he is called a bald guy, he doesn't care. But if it touches on the Spirit King, this guy will be like a different person, not as kind as before. Even who the Spirit King is not important to him. He just wanted to protect the Spirit King. In the original book, Hayasabi Ichibei once said that if Yohabak died in battle, he would make Yohabak's corpse into a Spirit King, replace the original Spirit King, and become a wedge to maintain the stability of the three realms. And if Kurosaki Ichigo dies in battle, it will be Kurosaki Ichigo who becomes the Spirit King. So come on. What Hayasabi Ichibei said at the moment seemed a bit redundant and useless. Even if he was in the palace of the Spirit King, Su Feng didn't think that those battles that covered thousands of miles would be hidden from his perception. It is precisely because of this. Hayasabi Ichibei must know that in the presence of Su Feng, neither Yohabak nor Aizen could pose any threat to the Spirit King. With this premise, advertisement his purpose is a bit of a conjecture. Hopefully not doing something stupid. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a tiny light of thunder, and he thought to himself. Otherwise, I don't mind changing the person guarding the Spirit King. He is a very simple person, but this does not mean that Su Feng's character will be weak to the outside world. He has always been strong, as now. Just when Hayasabi Ichibei was talking about how to find traces of Aizen and how to counter Yuhaba. Su Feng leaned on the back of the chair, spread his hands like wings, and placed them on the shoulders of Unohana Retsu and Shutara Senjumaru. Its appearance. People cannot help but think of those decadent aristocratic life. In particular, several captains who were nobles changed their expression slightly. But most of them were shocked. Feeling the temperature on her shoulders, Unohana Retsu smiled softly, ignoring other people's eyes, and leaned on Su Feng's side even more. It's obviously easy to see. The competition between her and Shutara Senjumaru had already reached a white-hot stage. See. Shutara Chianshumaru was stunned for a moment and followed suit. She has lived in the Lingwang Palace for a long time, and has long lost the thoughts that bound her in the past. She seems to be cold, but she is actually very hot inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't look like a nymphomaniac, this scene. To the surprise of the other captains, they did not listen to Hayasabi Ichibei for a while. Even Hayasabi Ichibei stopped, his eyes looked a little dazed. Only Nimori doesn't care about that. He knocked on the conference table in front of him discontentedly. Hey, don't waste my uncle's time. Scientist's time is very precious. I still have 36 experiments to do today. After sealing the passage to the Soul Society with the power of one word? As the most perverse captain, Ni Yuli didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Feng's behavior. Advertisement katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot asterisk asterisk katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Do you want Team Zero to deal with Aizen Sosuke? Or, let the guy Urahara Su Feng go with him? About the Invisible Empire, is it also sealed together? The continuous question made Hayasabi Ichibei stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his senses. Nature uses the power of a word to seal and change. Only in this way, the battle will not spread to the Soul Society in the Lingwang Palace. At this time, Su Feng also understood Hayasabi Ichibei's thoughts. His Zanpakuto is definitely one of the strongest Zanpakuto. The ability is strong, surpassing 99% of Zanpakuto. Certainly, Hayasabi Ichibei is also one of the most powerful men in the world. Only with the matching power can the full power of a word be exerted. If he was fighting Yohabak or the current Aizen, he might not be able to do it. But only to maintain the impact of the aftermath of the battle on the world. For him, it wasn't that difficult. The old man has no opinion. Yamamoto Uenyuzai responded with a low voice. At this time, his face was expressionless, his eyes were deep, and he couldn't see the slightest thought at all. The sooner these two threats are addressed, the safer Soul Society will be. As the most loyal subordinate of Yamamoto Uenyujai, Komamura Sajin made a second opinion at the first time. Captain Yamamoto is right. Kiraku Shunsui put the hat on the meeting table back on and seemed to think the meeting was over. As a disciple, I don't dare to refute old man Shan's words. Admiring the rising curtain, he barely suppressed his discomfort and the look on his face like a traffic light. Hayasabi Ichibei's eyes were deep, and his red pupils were like sparks. As a guardian, what should we do? Jashiro Yukitaki's face was blushing and uncertain, as if Nimori had tested some ideas on him again. Naturally as a spectator. 5. If it can be implemented, how should it be carried out in detail? As a result, he always felt that something was wrong with his body. Good idea. Chapter 182. Their own plans, called Aizen in the Valley. The captain's meeting is over. Team 0 left in time. However, Shutara Chianshimaru did not leave with them, but stayed by Su Feng's side greedily, sniffing the smell of the specially made death tyrant. Broken Bee and the others looked at her unwillingly, eager to take her place. Unfortunately, even Yunohana Retsu and Shutara Senjumaru don't mind sharing. With her arrogant personality, it is really difficult to pose this pose in front of the captains. Simply put, it's just too thin skin. If possible, Broken Bee would like to be like two people in private, leaning on Su Feng's arms and feeling. She clenched her silver teeth tightly and couldn't stand it any longer. Humph. After an arrogant snort, Broken Bee disappeared in place at extremely fast shunpo speed. Kyoraku Shunsui put his hand on his forehead and made a look at 827. 0. Yeah, did you go in the direction of the 5th Division team building? Mr. Su Feng seems to have a rare calm today. 35 is the author of one of the few Seirei correspondence collections of romance novels. Kyoraku Shunsui said he was very envious of what happened to Su Feng. If possible, he would like to. Su Feng. Kyoraku Shunsui frowned slightly when he saw that Yamamoto Uenyujai had walked away and said seriously. Do you have any other thoughts on Hayasabi Ichibe? Heard. Su Feng gave Kyoraku Shunsui a surprised look. This future successor to the captain was actually not as frivolous as he appeared to be. In the words of Yamamoto Uenyujai, beneath the frivolous surface lies a careful mind. As the heir cultivated by Yamamoto Genryuzai, Kyoraku Shunsui knows most of the Soul Society's secrets. Of course, it also includes the Lingwang and Lingwang Palace, as well as the long life course of Hayasabi Ichibe. Are you thinking? Su Feng pondered for a moment, then grinned and said to himself. One step at a time. If something unexpected happens, it's not impossible to lift the table directly. He has always had his own strengths. It may be difficult to kill Yohabak in his prime, but destroying the world isn't that much of a hassle. Hear this. Advertisement. Kyoraku Shunsui is also a little confused. Does this go to the step of flipping the table? Cough cough. 39. Let's talk about a more practical approach. Kyoraku Shunsui's smile was a little embarrassed. Su Feng looked at him with strange eyes and said seriously, I'm not joking. Isn't it a very practical way to lift the table? Now it's Kyoraku Shunsui's turn. I thought Su Feng would have a good way to deal with Hayasabi Ichibe. But I didn't expect that it would be lifting the table. He never doubted that Su Feng had such strength. But in his view, things are far from necessary to go this far. I'm still thinking of a reliable way. Kyoraku Shunsui shook his head and walked outside the captain's meeting room. The next morning, the captains gathered at the headquarters of Godei 13th Team and looked at Team 0 and Yamamoto Genryusai with different complex eyes. According to Hayasabi Ichibe's plan, they are prepared to address the threat of the Invisible Empire first. In the words of Hayasabi Ichibe, Yohaba is far more dangerous than Aizen Sosuke. Aizen is nothing but evil incarnate, and Yohabak is evil itself. Everyone, are you ready? Hayasabi Ichibe shouted with joy. Godei 13th Team and 0 Team, let's go. Under the unexpected gaze of the crowd, I saw him holding the word in both hands, and then drew a portal on the shadow of the ground. Next moment, accompanied by a huge surge of spiritual pressure, the ink color spreads and extends above the shadow, turning into a huge portal, standing in the shadow. Su Feng looked at the scene in front of him very seriously. He knows the ability of a word. Before liberation, Hayasabi Ichibe was able to cast spells similar to Kido through the tip of the giant brush. And a word also has the ability to cut names without cutting meat. When attacking an opponent, it will reduce half of its strength, and even cut off half of its name. For Shinigami, this is undoubtedly the existence of natural enemies. Advertisement: once Zanpakuto is cut off by half of his name, his power after liberation will also be cut in half. And now, the power of Hayasabi Ichibe is a spell similar to Kido. Without resorting to the black technologies of Inuyamori, he directly opened the door to the Invisible Empire with his own power. Dawdling little bastards. Kailan Temple Tianqilong held Jinpija on his shoulders and said in a disdainful tone. My lord, let's go ahead. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared in place and went deep into the portal. The other members of Team 0 followed closely and entered. Yamamoto Genryuzai watched them off and said in a majestic voice. The old man is responsible for guarding the Soul Society. We won't go together in this battle. Kyoraku Shunsui straightened his hat and sighed. We all went as spectators, old man Shan. You don't have to worry about the outcome of this battle. After all, this guy is there. He looked at Su Feng and smiled. Let's go, Captain Su Feng. You and the members of Team 0 are the main force in this battle. Face the invitation. Without any hesitation, Su Feng stepped directly into the portal made of ink. It is slightly different from the channel opened with the dark shadow reagent. Under the power of Hayasabi Ichibe, the passage here appears to be more stable. Even if it is under the strength of multiple captains, there will not be a slightest shake. Su Feng shook his head and walked straight ahead. He had a clearer understanding of the strength of Hayasabi Ichibe. 1.9 As for the outcome of this battle, it's already obvious. At the same time, the broken boundary is called the Valley. Facing the question, Ichimaru Jin lowered his head slightly, a lion majesty-like smile appeared on his face, and the light Kyoto accent echoed in the empty palace. Everything is ready, Lord Aizen. Going to the Invisible Empire? 99. Silver, is everything ready? Aizen sat on the throne, with dazzling white light flashing in his eyes, as if he had seen through the world. He looked to the side, and Ichimaru Jin in all white clothes walked out slowly. Inside the Pseudo-Spirit Palace, we can go to Lingwang Palace at any time. Since that's the case, it's time for us to set off. Chapter 183. Ambush, Sanctuary Praise. Is this the realm of the Invisible Empire? Kailan Temple Tianshilong held Jin Pija on his shoulders, and his body was overflowing with strong spiritual pressure. Even Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was standing beside him, frowned slightly and felt a little discomfort. No matter how weak he is still a member of Team Zero. Compared with the current Hitsugaya Dashiro, there is still a big gap. It's desolate enough. Hayasubi Ichibei widened his red eyes and looked out into the distance, as if pointing directly at the Palace of Ice. It's still alright. Komamura Sajin said in a low voice, the Zaraki district in Soul Society is not much better than this. Crap. 35 Zaraki Kenpachi will never let go of this battle against the Invisible Empire. A disdainful smile appeared on his face like a demon. It's a lot worse than Zaraki. As someone who has been living in Zaraki district, Zaraki Kenpachi's knowledge of Zaraki district is far beyond ordinary people. But he doesn't like other people's casual evaluation of the Zaraki district. There are not many 23 captains who came this time, except for Komamura Sajin and Hitsugaya Dashiro. The rest are captains who have a good relationship with Su Feng. Examples include Broken Bee, Unohana Retsu, Kyoraku Shunsui, and Nirvana. The remaining captains, adhering to the principle of guarding the Soul Society, stayed in the Seirei. Except for the captain, Urahara Kazuki also came with him. For the homeless, even Ni Yuli has no opinion, let alone other people. During its return to Soul Society, the captains have once again seen Urahara Kazuki's terrifying scientific prowess. We can even say, above Nirvana. For this statement, Nimori rarely showed any refutation. And the members of Team Zero did not all enter the Invisible Empire. Haibun Kiryu and Ermai Yawang Yu both stayed in Soul Society. According to Hayasubi Ichibei, that means they can guard against Aizen's surprise attack. Everyone, don't take it lightly. 55 Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes were full of sadness, as if to condense into reality. The war between Quinkwe and Shinigami will never end easily. He seemed to have foreseen the great melee that was about to happen. Even if the Invisible Empire has been destroyed for a long time, many members of the Star-Crossed Knights have been damaged. Advertisement, but in this case, the Knights of the Star-Cross remain strong. If the Godei 13 teams were to fight alone, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. Certainly, this possibility is based on the exclusion of Su Feng. Let's start right away. Su Feng suggested, solve it early, go home early for dinner. 35. Regarding invisible empires, the more delay, the higher the probability of accidents. As far as Su Feng knew, Yuhabok didn't need to be forced to sleep. It's just a way for him to get his power back, if necessary. It is not impossible to forcibly take back the power and restore it to its heyday. It's just that because the power is out of control, it will take away the power of all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. To this, not as a last resort, Yuhabok will not wake up from his slumber. But Su Feng knew very well that with the tyrannical and impermanent character of Yuhabok, he could definitely do such a thing. The fate of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. In fact, it was already doomed long before they joined. In order to create a world without fear in his ideal world, Yuhabok can do anything. Certainly, in Su Feng's view, either him or the dancer from the next village. All belong to the pure idealist. In order to realize their ideals, they can do whatever it is. One is to create an ideal world without fear, and the other is to create an ideal world of absolute peace. How similar and how ironic. Su Feng shook his head, not thinking too much. He is not that kind of idealist, and will only work hard to protect what he has. As it is now. Boom! A violent flame erupted beneath the ground, as if a volcano was erupting, engulfing the entire group in an instant. The few people with full speed points disappeared in place in an instant, dodging the attack. The defense points are full, such as Su Feng and Hayasubi Ichibei. There is absolutely no point in dodging. Advertisement. Just stand there and let the flames spraying from the ground hit you. However, even if the surrounding temperature keeps rising. There was even hot lava flowing on the ground, however, it still failed to affect the two of them. In the distant sky. When Tian Shilong of Kirin Temple saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of the tip of a pin. It's almost impossible to believe the facts in front of you. The appearance of this scene, undoubtedly, it gave him a clear understanding of Su Feng's strength again. The previous battle between the two, the sudden intervention of Hayasubi Ichibei brought the battle to an early end. The Kirin Temple Tenshiro, who was still a little unconvinced at first, is now highly vigilant against Su Feng. If the fight really continued at that time, who lives and who dies? Not necessarily. Busby 827. From this scorching ryotsu, Su Feng discerned the identity of the person who set the trap. Searing alternative use. It must be you. His generous praise made the pillar of fire in this area even more scorching hot. The admiration of the enemy seemed to Busby an insult. Especially during the last battle, he was almost completely beaten by the man in front of him without fighting back. "Hey, you're dead." Busby's voice echoed in the pillar of fire. "Hugo has long seen your rival." Heard. Su Feng's heart moved slightly, when even thought of Hazard's castrated version of omnipotence. Although he couldn't see his own future, he could clearly predict the future of the other captains of Gode 13. So, Su Feng took it seriously. "Is this your preparation?" "It has nothing to do with the existence of Team Zero." Hazard's voice came from a distance. "This will be a feast specially prepared for you, Urahara Su Feng." And with the sound of his voice, the shadows illuminated by the countless rising fire pillars instantly covered an area of hundreds of miles. Sanctuary Praise. Chapter 184 Shallow Tricks, As You Wish. As his voice fell, countless spiritual suns rose up in the shadows, turning into a huge wall of light to surround Su Feng and Hayasabi Ichibei. For this ability, Su Feng is clear. In his impression, it was originally Yohabak who used it to deal with Bankai's Yamamoto Yuanyuzai. And now, with the blessing of omniscience and omnipotence, and the assistance of other members of the Star-Crossed Knights, Hazard set this trap where they must pass. The huge extinction cross constantly appeared in the wall of light. The terrifying spiritual pressure was all around, and it quickly suppressed Busby's pillar of fire, blocking all the spiritual children. "It's really surprising." Hayasabi Ichibei scratched his beard and said with a slightly surprised expression. "Even without Yohabak, these little guys are still very capable. As a being who has lived 110,000 years. Even if he called Yamamoto Yuanyujai the little guy, it was not too much, let alone a member of these Star-Crossed Knights." But Su Feng noticed this. Instead, he was thinking about the age gap between the two. "It's actually kind of outrageous. This level of attack is your trump card?" He looked around, staring at the figure that appeared outside the sanctuary praise. "Could it be that? Do you think such power is enough to stop my progress?" The undisguised killing intent exploded with Su Feng as the center. In an instant, it condensed into substance, swallowing the annihilation cross around it. When the endless holy annihilation arrow erupted in the sanctuary praise, a scene that shocked Husward happened. The terrifying killing intent fluctuations devoured everything around in an instant. Like rain falling into the sea. No waves. The holy annihilation arrow was completely disintegrated, leaving only the most subtle spiritual child, and there was no threat at all. "See." Hazard's expression suddenly darkened. The smile that originally held the victory also disappeared. Completely invalidated sanctuary praise was something he had never thought of. If it is not omniscient and omnipotent, Su Feng's future cannot be seen. Hazard was absolutely reluctant to use this move. Advertisement. After trying to use the ability of omniscience and omnipotence on Su Feng many times, he deeply recognized the horror of the person in front of him. But also because of that, Hazard wanted to kill Su Feng more and more deeply. This is just the beginning. The ground was shaking. A large number of spiritual suns gathered in this side to resist. Like a massive tide, it condenses into a substantial posture, rushing in all directions. Far away, the captains looked at the scene in front of them in shock, unable to understand the power of the moment. "Is this the strength of the Star-Crossed Knights united?" Komamura Sajin said slowly in a low voice. "With the strength of this old man, it seems that I can really only be an audience." "Me too." Kyoraku Shunsui's tone was much more relaxed. "Fight, kill, let Su Feng do it. 55. I'm an old bone, just stand on the side and cheer for him." Although it says so, but Hitsugaya Dashiro, who was standing beside him, still clearly saw the shock and puzzlement in his eyes. After realizing this, Hitsugaya Dashiro pouted and muttered. "A duplicitous old man." Boom. Kyoraku Shunsui slammed the hammer on his head decisively, almost knocking it down from the air. "Hey, show some respect to me as a senior." Hitsugaya Toshiro covered his head and dodged directly to the other side. "It's obviously true, why don't you tell me?" Just when the two tried to relax the tense atmosphere. Far away, the battle escalated again. Accompanied by the rush of spiritual suns, a huge Quincy exterminator pentagram formation appeared on the area. It happened to occupy the range of the previous sanctuary praise. Usurp Holy Awakening. Haswald stood at a high place, looking down, with red light in his eyes. As his voice fell, Su Feng could clearly feel that all the surrounding spirits poured into the pentagram. Its usurping power is strong. Not even Hayasabi Ichibei, who was standing by to watch the battle, could not resist. Advertisement. A large number of spiritual children are like endless rivers, rushing in the pentagram array and transferring into Hazard's body. "We will guard the invisible empire and the sleeping majesty." His voice echoed over the vast area, until all the strength was exhausted. "I seem to be dragging you down, Su Feng." Hayasabi Ichibei said with a laugh. "If it wasn't for me, Hazard would not have captured such a strong power." The red light flashed in his eyes. "It's okay." Su Feng saw through this guy's thoughts at a glance, but didn't take it to heart at all. Kill an eyed monk who was a castrated version of Hasvardgar. As for me, he pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and suddenly there was a clear sound of the chirping of knives. This moment, it even suppressed the sound of the huge usurping Holy Awakening. It's not that difficult. 35. There are lightning flashes in Su Feng's eyes, which are extremely bright. Although the eyes are asleep, the heart still lives. Watching all phenomena in the world, they're all waves. With the sound of Shikai language, his left hand caressed over the blade. The original silver-white blade was covered with pure blue, as clean as the sky. But at the same time, the already gloomy sky, Qian Li Jiao, became deeper and deeper. See. The smile on Hayasabi Ichibei's face also faded. Instead, it is an endless dignified color. Endless darkness descends into the invisible empire at this moment. It was as if all light had been wiped out. Even with a captain-level existence, he couldn't see exactly what happened. In the face of such power, inexplicably, Husward felt a panic that he had never felt before. The members of the Star-Crossed Knights, standing in the open area, subconsciously approached each other, trying to dispel the fear in their hearts. Su Feng stood still. The lightning in his eyes became the only light in the invisible empire. Next moment, in the endless black screen above the sky, pairs of red eyes slowly emerged. It's like the eyes of the gods staring at the world. Chapter 185. Enhanced version of Hazward, The Last Night. The terrifying sense of oppression, centered on Su Feng, is like a hurricane that destroys the world. It swept across every corner of the invisible empire in an instant. Even several members of the Star Crusader Knights who stayed in the Palace of Ice could not help but tremble. They had never felt such a powerful and terrifying force. Even in the face of Yohabuk in the Ma Xing period, he was still unable to bring such terrifying coercion. And in the center of this coercion, Haswald's body was stagnant with a substantial Ryotsu, which instantly turned into a shield with a prismatic star-cross protrusion. He drew out a spiritual saber from it, and cut off the coercion in front of him with a sharp slash. Although the usurping of the altar was not effective against Su Feng, it still took away part of Hayasabi Ichibei's power. This also led to the strength of the Huswald's spiritual pressure at this time, which has come to another dimension. Another transcendence. Su Feng stared at Hazward, who was not affected by the coercion, with lightning flashing in his eyes. As predicted, Hayasabi Ichibei came to the Soul Society, and it wasn't just because of Yohabuk and Aizen Sosuke of the Invisible Empire. Perhaps his own 827 exists. That's the purpose of his trip. He knew about Hayasabi Ichibei's abilities. Although the one character after Shikai still has the ability to cut names without cutting meat, it also extends the ability of black things touched by his blade to lose their names. If the opponent's weapon is slashed by a word, then his weapon will lose the corresponding ability. Not even the jar of usurpation used by Yohabuk could work on it. Not to mention Hazward. But right now, Hazward not only took away the power of Hayasabi Ichibei, but also became a transcendent existence. It's just its powerful Ryotsu. It is no weaker than Aizen, which incorporates Hogyoku. He became a pawn. A common chess piece for Yohabuk and Hayasabi Ichibei. A chess piece used to test the upper limit of Su Feng's strength. Although he has noticed it, but, to this, Haswald was so sweet. He was the most loyal knight of His Majesty Yohabuk and the most trusted and closest Quincy. Advertisement, powerful or not, CDBJ, Haswald held the scapegoat shield in his left hand and the spirit sun saber in his right. We will stand on your path and guard until your majesty wakes up. This is our duty and our destiny. A huge extinction cross was generated behind him. A large number of highly concentrated spirits condensed in it, like burning flames, constantly jumping on its surface. You have your duty. Su Feng raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, without the slightest change in color because of the powerful Ryotsu. And I have the power to change everything. The reason why omnipotence cannot see through my future is very simple. As soon as these words came out, Husward's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously slashed behind him. Boom! The knives collided, and a thick voice was agitated in it. At this moment, countless sword pressure storms swept out in all directions with the two at the center. Boom! The storm is expanding rapidly, and the terrifying power will instantly usurp the altar and destroy it, covering it in a farther direction. The ground is collapsing, forming ghoulish ravines, turning into existences like moat. When the storm approached, Hayasabi Ichibei was already dodging easily to the distance, watching the battle with a solemn expression. As for the rest of the captains, they stared at all the movements in the distance with exaggerated and shocked expressions. The specifications of the battle at the moment, it was beyond their comprehension. It was only the first collision between the two blades that caused such terrifying destruction. Even the aftermath of the storm, they dare not say that they can bear it. Seemingly close fight, however, the pain is only known to Hazward. On the translucent blue blade, the power transmitted is like the collision of the whole world. If it weren't for the fact that he instantly mobilized the power that was usurped. I am afraid that it is not this blow, it will make him disappear into ashes, turn into a spiritual child, and return to the world. Boom! The majestic wave force erupted above the blade, instantly lifting Hazward out of a distance of dozens of kilometers. I have power beyond fate. 35 Su Feng said these words lightly, as if he was just narrating the facts. Advertisement in different eyes looked at Hazward, as if looking at a dead thing. Whether omnipotent is powerful or not. None of them can affect me. Haswald finally stopped in the air, and when he opened his mouth to refute, he spat out a mouthful of blood in a very embarrassed form. He retracted the words that had already reached his lips, and instead stared at Su Feng with almost desperate eyes. Opponent's strength. Absolutely beyond the threshold of what he could handle. Even, Hazward saw little hope of victory. Not even 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 10 million. Even if it's the second time I see it, In the distance, Ni Yuli restrained his usual exaggerated and raging expression, but slowly said in a calm to strange tone. Still amazed by this. Even the soul is immersed in it, completely unable to extricate itself. I even dare to say. He looked at Shutara Chianshumaru who was beside him, and said with a smile. Perhaps even if it's the Spirit King, it's just like that. In the face of the ridicule of old friends, Shutara Chianshumaru maintained the elegant and dignified posture of the past, with his white-boned arms pinching his delicate chin, and thoughtfully said. I have never seen the power exerted by the Spirit King. But that doesn't prevent him from having the power to change the world. 55. And now, Shutara Chianshumaru didn't know what he was thinking, and his cheeks were inexplicably flushed. Lord Su Feng seems to be able to do it too. Nympho, 35. Ni Yuli coldly snorted disdainfully, already losing interest in communicating with Shutara Senjumaru. On the other hand, when the captains on the side heard these words, they couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Su Feng, who is also the captain, has it gotten to this point? When they once again looked at the figure standing proudly in the distance between heaven and earth, they immediately dismissed this question. Based on her current performance alone, Su Feng can definitely change the world. Success or not, Haswald strengthened his beliefs and raised the scapegoat shield and the spirit sun saber in his hands again. I will be your majesty's strongest shield. Chapter 186. God's poison sees life for life. And with this saying, Haswald raised his spirit saber. The spirits around it instantly transformed into a large number of liquid-like black shadows. In an instant, it was condensed in the sky behind him. The liquid black shadow turned into substance, forming something like a hexagram. Constructing the spiritual space shadow hexagram. Under the surprised eyes of the crowd, several figures slowly walked out of it. God's forgiveness of the guards. Su Feng recognized the figure of the person who came, but there was no surprise. The members of the Star-Crossed Knights are no longer able to participate in their battles. Obviously, Hasward also clearly recognized this. Except for Panita Pikaja, who was killed by Su Feng, the remaining three were almost all present. And that means, the high-end combat power of the Star-Crossed Knights has all stood in front of Su Feng. You can't go head-to-head, are you ready for a siege? Su Feng said in an indifferent tone. By the way, after Panita's death, Husward, didn't you promote another member of the guards? For this issue, Hasward replied in a calm tone, without sarcasm or anger. Even as His Majesty's agent, I still do not have the authority to elevate the guards. Perhaps when His Majesty wakes up from his slumber, a new member of the guard will appear. Even in the previous battle, he was almost killed by Su Feng. With such a character, he treats everyone very gently, even if the other party is his own enemy. HMPH, what nonsense are you talking about with this guy? Gerald's fists collided, making a dull sound like steel. One person can't kill this guy, and two people can't kill this guy. Then the four go together. On the way forward, Your Majesty, no enemy is allowed. For this remark, the other two were indisputable. Advertisement in the surroundings of one person, the spiritual child has already shown the materialization of purple surrounding him. This guy has a Latino face, with a single bunch of slightly curly bangs on his forehead, long black hair behind him, a knot-shaped wrist brace on his left arm, and a wide palm. The upper body is a triple silver thread collar overlapping shoulder pads, and at the hem is a white jumper with oval ornaments, while panting a pair of crotch pants with V-shaped re-embellished pockets on the sides and black boots. Weird demeanor speaks to its identity. Yaskin Nakroval, a member of the Divine Guard, has the holy letter D, symbolizing lethal dose. In terms of strength alone, he is probably the weakest guy in the Divine Amnesty Guards. Su Feng also didn't take it to heart at all. Hey, what kind of expression is that? He was a little angry, and the poisonous spirit balls flew around him like a living thing. I must kill you. Lethal. With the sound of his words, the spirit child with him as the center suddenly turned into a purple, like lake water, and spread directly towards Su Feng. However, when the poison pool touched the fluctuation range of Su Feng's killing intent. But like a snowflake under the sun, it melted in an instant, completely unable to affect it at all. A guy like you that only counts as a charge. 35 Su Feng raised the Zanpakuto in his hand. I think it's better to get rid of it earlier. When the voice fell, Husward's pupils shrank suddenly, and he warned loudly, be careful, 55. What? Before Askin could react, a figure appeared beside him. The translucent blue blade slashed directly below it. Above the dazzling sword pressure, there is an endless sense of oppression. What about Ryotsu? Askin's eyes widened, trying to collect the spiritual child contained in Su Feng's attack, in order to make himself immune to his attack. But to his despair, in Su Feng's attack, there was no Ryotsu at all. It's all about volatility. With his lethal dose, it is impossible to analyze and establish immunity. I seem to understand what this guy is capable of. Numerous Kido incantations appeared in Ni Yuli's eyes. Analyze the opponent's Ryotsu to make yourself immune to the opponent's attack. Advertisement, it's very similar to my uncle's demon fetus. He grinned. Unfortunately, let alone his ability, even if I have studied for more than 10 years, I still cannot analyze the essence of Su Feng's power. 5. For flowers, want to build immunity? Let's go to hell and build? With Askin's desperate gaze, Guan Shizhengzong fell directly on him. Die with me. At the critical moment, he also broke out his strongest power together. The knot-shaped bracers wrapped around the front of Asken's limbs suddenly enlarged and flew into the air in an instant, and descended towards Su Feng's body. The ring of poison. Asken was roaring, and the look in his eyes was completely replaced by madness. This is his last resort, and it is the ability that he will only use when he thinks that the lethal dose is ineffective against the enemy. When the bracer touches a certain part of the enemy, it is enough to make it instantly necrotic. He didn't try to use this move to resist Su Feng's slashing blade. Because when Asken analyzed his power, he found out in despair that even self-destruction could not resist the opponent's attack. All he can do now is to trade his life for his life. Su Feng didn't mean to dodge either, and let the enlarged knot-shaped bracer fall towards him. And Guan Shizhengzong fell on Asken's chest without hindrance. Boom! A terrifying wave of power erupted, and the red and white sword squirted out from it, instantly swallowing Asken's body. In an instant, the majestic power completely wiped it out in place. Asken's whole body was like a pufferfish, and it exploded directly, and the purple-black poisonous gas spread farther away. With such power, even Hazard and others are unwilling to touch it. They were dodging in the distance, only Gerald was still standing there, letting the poison gas devour him and then kill him. With Asken's death, the ring of poison also approached Su Feng's head, trying to destroy his head completely. But with the outbreak of Su Feng's killing intent fluctuations, the attack composed of the spiritual child was instantly disintegrated and turned into a spiritual child again, leaving no trace at all. The huge field of poisonous gas was also covered by the expanding killing intent fluctuations, and all disappeared in the air. So far, Yaskin Nakroval, utterly dead, Chapter 187 Miracles and All Things Connected. But it was the first confrontation. One member of the God-forgiving guard was killed. This inevitably made Hazard's expression even more solemn. The strength Su Feng showed was much stronger than when he encountered it before. Such a terrifying growth rate, it made him feel a deep fear in his heart. If it still can't be solved this time, then when we meet next time, will the other party's strength surpass that of His Majesty Yubok? Once the idea pops up, like bamboo shoots after the rain, it can't stop. Asken's attack in exchange for death failed to cause Su Feng any damage. It even made the power of fluctuations around it stronger. With a wave of Su Feng's hand, the blood beads that rolled on the blade instantly evaporated. He looked up not far away. Gerald, who was killed by the poisonous gas swallowed, 827, released a dazzling golden light around him. Puff, 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 the dull, thunder-like heartbeat echoed in the sky, and the sound became more and more roaring, even forming sound waves visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions. Accompanying it is the body that was rotted by the poisonous gas, recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large number of spirits gathered on Gerald's body, and at the same time, branch-like black patterns continued to emerge. Just a few seconds, Gerald is resurrected in front of everyone again. Even more terrifying, his body is like an inflated balloon, turning into a giant 10 meters high. At the same time, Gerard's strength also increased. Whether it is strength defense, speed endurance, and the most fundamental Ryotsu, they have all been enhanced to an extremely powerful level. Gerald is the heart of the Spirit King. Its upper limit strength is still very high. And in the case of the Holy Word, its upper limit has been completely excavated. God's measure. A death has already begun to tap the potential hidden in its body. This time, you will never be allowed to escape. Gerald's expression, proud as always, with blood-red eyes, stared at Su Feng not far away. A huge sense of oppression, as if the mountains were falling, moved towards it. Advertisement Ryotsu from the measure of God. After resurrection, his strength has already been greatly increased. Damn Shinigami, I will tear you apart bit by bit. Even if he has seen the strength shown by Su Feng before. But Gerald still had no fear in his heart, on the contrary. He didn't think there was any harm he couldn't bear. Whenever the enemy causes him all damage, it will be converted into the driving force for his strength. This is a miracle. Boom, there was a loud bang in the air. That burly body like a hill turned into a beam of light, instantly approaching Su Feng's side. A fist like a heavy hammer smashed down towards Su Feng's head. In Gerald's scarlet eyes, there was an extreme tyranny. He seemed to see Su Feng's head bursting like a ripe watermelon. That was what he was most looking forward to, Poochie. The sound of tearing flesh rang out in the sky, and Gerald froze in place. His arm. The thick arm like a stone pillar is falling from the air. The red blood, like rain, was continuously scattered, forming a spectacular scene like a curtain. Totally unexpected. So much so that when Gerald's severe pain on his broken arm came, his expression suddenly became very distorted. Damn it, he let out a deafening roar, and his body was recovering sharply. A huge amount of spiritual suns gathered at his broken arm, turning into silk like flesh and blood, growing frantically. At the same time, his body is also growing further. It's really annoying. Su Feng frowned slightly. Is there really no limit to the power from the Spirit King's heart? You can't understand my existence, Gerald roared, like ants can't understand gods. I am Gerald, the strongest knight under His Majesty. I will never lose, this is a miracle. With the sound of the roar, his arm recovered in an instant. The already terrifying spiritual pressure grew again. Welcome to death. Advertisement Gerald ran towards Su Feng again. The powerful Ryotsu even condensed into substance, turned into a sword of hope and slashed towards Su Feng. After his arm was cut off with a knife, this guy also learned a little bit smarter. It's not going to be empty-handed. Since you can't kill it once, then kill it several times. Su Feng's expression returned to indifference. There can't be an upper limit forever, right? Could it be that you can be stronger than the Spirit King? 39. The words without respect caused Hayasabi Ichibei and Kirin Temple Tenshiro, who were watching the battle not far away, to twitch in the corners of their eyes. Exist as the Guardian Spirit King. They take the honor and disgrace of the Spirit King as their mission. But the guy in front of him obviously didn't mean any respect. But they didn't have the slightest idea of looking for trouble. Only because the strength that Su Feng has shown now is no weaker than anyone in Team Zero. Even Hayasabi Ichibei didn't dare to say that he could win against Su Feng. I can never lose. A dazzling golden light erupted from the Sword of Hope, containing terrifying divine power, and suddenly slashed towards Su Feng. Boom! Su Feng raised his knife to meet him. The shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted at the moment when the two collided. At the moment of its stalemate, far away, Lizzie Barrow put the huge black sniper rifle on his shoulder and locked the position of Su Feng. Not waiting for Su Feng and Gerald to separate, the sound of breaking the sky is coming straight. The roar resounded in the empty 1.9 sky. The spirit bullet ripped through the air and instantly approached the back of Su Feng's head. Crucial moment. Volatility erupts. A huge skull appeared on the top of Su Feng's head, and the red and white lines outlined his face like a ghost. Hasward's pupils shrank sharply, turning into the size of the tip of a needle. As the most aware of the strength of the Shenshin guards, he fully understands the terrifying effect brought about when Gerard and Liji Barrow joined forces. Yet even so, roar, how come? The deafening roar sounded like thunder, turning into an endless shockwave, directly smashing Gerald's body in front of him. Together with the spiritual bullet that was about to touch Su Feng, it was completely wiped out, leaving no trace. The first collaboration between the two actually ended in vain. Chapter 188 Siege, God's Power and God's Punishment. Hasward was shocked, but Liji Barrow in the distance was even more puzzled. He knows his abilities better than anyone else. The connection of all things cannot be blocked by people. Unless it is cut with a very sharp edge, however. The scene where the wave erupted was still hovering above the sky. The huge skeleton hair gave out a terrifying smile like a demon. It seemed to be staring at itself. Wrong, Ridgeballo noticed something unusual. That skeleton is locking its position, when he saw clearly again. Su Feng's blade was already close to him. I don't mind if you form a group to fight the boss. Su Feng's indifferent voice sounded in front of him. But I hate it. Someone stabbed in the back, Poochie. Another sound of tearing flesh sounded. Ridgeballo was horrified by the discovery. His heart was already penetrated by a sharp blade, and a terrifying force was raging in it. Come on, show the greatest power that Yohabak has given you. Su Feng was very aware of this guy's abilities, and he directly fulfilled his ideas. He pierced through his body with a sharp blade. You'll regret it, Shinigami, 99. Lizzie Barrow opened his left eye, and a dazzling golden light suddenly released from his body. A terrifying Ryatsu surrounded the surroundings. Su Feng took back the Guanxijungzong, his figure flickered, and he left his surroundings. After the light dissipated, Ridgeballo's form underwent an earth-shaking change. His head is completely enclosed by the collar, and his face has a pair of vertical yellow stripes. There is a huge halo on the top of the head, the body is covered by chrysalis, and the arms are replaced by the white 8 wings that stretch out from the back. Quincy finished the Eucharist, God's punishment. One of the strongest beings in the Quincy. Lizzie Barrow floated in the air, his eyes staring indifferently at Su Feng in the distance. Advertisement originally still in human form, he has gradually developed in the direction of inhumanity. You will pay for your actions. The hole-shaped white 8 wings behind him vibrated, and countless connections of all things burst out suddenly, instantly blocking the range where Su Feng was. Face such an attack. The sharp blade in Su Feng's hand slashed downwards, and the red and white halo erupted above the blade. In just an instant, it completely wiped out its attack. And right now, the heartbeat like a dull thunder sounded again in the distance. Gerald came back to life again. The spiritual child turned into flesh and blood, constantly appearing on his almost dry body, woven into flesh and blood like silk threads. The terrifying spiritual pressure condensed into substance and spread all around. His body was filled with black lines, holding the Sword of Hope, standing above the sky like a god of war. Even if he dies, he will wield his sword for the gods. The body nearly 100 meters high, like a real mountain, gives people a strong sense of oppression. Complete the Eucharist, the power of God. The 2 strongest members of the Divine Compassion Guard have entered the state of the Holy Eucharist. The 2 surrounded Su Feng one after the other. Ryatsu is like a rushing storm sea, raging around. Hasward stared at Su Feng and said slowly in a cold tone. We will swing the sword for your majesty and kill you here completely. There was a crimson light in his eyes, and he had already exerted the omnipotence and omnipotence of Yuabak to the extreme. However, Hasward did not participate in the battle, but guarded the remaining captain and others with a vigilant attitude. But obviously, whether it is a member of the 0 Division or the captains of the Godai 13th Division, all of them have no intention of interfering in this battle. Ni Yuli and Unohana Retsu know Su Feng's strength. They knew that they were far from reaching Su Feng's limit at this time. In the virtual circle that day, the posture like a god did not show. And Kyoraku Shunsui trusts unconditionally. As for Hitsugaya Toshiro, he sadly found that even Bankai himself was unable to participate in the battle. So he gave up the idea of participating in the war, and stayed in place quietly waiting for the outcome of the battle. Whenever there is a chance, with Hitsugaya Toshiro's character, he would not stand here to watch the battle and let the enemy besiege his teammates. And the 3 members of Team Zero, advertisement. Shutara Senjumaru, like Unohana Retsu, trusts Su Feng unconditionally. And Hayasabi Ichibe had an extremely impure motive from the very beginning. As for Qilin Temple Tianqilong, I am more curious about how strong Su Feng's limit is. He is confident that he can save Su Feng at a critical moment and save his life. Shinigami kid, don't let me underestimate you. Qilin Temple Tianqilong's nature is not bad, but his personality is a bit eccentric. There is only one bad seed, Hayasabi, a soldier. Death will be your final destination. Lizzie Barrow opened his eyes, but he couldn't see the slightest emotion in them. The hole-shaped white 8 wings behind him spread out, and countless rays of light scattered from the hole, like dense rain, turning into a rain curtain that enveloped Su Feng. Welcome to death, the moment that was completely blocked in front. Gerald's burly body appeared behind Su Feng, and the Sword of Hope, like a tall building, slashed towards him. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and the thick clouds separated towards both sides. This sword broke out all his spiritual pressure. Do not move, Mingwang formation. Su Feng's expression was calm, and he spoke these words lightly between his lips. When the voice fell, a large array of red and white interlaced, spread out under his feet, instantly covering a range of more than 100 miles. The huge flame bead like a small sun tore apart the space and surrounded Su Feng's side. With the integration of wave marking, the flame beads also became more and more dazzling, brightening the realm of the invisible empire. Boom! The endless penetration of all things collided directly on the flame beads, and the Sword of Hope also fell into it. The burst of light completely exploded at this moment. Even the captains watching from a distance could not look directly at the scene in front of them. In the Ice Palace, the flame beads burst, and the impact of the tearing space swept away in all directions with Su Feng as the center. The world has been torn apart, the end of the world has come to general. Boom! Black ravines were torn apart in the sky. As if the star-crossed knights who stayed behind looked at the sky far away in despair, and their hands fell weakly. Chapter 189. The gesture closest to the gods. The frenzied black ravines constantly appeared above the sky. The originally boundless sky suddenly seemed like a tattered curtain, and was scratched to tatters by sharp claws. And the outburst of confrontation continued. Countless ways of connecting everything were completely shattered and annihilated until there was no trace at all. Gerald's Sword of Hope also burst open the moment it collided with the flame beads, turning into the most subtle spiritual child and dissipating in the ravine. Almost one-sided crushing. The 2 strongest members of the Star-Crossed Knights. The captain and members of the God-forgiving guards. Gerard and Ligi Barrow joined forces. Even if they broke out the Quincy's holy body, they still had no advantage. Even under the horrified eyes of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. The flame orb, like a blue-purple sun, was not completely destroyed by the attacks of Gerald and Lizzie Barrow. 6 flame beads. Under the violent collision, there are still 4 intact. The blue-purple light that was continuously released seemed to contain endless energy, twisting towards the surrounding space. The counterattack has begun. Su Feng's body continued to climb above the clouds under the background of the power of waves. Until it was above the heads of Gerard and Ridgeballo. I saw his palms spread out, as if the world was in his palms. Boom! With the 5 fingers together, they clenched into a fist. The bursting light burst above the flame beads. Boundless shockwaves, centered on the flame beads, swayed in all directions. At this moment, the curtain of the sky was completely torn apart. Like divine punishment. The sky and the earth were cracking, and countless beams of light shot straight into the sky above the ground, as if countless volcanoes were erupting. The aftermath of terror is spreading, last resort. The captains who were watching and the members of the Star-Crossed Knights fled further away. They didn't think they could withstand the aftermath of this magnitude. And at the very center, Ligi Barrow and Gerald were swallowed by the beam immediately. The terrifying high temperature is swallowing everything around, and the air is filled with the smell of sulfur. Only a momentary effort. Advertisement Ridgeballo's body was annihilated by the beam of light, and disappeared into the air as a spiritual child. On the contrary, Gerard's tyrannical defense lasted longer than that. But it's just the difference between 1 second and 2 seconds. How can it last longer? Are you going to get weak? The black lines on Gerard's body were disintegrating, and the muscles like rocks were disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tyrannical defense force brought only pain to Gerard. When the final aftermath of the Fudo Mingwang formation dissipated, the 2 members of the Shenshin guards had lost the slightest bit of vitality. However, Su Feng did not let his guard down because of this. He knew the level of the 2 of them. Killing Gerald and Lizzie Barrow is not difficult. But wanting to kill them completely at this level is still a bit reluctant after all. To know. In the original book, if Gerard hadn't been forcibly sanctified by Yohabak's stupid teammates, how could he, as a miracle, have lost? Just take it as the level of Dabai and Xiaobai. I am afraid that Gerard, who will be resurrected again, will be crushed into flesh. As for Ridgeball, he was completely lost to his own power. Rebounded by the ability of the 8 Mirror Sword, and then died under the sanction of God. Should say or not. Pre-forcing, but Su Feng is different. Right now, he hasn't reached his limit yet, wait for everything to dissipate. There was a barren land on the battlefield, and the broken land seemed to be washed by several mushroom clouds. Huge ravines are accompanied by bottomless pits scattered across thousands of miles. Yeah, is it over yet? Kiraku Shunsui said, pretending to be surprised. Those two monsters don't seem to have any scum left. No, the leader of the Jing band, Hayasabi Ichibe said with a solemn expression. I can also sense the tenacious and firm belief of Gerald and Ridgeballen. And, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Advertisement. Above the distant sky, strong fluctuations erupted again. A large number of golden spirits gathered together to form a heart like a mountain. The dull heartbeat sound, like the roar of thunder, echoed in the sky. It even formed an impact visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions. The golden spiritual child is like a rain of light, condensing towards the huge heart. The miracle is coming. Gerald was reborn again in the rain of light, and his body was more burly and magnificent than before. His face is completely merged with the Roman helmet, revealing only the framed eyes and a broken neck. There are marks of separation at the waist and shoulders, and multiple light cones protrude on the shoulders, and the overall image is like a giant of light. Accompanying it, its spiritual pressure has more than doubled. Just facing such a scene, it gives people a feeling of suffocation in the soul. At the time of its resurrection, Ridgebalo on the other side was also reborn in the light. The hole-shaped white 8 wings first appeared under the condensation of the spiritual suns, which symbolized the source of power that connects all things. The original 2 feet have changed into 4 sharp legs, and the slender body is more like the body of some kind of bird. At its head, it changed into a huge bird head, connected to the body by a neck like a snake body. Just looking at this existence makes me feel a little mentally disturbed. What should be said or not? 39 Su Feng raised the Guanxizhengzong in his hand and made no secret of his disgust. Your attitude, Money Zhao, is really ugly, stupid Shinigami. Ridgeball stared at Su Feng with dark eyes. This is the gesture that is closest to God. At this moment, I am already comparable to a god. Gerald remained silent, but with stronger pressure, he enveloped Su Feng around him. He couldn't wait to crush it into pieces. I will give you the fairest trial. Ridgeballo has locked Su Feng with Ryatsu. Welcome to the punishment of God. Your ultimate destiny will be death. Gerard collided with his fists, and a shock like an earthquake erupted, adding a little more trauma to the already devastated earth. A miracle is forever. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, the two launched a final attack on Su Feng at the same time. This moment, the terrifying coercion almost crushed the soul. Chapter 190. The means of Hayasabi Ichibe. I saw that like a strange bird, Ridgeball condensed 2 slender arms with a spiritual child. He raised his arms high, and a lot of light condensed, turning into something like a huge trumpet. Exist like you. Ridgeball's voice seemed to be amplified hundreds of thousands of times. In order not to interfere with His Majesty's deep sleep, it is better to die early. Behind him, the hole-shaped white 8 wings were completely spread out, as if a dark cloud shrouded Su Feng. Huge shadows obscured the sky. The huge horn has completely locked Su Feng. God's horn. Ridgeballo put a hand on his beak in a blowing gesture. Next moment, a terrifying penetrating sound wave erupted from the giant horn, covering everything in front of it. The ground is collapsing, and the already overwhelmed earth is completely destroyed at this moment, forming a huge dark like a Tianqing. Gerard did not watch the fight. After several defeats, he was very aware of the power in front of him named Urahara Su Feng Shinigami. If you don't do your best, you will definitely be killed by the opponent. He put his arms together and turned into a huge sword of hope that penetrated the heavens and the earth. From behind Su Feng, give him the most fatal blow. Face the siege. Guanxizhengzong pointed directly at the sky, and Su Feng's eyes flashed with thunder. The sky that was originally split, 827, was once again covered by thick clouds. There are countless thunders swaying in it like a dragon, and the roaring sound even overshadowed the horn of the god of Lizzie Barrow. The sky is roaring. One after another thunderbolt descended from it, tearing apart the space, revealing the deep darkness in it. See. Hayasabi Ichibe brought up his own Zanpakuto word. With this gesture, you must let me stabilize the stability of this spiritual space. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't affect the stability of Soul Society. In fact, he cares more about the stability of the 3 realms than anyone else. The existence of the Spirit King also exists to maintain the 3 realms. If the Soul Society collapses in the aftermath of this attack, so will the Palace of the Soul King. When, as Team Zero, it is still unknown whether they can survive on their own. Advertisement. Hayasabi Ichibe did not want to see that scene appear. I don't even want to gamble with my life. Stable spirit subspace? Kiraku Shunsui on the side was curious. Just when he looked at Hayasabi Ichibe, he saw that the monk picked up a letter and drew it in the air. Soon, a huge, fixed, word appeared in front. Hayasabi Ichibe pushed a word forward, directly imprinting the word, ding, in the deep space crack. However, the ability only once was not enough to stabilize the spiritual space that was on the verge of collapse. Under last resort, Hayasabi Ichibe continued to write multiple, set, characters in the air, and it was only after a large amount of Reiki was consumed that most of the space cracks were repaired. And right now, Gerald and Liji Barrow's attack had already landed around Su Feng. And the Guanxizhengzong in the hands of Su Feng also fell down. Tinlay Wave Sword. Countless thunders roared and exploded in the sky, annihilating and decomposing the fallen Sword of Hope and the Horn of God. Under the blessing of the state of Dark Sky Wave I, the power of the Thunderwave Sword was brought to the extreme by Su Feng. Just a breath of time. The attack of Gerald and Ridgebaro was directly wiped out, and not even the traces of the spiritual child were left. But the power of the heavenly Thunderwave Sword is far from reaching its limit. The endless thunder and lightning connected into a fishnet-like existence, expanding outwards. Instant, CDBJ, interest. The violent thunderbolt turned into a razor and rattled on the grid. The aura of destruction spreads on it. The rolling plasma with the ultimate power of destruction landed on Gerald and Ridgebalo, wiping out their huge bodies continuously. Until there is no spiritual child left. Hayasabi Ichibe stared at the center of the battlefield, even if his eyes were burnt by the flashing thunder. But at the moment when the thunder light completely decomposed Gerard into oblivion, his red eyes shrank to the size of pinpoints. Others don't know. But how could he not know about the 10,000 years who spent 10,000 years with the Ling dynasty? Advertisement. All of Gerard Valkyrie's power comes from the heart of the Spirit King. And that's why he keeps resurrecting and regenerating. I thought there was no power in this world that could kill him. But the appearance of Su Feng broke this concept. Gerald is dead. Not even the slightest trace was left. There was an endless chill in Hayasabi Ichibe's heart, and a tinge of fear that even he himself hadn't noticed. In this world, there is actually a power that can kill the Spirit King. The spiritual pressure surged, surrounding it. His eyes turned from scarlet red to extreme white, and his gaze fell on Su Feng's Zanpakuto, as if to see through its essence. As the original name given to all things Soul Society, Hayasabi Ichibe already knew their names when they were handed over to Shinigami online. But now, even if Hayasabi did his best, he still couldn't see through the Zanpakuto in Su Feng's hands. Guanxi authentic. His forehead has bulging blue veins, as if to trace the power essence of this name. However, in a place where Hayasabi Ichibe did not notice, Kyoraku Shunsui stared at him with a strange look, taking the scene in front of him deeply in his heart. One is an unknown being who has never gotten along. One is a colleague who has been with us for more than 10 or 20 years. How to choose? Kyoraku Shunsui was very excited. On the battlefield in the distance, the power of the Thunderwave Sword was waning, and Ridgebalo and Gerald could not find any trace of existence. This time, it was really hard to die, and Su Feng turned his attention to the last friendly enemy on the battlefield. Hudland Hazard. Are you trying to interfere with me with the Holy Script? Su Feng's expression was calm, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Don't waste your time. You, who are omniscient and omnipotent, know better than anyone that the power of the Holy Word is ineffective against me. The voice fell, and the last ray of lightning illuminated the sky. Reflected. Hazard's pale, papery face. Chapter 191 Holy Awakening. As early as the beginning of the battle, Haswald seemed to be on guard against the captains of the Soul Society, but he was actually using his holy text ability to influence Su Feng. Although he has mentioned the ability to reconcile the world, it is bestowed through his own spirit son Saber. However, after taking part of the power of Hayasabi One Soldier, Wei by usurping the Holy Crab, Hasward's holy character ability has also been strengthened to a certain extent. Even if you don't need a spirit sword, it can still work on the enemy. It makes the enemy's body become as fragile as paper. Available in front of Su Feng, the ability to reconcile the world simply cannot take effect. Hasward shouldn't be surprised that the ability could not take effect, because it means that the other party has enough luck. But he could clearly perceive it. Su Feng is not lucky. Ability does not work, simply because of the power of Su Feng itself. Powerful, so that misfortune cannot come, but after realizing this, there was an inexplicable fear in Haswald's heart, which came from the fear of power. So far, the 4 members of the Shenshin Guards, the 4 most powerful members of the Star-Crossed Knights, already all died in the hands of Su Feng, and the next one. Maybe it was him. No need to fear. 35 Su Feng seemed to see through what he was thinking. That's what war is. One side wins and one loses. The fate of the weak was already doomed at the very beginning of the war. Hear this. Haswald, who was slightly short of breath, calmed down his emotions in a short period of time. He looked at Su Feng calmly, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his red eyes. Whether it turns out or not, 99, I will stand firmly before this path. Your Majesty's sleep is the most important thing. Face this remark. Advertisement. Su Feng smiled. He said in a slightly sarcastic tone, in my opinion, you are not as pure as Busby. At least, he dares to swing his sword at Yohabak. Even though his power was bestowed by Yohabak, he never forgot the hatred he carried. 5. In fact, in Su Feng's view, this guy is a bit like the pink eye from the next village. The final awakening of life is nothing but a belated redemption. Doesn't make any sense. Deceiving Yohabak with a loyal attitude may have played a role. But for Su Feng, this kind of behavior and betrayal have long been indistinguishable. I'm different from Buzz. 35. There was not the slightest change of mood in Haswald's tone. Even if he swings his sword at His Majesty, I will still stop him. Until he kills. Su Feng laughed and raised Zanpakuto in his hand. Never mind. It's the same with solving you and then dealing with Yohabak. It doesn't matter what Hasward was thinking, but since he stood on the opposite side of himself, he must be aware of death. accompanied by the surging power of Su Feng's body. The red and white eyes above the sky also glowed again. It's like looking at the eyes of the gods in the world. At the moment of being watched by these eyes, everything in the depths of the heart seemed to be seen through. Hasward felt like he had nowhere to hide. He suppressed the fear in his heart, holding the sword of the spirit sun in one hand, and the shield of scapegoating in the other. A huge reiki was placed on the reiki saber gathered in his hand. Hasward, who usurped the power of Hayasabi Ichibe, has few people who can compare with him in pure Ryotsu. Condensed into a substantial spiritual pressure surrounding it. It even caused the reinforced spiritual space to tremble slightly again. And this, it's just the pressure that comes with Ryotsu. Hasward stared at Su Feng with red eyes and said calmly. This blow condensed my faith. 55. My loyalty to His Majesty must not be doubted by others. 35. Advertisement. The moment the voice fell, he took the lead in attacking Su Feng. The moment the Spirit Sun's saber was slashed, the space that had been repaired was torn apart again by dark cracks. An endless storm was set off, and countless sword pressures erupted from the rolling clouds, enveloping Su Feng like a giant net. Just in terms of power. The power of this attack was no less than that of Gerard and Ridgeballo, who had finished the Eucharist. Even from a purely destructive point of view, it is even more than that. But when Su Feng sensed this attack, his expression was a little weird. The power of Hasward's sword is extremely scattered, and even an ordinary blow under normal conditions is slightly inferior. It just looks a little gimmicky. However, when he and Hasward looked at each other, he immediately understood the pleading in his eyes. In that case, in Su Feng's hand, Guanxizheng was cut out. That's what you want. 35. Above the sky, the red and white eyes were constantly shattering, and the power of fluctuations flowed through them. The darkness in the invisible empire is getting deeper and deeper, and the endless coercion seems to be stagnant, fixed in the world. The already distorted space almost collapsed under this blow. The clouds on the zenith were shattering, like glass hid by stones, peeling off layer by layer, and a deeper darkness spread. There is even a faint glimpse of Soul Society. The red and white sword pressure was like a torrent, covering Hasward. But just as he was about to hit him, the invisible empire was flooded with another Ryotsu. Hasward was also stripped of all his powers at the last moment. The Ryotsu that remained after the death of Gerald and Ridgeballo all rushed to the deepest part of the invisible empire. See. Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and pure lightning flashed away. Although he didn't know the owner of Ryotsu, he could vaguely tell something from this familiar scene. Holy. A ritual to regain one's own power. The ability that belongs to Yohabak alone is also the foundation of his creation of the Star-Crossed Knights. The Quincy who has been deprived of his power will die in a very short time. At the moment when Hasward was about to be killed by Su Feng, Yohabak launched sanctification, taking all his powers away. Su Feng's eyes wandered, looking towards the deepest part of the invisible empire. In the Ice Palace, a pair of red eyes slowly opened, just in line with his eyes. The Emperor of the Invisible Empire, the first ancestor of the Quincy. Yohabak, wake up. Chapter 192. The Order of the Spirit King. Hasward's power was completely taken away, and with pure physical fitness, he was simply unable to resist the upcoming attack. Although his own destiny is death, but for Su Feng, this is undoubtedly robbing his opponent. To this, he was a little displeased. Yohabak's sleep time has not yet come, and he has not fully regained his own power. And that means, when he wakes up, he will take away the power of all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. This is part of the omniscience and omnipotence ability. It is also a symbol of Yohabak exercising his power as His Majesty the Emperor of the Invisible Empire. A heavy pressure rose slowly from the Ice Palace, like a dark cloud, covering it. Hayasabi Ichibe's expression became more solemn. As an existence who has lived for 110,000 years, how could he, 827, not be aware of Yohabak's character? Tyrannical, impermanent, cruel, ruthless. He used to talk about peace from time to time, but his behavior had nothing to do with peace. Peace in exchange for war is nothing but a whitewashed illusion. More importantly, as the son of the Spirit King, Yohabak has similarities with the Spirit King in essence. Omniscient and Almighty is the most prominent representative of the ability of the Holy Word. Because of this, Yohabak has the ability to replace the Spirit King. He can replace the Spirit King, become the wedge of the three realms, and stabilize the balance of the three realms. But at the same time, he can also completely destroy the three realms and return the world to chaos. This was a scene Hayasabi Ichibe didn't want to see. It's something that everyone present didn't want to see. When Yohabak woke up, he was already on the opposite side of everyone. Su Feng didn't pay too much attention to this matter. He looked at Hasward, who was engulfed by the red and white swords, with a calm expression until not even the tiniest spiritual child was left. The attack of the dark skywave eye is enough to obliterate everything that exists in the form of a spiritual child. No matter how powerful the opponent is, that is to say. Advertisement Hasward doesn't even have any hope of going to hell. Total death. Originally, this is the respect Su Feng gives the enemy due. But, under the holy police of Yohabak, this move seemed rather ironic. After all, I was too kind. Su Feng sighed softly, looked at the palace of ice in the distance, his expression readjusted, and he calmed down again. When the captains heard this, their expressions couldn't help being a little weird. As the captain, how can he be involved with kindness? Which captain didn't have blood on his hands? What a hypocrite. Kyoraku Shunsui sighed a little helplessly. If the captains are like Su Feng, it would be really difficult. The others nodded in agreement. Even Yuno Hanaretsu's gentle eyes showed a thoughtful look. But when she looked at Su Feng's figure above the sky again, her eyes became gentle again. Su Feng's eyes wandered, looking in the direction of the Palace of Ice. At this moment, a familiar sound came from his ear. Sign in task. Please sign in at the deepest part of the Ice Palace, close black lens bracket. Quest reward. The progress of the GE Ashura template increases by 5%, and you can comprehend the new wave energy. Close black lens bracket. Current progress. Extremely Ashura template 65%, close black lens bracket. Currently master. Wave power, wave mark, wave perception, wave burst, ghost seal bead, evil light slash, killing wave, final wave splitting sword, unparalleled wave, unmoving Ming Wang formation, dark sky wave eye, close black lens bracket. Just right. 35 Su Feng didn't hesitate. The moment the voice fell, his figure disappeared in place. See. The captains followed suit. They have no doubts about Su Feng's strength. Even the most unconvinced, Tenshiro of Kirin Temple, had a grumpy expression and didn't mention anything about the previous challenge. Only Hayasabi Ichibei's expression became more solemn. He did not keep up with Su Feng for the first time, but chose to stay where he was, and wrote a word on the broken space. Predictable. When Yohabak and Su Feng fight, the damage caused by the two will definitely exceed the present. Advertisement a little careless. It may even destroy the invisible empire and the spiritual space here. At that time, the Soul Society on it will inevitably be disturbed to some extent. More serious. Soul Society may collapse because of this, thus affecting the stability of the three realms. Countless, fixed characters flew out from a single word, trying to further strengthen this spiritual space. Hayasabi Ichibei, just in case, wrapped multiple Kido enchantments in Kido to isolate the impact of space cracks on the spiritual space and the invisible empire. However, it was accompanied by a flash of golden light. Kirin Temple Tenshiro returned to Hayasabi Ichibei's side again. He looked at the leader of Team Zero in front of him with heavy eyes, and said slowly in a solemn tone. About Urahara Su Feng, does Lord Spirit King have a different order? As soon as this word comes out, the words in Hayasabi Ichibei's hand stopped immediately. After he wrote the last word, ding, he looked at Tianshilong of Qilin Temple with a surprised look. You seem to notice. It is inconvenient for me to reveal too much about Lord Spirit King's orders. 35. If I had to say anything, it would be about the existence of Urahara Su Feng. Should be cast out of the world. Hayasabi Ichibei seemed to be saying something very common. However, when he heard this, Tenshiro of Kirin Temple suddenly shrank his pupils. He prides himself on being strong, and even if he faces the entire Godai 13 team members, he will not be afraid of 1.9 at all. Or let him go to war with Yohabak, and there will be no retreat. But, after seeing Su Feng's battle, even if Tian Shilong of Qilin Temple is more confident, he will not have any proud thoughts. What a willful order. Qilin Temple Tianshilong was silent for a long time before saying such a sentence. About Urahara Su Feng, I can't think of any means against him. Years. Perhaps, only with the help of the enemy's power. Hayasabi Ichibei lowered his gaze, and a white light flashed in his red eyes. Don't mind. Since Lord Spirit King has issued this order, there is naturally a solution. 35. Perhaps, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the Ice Palace. Yuabak, who has been sanctified, is enough to complete this mission. Chapter 193. Large rewards. Face Yuhabak Kirin Temple Tenshiro did not know the state of the Spirit King at this time. In general, it is believed that Hayasabi Ichibei, the leader of the Zero Division, was to convey the order of the Spirit King. But in fact, the current Spirit King still has a will that others cannot detect, but he will no longer issue any orders. Present. Any orders related to the Spirit King are just the thoughts of Hayasabi Ichibei. He has already turned Team Zero into his own private team. All the orders are for the purpose of maintaining one's own position in the stability of the three realms. But whether it is Wang Yu of Ermaiwu or Tianshilong of Qilin Temple, or the Hikune Kiryu and others, their understanding of the Spirit King is limited to the rulers of the three realms and the wedges that stabilize the three realms. Others, I don't know at all. Compared to Hayasabi Ichibei, who lived 110,000 years, they know very little. And this also gave Hayasabi Ichibei 23 an opportunity to take advantage of it. So much so that when Tianshilong of Kirin Temple heard these words, he didn't even have the slightest suspicion. As the founder of the Quincy, Yohabak must have a power far beyond that of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Holding the grass roots in his mouth, he said somewhat vaguely, the strength shown by Gerard and Liji Barrow is no less than ours. Even Hasward is above us. I have no confidence in the face of that monster Urahara Su Feng. Qilin Temple Tianshilong is still very clear about his position of strength. Although he looked down on all members other than Team Zero. But he also knows where his strength is. If he were to face Gerard or Light Barrow, he would probably be beaten to death. In this regard, he is still very strong. He didn't know the details before, he acted recklessly, and he was lucky not to be freed by Su Feng and slashed by Zanpakuto. Kirin Temple Tenshiro can't expect to let the other side keep his hand the next time they fight. If there is another fight, he definitely used his title of Thunderbolt Tianshilong, and hid in the rear to play support. With the power of the blood pool, restore teammates' injuries and spiritual pressure. As for the head-on battle, let's leave it to Hayasabi Ichibei or Mai Yawangyue to solve it. I believe in Yohabak. Advertisement Hayasabi Ichibei said in a low voice. The first time he woke up, he launched Sanctification, 35. Don't forget, in addition to the strength of all the members of the Star-Crossed Knights, 5. In the red eyes flashed a light called Wisdom. The usurping of the Holy Awakening has also taken part of my PowerPoint 39. As long as I don't write Shikai, Yohabak can use my power to the fullest. Hayasabi Ichibei did not hide his plans for the Kirin Temple Tenshiro. Well, that's what it is. A thoughtful expression appeared on Kirin Temple Tenshiro's face. A single existence may be difficult to compete with Urahara Sufeng. But when the two are united, the winner will be as .55. Even if it's a lose-lose scenario, it's completely acceptable. Have to say, this plan is very suitable, after all. No one knows if Hayasabi Ichibei will be able to resist usurping the Holy Jar. It is even more unclear whether the power obtained by usurping the Holy Awakening will be taken back together after the sanctification of Yohaba. Information gaps are established, now waiting for the battle to begin. The moment the conversation between the two ended, a mighty Ryotsu erupted again in the direction of the Palace of Ice. Hayasabi Ichibei and Kirin Temple Tenshiro looked at each other and disappeared immediately. Ice Palace. When the two arrived here, only the captains who were the spectators were left behind. Has the spiritual space stabilized? Kiraku Shunsui was the first to ask. Don't let the aftermath of the battle between the two of them affect Soul Society. Hayasabi Ichibei immediately smiled apologetically. This kind of thing, I will naturally pay attention. A solid means more than 10 times stronger than before will definitely not affect Soul Society. And, I can always do another wave of solidity, for this. He cares more than anyone else. Don't have to worry about other people at all. Advertisement, Su Feng, has he gone to the Ice Palace alone? He looked towards the inside of the severed wall. It was pitch black. There is no figure in sight. We cannot intervene in this level of battle. Kiraku Shunsui's expression was a little helpless, but if you think about it soon, this place should no longer exist. For his self-positioning, his cognition is as clear as that of Kailan Temple Tenshiro. Just be an audience. Deep in the Ice Palace. When Su Feng officially entered the innermost palace, the system prompt sound came directly. The host has arrived at the check-in location, and the check-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Sign-in is completed, task rewards are being distributed. The progress of the Ashura template is 70%. Close black lens bracket, the new wave energy has been mastered. Thor's breath, Tinlay demon pestle, Thor. Judgment, close black lens bracket. Currently master. Power of waves, wave mark, wave perception, wave burst, final wave splitting sword, Thor's breath, TN 827 thunder and devil's pestle. Thor comes to the world. Judgment, close black lens bracket. The sudden large reward made Su Feng, who has always been calm, a little difficult to control himself. Is this so transformative? And at this moment, endless coercion came from deeper. On the throne in the center of the palace, a red eye light covered down, staring at Su Feng, who was standing in deep thought. The one who disturbed my sleep, Urahara Su Feng. Obviously, even in a deep sleep, Yuabak can still get information from the outside world. A terrifying pressure covered Su Feng, as if the mountains were collapsing, and the surrounding walls made an overwhelmed creaking sound. Yuhabak. There was a flash of thunder in Su Feng's eyes, and the rustling thunder had gradually spread from his eyes to his body. Thor's breath. The power of the real gods has already enveloped Su Feng's body. 1,000 years of time. Even if the deep sleep was disturbed and the Shenshin guards were killed by Su Feng, there was not much anger in Yuabak's tone. There is an existence like you in Soul Society, 35. It was somewhat unexpected. If that's the case, then give you the most glorious death. Let your death illuminate the entire 3 realms. Chapter 194 Miscalculation. After a few words. When Su Feng looked at Yuabak's gaze, a slight change occurred. I thought this guy would be the kind of existence that has the demeanor of a king. But he's a guy who's in the middle of the 2nd grade. This has not yet started, and it is talking about death, shining, the 3 realms and so on. It's an exaggeration. Su Feng shook his head. You're more than the concentration of Gerald and Ridgeball, 95. Yuabak snorted coldly and said disdainfully, as the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, the first ancestor of the Quincy Exterminator, if even the 2 of them are inferior. Then what qualifications do you have to sit in this position? Obvious, he didn't understand the meaning of Su Feng's words at all. However, Su Feng did not explain the idea to him, and directly pulled out his own Zanpakuto Guanxijunzang. Alright, this is the end of the gossip. Let's get to the point. 35 The translucent light blue blade pointed directly at Yuabak, and a violent electric current was active on it. Let me see how powerful the Emperor of the Invisible Empire is, 35. Su Feng said calmly, how much difference is there between you and Haswald's omnipotence and omnipotence? As you wish. Yuhaba stood up on the throne, his hands spread out, and countless divine destructions unfolded behind him, like a king's treasure. The arrow that exudes a divine breath immediately locked Su Feng. There was no B********* G sound in the air, as if the urge to attack could not be suppressed. You'll never understand the gap between me and Gerard. It's like I can't understand the gap between you and me. Yuabok pointed to Su Feng, and immediately set off an endless storm in the palace. The booming sound was endless, as if the sound of a rainstorm had been enlarged by 1,000 times. Countless holy arrows shot out, heading straight for Su Feng, who had already been locked. The terrifying spiritual pressure contained in it, stirring up a frantic storm, shattering the ground and the walls. Just for a moment, the palace where the two were located was completely destroyed. Advertisement end. The aftermath is still spreading farther away. To this, neither Yuabok nor Su Feng cared much. It is just a palace. Even if the entire invisible empire is destroyed, Yuabok will not take it to heart. As long as he can realize his great ideal, all sacrifices are worth it. In the face of the sacred arrow like a torrential rain, Su Feng just slashed down with Guanxi Zhengzong. The blade wrapped around thunder and lightning stirred up a huge wave of power in the blank space, and the surrounding thunder god's breath was instantly aroused. With Su Feng as the center, it rippling like a ripple. The fluctuation of killing intent is contained in it, showing his power to the best of his ability. But all the sacred annihilation arrows that broke into its realm were all annihilated into the tiniest spiritual child, and there was no threat at all. See. A look of surprise appeared on Yuhabok's face. You seem to be a little stronger than before, 95. He knew all the details about the fight between Su Feng and Gerald and Li Jirbaro. Obviously, this is what he did on purpose. In the face of opponents like Yamamoto Yuanujai, he used the means of fake body, let alone Su Feng. If it weren't for Su Feng's actions being too eager and approaching step by step, Yuabok will inevitably come up with a series of means to restrain his power, or some outsiders will provoke Su Feng to stop him. In his view, this is the means necessary to go through the war. To this, there was no guilt in Yuabok's heart. Intelligence stuff. Su Feng looked at Yuabok with a light smile, raised Guanxi Zhengzong and waved forward. It doesn't work at all for a fight at our level. Pure strength is the only way to win. The moment he swung Zanpakuto, a huge amount of wave power lingered with Thor's breath and poured out from Su Feng's palm. After integrating into the 5-wave imprints, it directly turned into a huge colorful sword pressure and slashed straight towards Yuabok. Shira evil light slash. The palace is collapsing, and the solid ground is constantly shattering. Advertisement at this moment, the ruins turned into dust and sand, and settled under the Shira evil light slash. The coercion of Shira's Ziguang slash alone caused more terrifying damage than the countless sacred arrows before. After attaching Thor's breath, Su Feng's attacks all have the attributes of thunder and lightning. The power is also much stronger than that. In the face of such an attack, Yuabok's expression was finally no longer so contemptuous. He summoned the Annihilation Cross with the Annihilation Cross, and the broad pitch black blade exuded a powerful coercion, giving people a feeling of trembling in the soul. Without hesitation, Yuabok immediately swung the cross sword of extermination with the strongest force and slashed forward. The scale of the huge sword pressure was no less than that of Shira's Ziguang slash. When the two collided, the majestic power is surging in all directions, and even more terrifying destruction is rippling and covering. The aftermath alone has already exceeded the scale of the previous destruction. The ice palace is shattering, moving in a very far direction. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yuabok couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did not expect, can't even, see, things in the future. The huge colorful sword pressure actually smashed his attack, and even Yue's slashed in the direction where he was. If you don't do your best. The corners of Su Feng's mouth were slightly raised, and he believed to himself, I'm afraid you will really die here, the king of the Quincy. In an instant, a branch-like pattern appeared on Yuabok's body and spread out towards the outside world. Shell still blood pack. The semicircle shield formed by the lines of the spiritual child is covered with Yuabok as the center, and the front side has undertaken the Asura evil light slash. The colorful sword was constantly being wiped out. It didn't disappear completely until the shell static blood suit was completely destroyed. Yuabok's expression was no longer as calm as it was at first, and it looked very gloomy. He never imagined it. Even with his own level of strength, he was still beaten like this by Su Feng, with no dignity at all. In that case, 99 he stared at Su Feng with tyrannical eyes. Then let you die in pain. Usurp the Holy Cauldron, 9. Chapter 195, Fearless Temptation, one blow runs through. Accompanied by the sound of its voice, Yuabok suddenly stretched out his palm, facing Su Feng. In the sky, countless spiritual children gathered together and turned into beams of light, blocking the location of Su Feng. The holy jar of usurpation that originally required multiple members of the Star-Crossed Knights to use. In the hands of Yuabok, it was formed in just one breath. Isn't there information about previous battles? Su Feng let the beam of light fall, blocking his range of activities. Why do these useless things? Could it be that you think you are one dimension stronger than Haswald? It's not that Su Feng looks down on Yuabok. Mainly, the power used by the two is not a system at all. It's like oil and water. The usurping saint who wants to take Ryotsu as his main body wakes up to take Su Feng's power. Undoubtedly a fantasy. A huge hexagon was formed under Su Feng's feet, and countless patterns of annihilation crosses were densely covered on it. Next moment, a huge suction force came from under his feet, trying to take away Su Feng's power. Yuabok's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face showed surprise. Isn't it already explained? At your current level, you can't take away the power of my 827 at all. To be honest, even if your father comes, it won't work. Su Feng said lightly, without the slightest sign of respect. Joke. They have all started fighting each other. What about respect? If you don't use words to run against each other, Su Feng is already in a good mood. As you can see, Su Feng's right index finger stretched out, surrounded by 5 wave imprints, and the colorful colors hovered on the fingertips. My strength is different from Ryotsu. 55. It doesn't matter whether the strength is strong or not, just because the two do not belong to the same system at all. Therefore, usurping the Holy Awakening is totally ineffective. 35. As for Yohabok, he doesn't mind a little explanation. After all, he is also the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, and the first ancestor of the Quincy. And, advertisement, it is also a big boss, I see. Yuabok's expression calmed down. It's a pity. Although I still can't see your future, I can vaguely perceive it. If I can take your power, CDBJ, I may become the supreme being in these 3 worlds. Even he can't stop me. He obviously refers to the Spirit King. Yuabok obviously has no affection for his cheap father. Or, there is no such thing as emotion in him. Everything is in order to realize the great ideal in his heart. Then use stronger power to kill you here completely. Yuabok raised his palm, and at this moment the original usurped holy jar was instantly transformed into a sanctuary praise. Countless extinction crosses rose from the lines on the ground. The huge divine power surrounds the wall of light, surging and mighty. I don't know how many times stronger than the sanctuary praise that Haswald cast. Even Su Feng couldn't help but wonder. Pure killing intent fluctuations can annihilate this attack. Never mind. He shook his head and looked at the sacred arrows that were constantly emerging from the wall of light, as if rainstorms were coming towards him. If the fluctuation of killing intent is not enough, then add another fluctuation. As his voice fell, Yohabok was shocked to find out. On the top of Su Feng's head, a huge amount of wave power entangled and moved, forming a skeleton figure in an instant. Above this skeleton figure, he sensed a breath of death. However, for Su Feng, this is just the beginning. Along with the falling of the sacred arrow in the sanctuary praise, the robe above the skeleton figure moved without wind, and the white bones under the hood raised its white head. The neat teeth opened, and a silent roar came out. The shock visible to the naked eye spreads in all directions. It was as if a huge arc was exploding at this moment. Just a moment. It is to smash all the countless sacred arrows into the smallest spiritual child. And, advertisement Yu Wei is undiminished. In an instant, the sanctuary praise, which destroyed the offensive and defensive one, spread towards Yuabok. The bursting light exploded at this moment. Yuabok raised his hand to defend against the attack with the cross sword of destruction, and the tree-like patterns spread all over his body in order to improve his defense. The aftermath recedes. A wave of killing intent and a burst of waves did not cause much damage to Yuabok. Until now. The two are still in the testing phase. Yuabok didn't hesitate for too long, when even with a dignified posture, he held the crossed sword and slashed towards Su Feng's direction without hesitation. With the huge loss of the sacred, the terrifying sword pressure also followed. The space was torn apart again. One after another dark cracks surrounded the vicinity of the extinguishing cross saber, exerting its own power. But the next moment, Yuabok's expression became even more solemn. The extinguishing cross sword was blocked in front of him impartially. It was a translucent blue blade that exuded despair. Even if Yuabok exploded his own strength to the best of his ability, he was still unable to push the extinguishing cross sword a little further. Incomprehensible. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Existing like you doesn't seem like it should be in this world at all. 35. As the son of the Spirit King, his lifespan is second only to Hayasabi Ichibe, the immortal. Yuabok's understanding of the world is definitely the strongest group. But also because of that, he became more and more suspicious of Su Feng's existence. Existence is truth. Su Feng no longer confronted him, and a stronger wave of power erupted from Guanxi Zhengzong. The wave mark is integrated into the blade. Make that swipe of blue appear purer, like a flawless sky. Pucci the pain engulfed Yohabok's sanity. He looked towards the chest subconsciously, and saw that the black annihilation cross had broken from the middle. On the smooth fracture, no trace of wear can be seen. And in his chest, a huge cavity swallowed his heart. A large amount of blood seeped out from the cavity, and at the same time it was stained with Quincy's clothes. It also infiltrated under the palace. Chapter 196. Open your eyes, omniscient and omnipotent. The sight is miserable. For Yuhabok, it has reached an unacceptable level. Even 1,000 years ago, the battle between him and Yamamoto Yuanyujai has never been so tragic. Yuhabok's face was extremely pale, and he looked at his chest with disbelief. Just one hit. His heart was completely destroyed by Su Feng, and his life was passing by. At this rate, if there is no countermeasure, I am afraid that the end of life will soon be reached. Blood continued to seep out, contaminating the palace that was on the verge of shattering. The power of wave is still flowing, like water, eroding Yuhabok's body. The severe pain ripped through the nerves of Yuhabok, as if to destroy everything in this world. Die. It's never been so close. A flash of enlightenment flashed in Yuhabok's eyes, and the Ryotsu all over his body suddenly began to riot. He never wanted to die like this. Right now, it is far from reaching its limit. I'm going to die soon. The horse figure came out of Yuhabok's mouth, accompanied by the dark red blood that kept overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Su Feng went down with the knife. The damage caused to it is absolutely immeasurable. I saw him suddenly stretch out his hand and hold Su Feng's Guanxijungzong in his hand without hesitation. Let the power of fluctuations on it erode its flesh and blood, and there is no intention to let go. Su Feng was a little surprised. In the identity of Yuebok, he would actually use such a method. A terrifying Ryotsu erupted from his palm, directly pulled the Guanxijungzong from the chest cavity. This moment, Yuebok flew away from Su Feng with flying sickle feet in an instant, trying to get rid of the shadow of this death. And just as he moved away, the wound on his chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the palm that almost turned into a bone was also restored instantly. Self-given. Su Feng recognized this method. The power that belongs to Yuebok alone can give itself strength and life. As long as you don't get killed on the spot, he can be resurrected by this means. And that means, advertisement the difficulty of killing Yuebok is ridiculously high. I admit, he stood where he was and everything was back to normal. Even the shattered Quincy clothing has become intact. If it weren't for the bloodline that it was contaminated with, it had not been eliminated. It may be treated as if nothing happened by others. Before this, I underestimated you. Yuebok's expression was heavy, but from now on, you will experience true power. I will spare no effort to show you, the most powerful force in the world. All-knowing and all-powerful. Because of the early awakening, the power of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights was completely usurped by it. And this also led to one thing. The current Yuebok can completely open his eyes. This will be your final curtain call. The power on his body was expanding, like a pufferfish, and it instantly increased several times in size. And, it's still getting stronger, to this point. Probing has no effect. If he tried further, Yuebok was worried that he would be hacked to death by Su Feng in the Palace of Ice. Black and red materialized Ryotsu, like a living thing, surrounds Yuebok. Everything around it returned to its original posture in an instant. On the materialized spiritual pressure that seemed to flow like a torrent, strange eyes kept opening. Just looking at the scene in front of him makes people feel like their sand value is going crazy. At the same time, Yuebok opened his arms and let the Ryotsu torrent spread out behind him, spreading like a waterfall to a great distance. The eyes on it are also increasing. This is the true gesture of omniscience and omnipotence. It is also an invincible force in the true sense. He looked at Su Feng and said in a slightly sarcastic tone. My strength is perfected compared to Hazward's. It's the ability to change everything, like this. As his voice fell, everything that was destroyed around was instantly repaired and restored to its original state. Su Feng looked at the scene in front of him with great interest, as if enjoying an excellent drama. For flowers. Advertisement for the omnipotence and omnipotence of Yuebok. He is probably the person who knows this ability best apart from Yuebok. Omniscient and omnipotent is not omnipotent, it is just that the name sounds a bit bluffing. It is nothing but the ability to change the future. Just like when Hazard used it before, it was impossible to even see Su Feng's future. This is the limitation of this ability. If there is a future that has the ability to surpass Yuebok, the omnipotence and omnipotence will also appear powerless. Everything, still confined to the framework of the ontology. Therefore, when Su Feng saw Yuebok's gesture, there was no sign of panic. Because of the same, he also has his own power, so. Su Feng looked at Yuebok with a smile, and talked in a familiar tone. Can you see my future now? Certainly. Before Yuebok's words were finished, his tone froze directly. As if the pause button was pressed, his expression also froze. How come? His tone was full of shock. Countless eyes stared at Su Feng, as if to dissect him. Why is your body blank? Unbelievable. Yuebok's three views suffered an unimaginable impact. The power that was almost invincible turned over on Su Feng again. AJ. Su Feng raised the Zanpakuto Guanxijungzong in his hand, the Thor's breath roamed on the body, passed around his arms, and continuously integrated into the blade. The sky that was originally only slightly gloomy was instantly shrouded in heavy dark clouds. A deep darkness descended over the Ice Palace. Dark clouds are spreading. In just a few breaths of time, it covered all areas of the invisible empire. Countless monstrous and tyrannical thunders ran from the dark clouds, roaring. A violent roar sounded on the edge of people's eardrums, as if to pierce them. Su Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said slowly. Because of your power. Not as good as me. Chapter 197 The Power to Change the World. Accompanied by the sound of Su Feng's words, the thunder in the thick clouds became more and more intense, as if the world had opened up. The sky is gradually occupied by torn space cracks, as if eyes are spread across it. Outside the Ice Palace, the captains looked at the sky subconsciously, their faces full of shock. When Yuebok opened his eyes, earlier, the rushing Ryotsu 827 had already made them unbelievable. And now, the current scene made them unable to control their emotions. Even Ni Yuli, who was used to seeing big scenes, was stunned when he looked at the scene above the sky, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He experienced Aizen's mutiny in the crusade against Hueco Mundo. The strength that Su Feng showed made him fall into shock every time. But for Nirvana, it has never been so shocking. He realized something. The prediction I made more than 10 years ago has come true. Niyuri said to himself, the power to change the whole world. 35. Advertisement. The three worlds will be different because of the existence of Urahara Su Feng. Kyoraku Shunsui straightened the hat that was ruffled by the wind, and said with surprise. Is this the full display of Su Feng's strength? In terms of power alone, it has surpassed Old Man Shan? Although Bankai of Yamamoto Uenyuji is also a force enough to change the world. But for Kyoraku Shunsui, who has experienced it, although the power of Yamamoto Genryu Sai is terrifying, it is not like it is now, it will give people this almost suffocating feeling. The thunder in the sky appeared and ran, shining down from time to time. Like a god, staring at himself, it seems difficult to stabilize the spiritual space here. 5. Hayasubi Ichibei said in an unprecedentedly heavy tone. The aftermath of the spillover alone is unbearable here. 35. It's hard to imagine what it would be like if the thunder landed. 55. Will it affect Soul Society? For the power that Su Feng has shown time and time again. Hayasubi Ichibei has gradually turned from shock to numbness. But when he saw the current scene, advertisement still can't hide the shock. I hope Su Feng will settle the battle sooner. 5. Kyoraku Shunsui sighed and said helplessly, although I don't think it's very likely. Rumbling. The thunderous sound was transmitted to the ice palace. The roof of the palace was disintegrating, turning into a tiny spiritual child, blending into the air. Su Feng was surrounded by the breath of the god of thunder, like a god, and gradually walked in the air. All of Yuabok's eyes were watching Su Feng. In a certain sense, your strength is not weaker than mine at all, and even surpasses it. It's not just about power, have to admit it. The ice palace and the silver frame city below were crumbling little by little, collapsing further down. With the twist of the torrent, Yuabok's expression was a little weird, but, the victory of the battle. 1.9 He stood at the same height as Su Feng, like now. The black spiritual pressure behind him was rushing towards the twisted face, like some kind of living creature, constantly wriggling and changing shape. Chapter 198. The Power Gap. I saw him stretch out his palm and press down towards Su Feng. The surrounding majestic spiritual pressure suddenly moved, and in an instant it condensed into a huge cross arrow. As if piercing the void, he instantly approached Su Feng. The harsh B************ G sound seemed to suppress all the sounds in the world. However, the roaring thunder in the sky was still incessant. Face such an attack. I saw Su Feng flicked his fingers, and the thunder appeared in the sky, and it smashed directly on the huge arrow of the cross 23. Alternating blue and black. The rustling sound echoed in the remaining ice palace. Yuabok tried to influence Su Feng with omniscience and omnipotence, but he found out that omniscience and omnipotence had no effect on him at all. This also leads to one thing. If he wants to kill Su Feng, he can only change his attack with omniscience and omnipotence. Then get tough with Su Feng. As it is now, the cross arrow instantly disappeared under the lightning. When it reappears, it was already close to Su Feng's back. At the moment when it's ready to penetrate its heart. Another thunder fell from the sky. Advertisement this time, the cross arrow was directly wiped out, turning it into a spiritual child and disappearing completely. Can I consider this a sneak attack? Su Feng's expression was flat, as if what happened just now was not worth mentioning to him at all. The corner of Yuabok's mouth just raised, but it was directly stiff. Totally incomprehensible. It was impossible for the cross arrow to be evaded at all, it should have directly penetrated his heart. But why? He seemed to see Yuabok's puzzlement. Su Feng explained with a smile, as I said before. Just a difference in sheer strength. 35, everything you do now is useless. He waved his palm lightly, and there was not even any fluctuation in strength, and a thunderbolt emitting a bursting electric current suddenly fell from the thick cloud above the sky. Like a judgment. Like a verdict. Boom, uncovered, the thunder fell on Yuabok. Crucial moment. He greeted him with a Ryotsu that turned into a black rush, and at the same time unfolded a static blood suit. When the two collide, advertisement the power of endless fluctuations contained in the thunder suddenly burst open, constantly eroding Yuabok's spiritual pressure. Just for a moment. That black torrent was eaten up by most of it, and even touched its inner still blood. How is this possible? His eyes widened, his face full of incredible strength. The same level of attack. Su Feng's relaxed attitude, Yuabok has been watching. It's just a draw, do you have to go all out to defend yourself? 827. Is the gap between the two so terrifying? I am a god? Yuabok roared, I am the savior of the world, the supreme being. How can it be defeated in the hands of a person like you? 35. The black torrent erupted from its surroundings, like a burning flame, burning everything nearby. The ice palace is collapsing and shattering, until the entire Yinjia city was turned into ruins, there was no more intact building. Yuabok burst out with the ultimate spiritual pressure, completely shattering that thunderbolt. I am the final winner. He looked at Su Feng grimly, the world is. Belong to me. Chapter 199. No movement is like a mountain. All of a sudden, a huge spiritual bow with multiple giant sacred arrows appeared behind Yuabok. The color is similar to its current Ryotsu. The huge black spiritual bow is densely covered with intricate patterns, giving people a very strong aura of oppression. Not only that, under Su Feng's slightly unexpected gaze, the huge black spiritual bow seemed to multiply, constantly spreading in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, 1,000. Until the line of sight, they are all occupied by the huge spiritual bow. And above the spiritual bow, the giant sacred arrow has been pulled away. And their goal is to Sky, to be more precise, it was the thick dark cloud above the sky. See this scene. Su Feng smiled. Do you think these things alone are enough to destroy my abilities? Yuhabok's expression was low, but when he heard this, he also responded with a smile. You overestimate yourself. It also underestimates me too much. Advertisement. The me who controls the future is enough to change the world. As his voice fell, countless black sacred arrows shot towards the sky like a torrential rain. The terrifying black materialized Ryotsu covered the entire sky. Purer black than dark clouds, filled the sight of everyone. See this scene. Hayasabi Ichibei raised his thick eyebrows. As the being who has the power to control all the black in the world, he likes this color very much. As long as black exists, Hayasabi will not die as soon as a soldier. The sacred arrow fell into the dark clouds, intertwined with the thunder, and a violent roar erupted. But Su Feng didn't even pay attention to this scene. Instead, he looked at Yuhabok with pity, when one after another giant sacred arrow exploded in the clouds. Yuhabok's expression became more and more gloomy. Until it was the same color as that heavy cloud. Do you realize it? Su Feng explained calmly. Do you really think you can destroy the clouds on the top of the sky? Advertisement. Have you not heard a word of what I said before? Continuous questioning. It made Yuhabok's expression stiff. The giant sacred arrow was continuously destroyed until it disappeared completely. When the thick clouds in the sky did not change at all, he finally realized that the situation was wrong. Fine beads of sweat slowly fell from his face. Yuhabok's expression, as if petrified, was extremely stiff. Su Feng stepped forward, the thunder god's breath was surrounded, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in endless thunder and lightning. The sizzling sound lingered around. If you don't move like a mountain, if you move, it will be thunderous. 35. Tinlay demon destroying pestle. He seemed to be locked by an irresistible will, and he couldn't get rid of it even if he tried his best. Yuhabok's body also stiffened along with his expression, as if he had been petrified. And in his voice, the clouds kept shrinking, Qian Jiao Jiao, until they completely shrouded the top of Yuhabok's head. Su Feng's eyes were filled with golden lightning, and he said slowly. When the cloud shrank and shrouded above his head. At this time, Su Feng spoke indifferently, as if stating a voice that was insignificant. Chapter 200 The Power to End. Everything above the sky, the originally blue and white interlaced thunderlight became more violent. Countless thunders wandered in it, exuding a tyrannical aura. Just looking at the cloud layer that has been compressed to the extreme gives people a feeling of suffocation. Even the members of Team Zero are no exception. This guy is getting stronger again. Ni Yuli muttered. How long has it been? Not even months. 9. Kiraku Shunsui sighed softly and said helplessly. If it weren't for the guy's qualifications and inexperience, I don't think he's a better fit to take the place of Old Man Sean. Hayasabi Ichibei's expression became more and more solemn. 827. He could sense that within the thick cloud layer, there was an aura that destroyed everything. Even him, it is difficult to compete. Yunohana Retsu's gentle eyes stared at the white Haori in the sky, and her eyes were full of extreme love. She doesn't care what Su Feng becomes, as long as you can stay by his side, that's enough. On the other hand, when Hitsugaya Dashiro saw this scene, he completely relaxed, and no longer thought about unrealistic things beyond Su Feng. Advertisement. He was still young and didn't want to die sooner. Targeting such an inhuman monster is definitely not a rational act. With the continuous disappearance of the blue and white colors, the thunder in the dark clouds also became more and more dazzling. The black spiritual pressure torrents around Yuhabok surged again, like an endless river, floating mightily above the sky. The defense of the still blood suit was brought into full play by him. And the black torrent turned into a sacred destruction enough to run through the world. The great holy bow was pulled to the extreme, and almost all the power was poured into it. There was no further hesitation. The all-knowing and omnipotent Yuhabok has already sensed the danger. Right in that cloud, with Su Feng's palm waving downwards. Suddenly, the thunder in the cloud layer completely turned into golden color. And the dark cloud that has been compressed to the extreme has turned into countless intricate patterns, CDBJ, at this moment, gathered in one, exuding a supreme aura. The golden light roamed through it. Yuhabok stared at the existence transformed from the dark clouds in the sky, with an unprecedented dignified expression. It was something like a demon subduing pestle. Advertisement. It's just infinitely magnified in detail and contains endless power. Su Feng raised his mouth slightly and said with a smile, it belongs to the power of the Heavenly Emperor. It is also the force that ends everything. The moment the voice fell, the heavenly thunder-falling devil pestle had already locked on Yuhabok and slammed down towards the bottom. The big holy bow is also about to fire, and the pitch-black giant holy annihilation arrow shoots towards the sky. Under the gaze of several eyes, the sacred arrow that condensed almost all of Yuhabok's power disintegrated in an instant, and not even a trace of the spiritual child remained. This moment, omniscient and omnipotent, was brought to the extreme by Yuhabok. But all in vain. Can't be parsed, can't be changed. The future is fixed on the last picture. Boom. The thunder and demon pestle fell on the black torrent, and the violent thunder and lightning broke out at this moment. Countless electric currents raged on the ruins, devouring everything around them. The space was torn apart by cracks, until the figure of Yuhabok was completely submerged in it. There is no more breath coming out. Chapter 201 The Modified Future. Do you died? Kyoraku Shunsui spoke cautiously, looking towards the depths of the thunderbolt. But because they were worried about being affected by the aftermath, after the battle broke out, they evacuated to a place far away from the ice palace. Therefore, even with their eyesight, they still cannot see clearly. It can only be judged by spiritual pressure. When the demon subduing pestle with intricate lines landed on Uabok, the Ryotsu, which was like a black torrent, was already fully retracted. And with the complete unfolding of power quantity, Uabok's breath was not a bit left, not to mention Kyoraku Shunsui and the others. Even Hayasabi Ichibei couldn't even notice Uabok's Ryotsu aura. It's hard to be sure. 99 Hayasabi Ichibei's eyebrows were lowered, making it difficult to see what he was thinking. However, what is certain is that Uabok, the son of the Spirit King, will not die so easily. To this, Su Feng earnestly calmed down the center of the raging thunderstorm, with golden lightning flashing in his eyes, and the whole person was surrounded by endless thunder and lightning, like a god bathed in thunder. The light ravaged by the thunderstorm had little effect on him. Advertisement, everything in it is in full view. The thunderlight was ferocious, tearing the black Reiki torrent little by little. After the Ryotsu torrent was completely broken, the outer shell of static blood was also penetrated by a thunderbolt, like powder. It spread out in all directions, and was finally swallowed by thunder and lightning. The electric current rattled, and finally fell on Uabok's body. Skin, muscles, blood vessels, nerves, bones. Like a precise operation, the thunder and lightning stripped away Uabok's power layer by layer, and a violent explosion devoured everything from him. Countless space cracks appeared around Li Guang, but they were swallowed again. In the center of Tinley, it seems that there is no concept of other things. But all the existences that appear in it are all wiped out by it, and there is no trace of it. It seems to be a little bit worse. Su Feng observed carefully and said to himself. Omniscient and omnipotent can actually modify the future of his death. Just at the moment when the Tinley Conqueror was about to completely obliterate it, Uabok's body disappeared in the center of the Tinley. For flowers. Advertisement when it reappears. He was already close to Su Feng's side. As Uabok, who has gone through countless wars, he knows it very well. If the enemy is not resolved, the same fate as before will befall him. He goes to great lengths to revise the future, for this moment. Innumerable eyes flashed violent emotions. Uabok will completely kill the hateful Shinigami in front of him and make him disappear from this world completely. The future belongs to me. Everything, including your death. The cross sword of extinction composed of a cluster of spiritual suns reappeared in his hands. The black spiritual pressure was wrapped around the blade, exuding an aura of destruction. Uabok did not hesitate any longer, because he knows that the more delay, the more likely accidents will occur. Boom. The space was torn apart, and the annihilation crossknife fell towards the unsuspecting Su Feng's head. Chapter 202 Thor comes to Earth. Verdict under the reflection of countless red pupils, the emotions of joy are already beyond words. Destroyed under the cross sword, Uabok seems to have seen Su Feng's death. This knife exhausted all his strength. Even if the other party is the Spirit King, it is impossible to survive. In this regard, he is very confident. Ding! The crisp sound of the collision of gold and iron reverberated in the sky, and for a while, the sound of 827 was silent. Uabok's tyrannical expression finally froze in place. He couldn't understand. This blow has been brewing for so long, even at the expense of itself. Just to cut out this knife. But why? Why did this guy in front of him seem to be able to predict the future, and just raised his knife to resist the blow? Could it be that this Shinigami named Urahara Su Feng is also like him? Possessing the power to see through the future with omniscience and omnipotence? Advertisement, confused. Su Feng raised her head, her golden eyes and Uabok looked at each other. I can't understand why I've just resisted this blow. Uabok was silent, his arms burst out with power, and a large number of black torrents poured into the crossed sword, trying to squeeze out every trace of his power. However, no matter how he tried his best, he still couldn't make the crossed sword go a step forward. The power gap between the two has reached such a level. The reason is actually quite simple. Su Feng pointed to his eyes and explained softly. The long sword breaks through the sky, and the gods come to the world. As far as the light goes, as far as the eye can see. The sound of thunder pierces through the sky. He sighed lightly, with a helpless look on his face, shook his head and said. The whole world is under my eyes, how can you escape with your little gesture? It's just to make you give up completely, and I just let you cut out this knife. Uabok's pupils shrank suddenly, and even his breathing stopped consciously. The fine sweat seeped out from under his black hair, sliding down his face continuously. How come? Advertisement. The power of fluctuation is running, and there are no dark clouds, but the whole world seems to be flooded with thunder and lightning. Even the captain and others who were watching the battle from a distance were surrounded by dense golden lightning. After seeing the power of the previous thunder and lightning, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear that Su Feng's inadvertent control would cause him to turn into fly ash and disappear completely. They don't have the future-altering power of Uabok. Dead, really dead. There is no chance of resurrection. This is. What kind of power? Uabok looked at Su Feng in front of him, his voice was hoarse, as if grinding sand. Similar to Su Feng. In his shocked gaze, I saw him raise his arm, and the huge figure followed suit. A terrifying thunderbolt was entwined around it, and the white feathers floated gently behind him. The thunder flashed between the heavens and the earth, and the thunder roared, as if the gods were judging sinners. Su Feng's lips parted lightly, and his indifferent voice echoed in the realm of the Invisible Empire. A long sword composed of 1.9 thunderbolts is held in his hand. Countless golden lightnings gathered and solidified, turning into a huge figure standing between the heavens and the earth. Thor descends. Verdict. Chapter 203. Within the fluctuation, the Emperor is the rule. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder seemed to pierce people's eardrums. When the sky-high lightning phantom raised the sky-breaking long sword in his hand, the sky and the earth were filled with roaring thunder. All sounds were eliminated, and all that remained was the endless roaring and roaring. The moment the sky-breaking long sword fell, a huge golden thunder and lightning descended from the sky like a divine punishment. The aura of destruction spreads and spreads into thunder and lightning until it covers the entire field of the Invisible Empire. One after another space cracks appeared around it, even if it was just the aftermath of thunder and lightning, even if the 23 soldiers of the 23 soldiers had already reinforced this piece of spiritual space. Still unable to stop this burst of power. Just the aftermath of the advance is to destroy all the land within a radius of thousands of miles, revealing the deep darkness. The world is in turmoil. The captain's eyes were full of horror, unable to believe that everything in front of them was caused by Shinigami. Both are Shinigami. Why is the gap so big? Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't hide the shock on his face. Because he knew that even his teacher, the captain of Gode 13 team, Yamamoto Uenujai, and Bankai's own Ryujin Jaka would not be able to achieve this destructive power. Just like advertisement, what is contained in that golden thunder is destruction itself. Uebok faced Su Feng's phantom of thunder, and countless eyes were filled with endless despair. He murmured unconsciously, and the depths of his mind were already blank, as if burned by lightning. When the sky-breaking long sword fell, all of Uebok's abilities and Ryotsu seemed to be destroyed by imprisonment. Completely unusable. The realm of shadows is collapsing. Even though Su Feng has already converged on this, he still cannot stop this process. Hayasabi Ichibei's expression was extremely ugly, when even with the power of a word, he constantly repairs and reinforces the realm of shadows, trying to restore the world that is about to collapse. Although it is unclear whether the collapse of the Shadow Realm will affect Soul Society. But he didn't dare to gamble on it. Within the fluctuations, the Emperor of Heaven is the rule. 35. Su Feng said lightly, the sky-breaking long sword just landed on Uebok's shell-static bloodsuit. Just for a moment. Advertisement: the textured shell-static bloodsuit is constantly disintegrating and disappearing until it disappears completely. Your fate is up to me to decide. Su Feng's expression was calm, as if to say something trivial. The golden thunderbolt turned into an ocean, completely swallowing Uebok. This time, 827 omniscient and almighty can't change his future either. The black Reiki torrent was shattered by lightning and completely wiped out, leaving no trace. And Ulhabok is close behind. Desperate death shattered his sanity little by little. Pain, searing, tearing, until everlasting darkness. Under the judgment of Thor, Yohabok completely lost consciousness, and his body and soul also shattered in the thunder. Not even the slightest trace of the spirit remains. So far, the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, the founder of the Quincy, the son of the Spirit King, and the founder of the New World. Yohabok, utterly dead. Chapter 204. I'm afraid you will splatter my blood. The demise of Yohabok. This caused the spiritual subspace, the so-called realm of shadows, to completely collapse. Fortunately, Hayasabi Ichibei was reinforced again in advance. Thus, the realm of the Invisible Empire was stabilized. Enter the eye. Full of sores. The sizzling thunder and lightning are active in the abyss of the ruins from time to time, exuding a dazzling light. Above the ceiling, Su Feng stepped into the thunder and lightning, surrounded by a faint thunder god's breath. Guan Shizhengzong held it in his hand, and the tyrannical wave power overflowed around, tearing tiny space cracks. Compared to the world of Soul Society's current, Hueco Mundo, the spiritual space is too unstable, so even if Su Feng has restrained a lot, he is still unable to stand in place stably. The thunder god's breath alone is enough to continuously destroy the spiritual subspace. After realizing this, Su Feng closed Thor's breath. With his control over the power of volatility, he can easily do this. Advertisement: when he landed smoothly in front of the captains, the thunder and lightning on his body had all subsided. And the captains finally realized one thing. The sword of Damocles, hanging above the Soul Society, has been completely terminated. Well, it's finally over. Kyoraku Shunsui let out a sigh of relief. Now, Aizen is the only one left. 35. The risk has been reduced a lot relative to that. However, Su Feng did not agree with this statement. He looked at Hayasabi Ichibei, with golden lightning flashing in his eyes. About Yohabok and Aizen Sosuke, Monk Eye, don't you have anything to say? Faced with the question, Hayasabi Ichibei's originally solemn expression was startled, and then he calmed down. You seem to have guessed something. Su Feng nodded unabashedly. After he became the Emperor of Heaven, he directly exploded in self-confidence. Even the eye-opener Habak was hacked to death by him, not to mention a mere Hayasabi Ichibei. Even if the guy in front of him was Bankai on the spot, he wouldn't have the slightest fear. Killing the name but not the meat, for Su Feng, would not have much effect at all. Advertisement, about usurping the Holy Awakening, 35. Su Feng said calmly, do you think I really didn't notice? With your ability, you can completely avoid Yohabok from using your power. But you didn't do this, but arbitrarily allowed Hazard to usurp your power. After being sanctified, that power was passed on to Yohabak. Finished speaking. Cold sweat had already slipped from his broad forehead, and fine beads of sweat had occupied his broad and honest face. However, this time, the captains of Gode 13 had quietly moved away from him. Su Feng is already locked in Hayasabi Ichibe's breath. What is it? Phi, I'm curious to support your idea of doing this. Stay away this time. After seeing the battle just now, Kirin Temple Tenshiro doesn't think Hayasabi Ichibe is Su Feng's opponent. Even the most arrogant Kirin Temple Tenshiro on weekdays is very knowledgeable to stay away from Hayasabi Ichibe. Tell me what your purpose is. Money Zhao, although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. More than that, I don't want this guy's blood to splash all over himself. Chapter 205 Friendship is sincere, and life is more valuable. Silence. In response to Su Feng's, there was only silence. In fact, the answer has been tacit. Even the stupidest Xiaobai, Hitsugaya Dashiro already had guesses in his heart. With what he knew about Su Feng, this guy has never been a man of his own accord. Since he joined Gode 13, no, to be precise, it should have started when he was still in Rukongai. Sweep from Rukongai 1 to Zaraki. Even Hitsugaya Dashiro has heard of Su Feng in Rukongai. Abruptly beat the entire Rukongai people. Then when he joined the Jenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, although he was a little low-key in the early stage, a soul burial practice directly made Urahara Su Feng's name known to everyone. Afterwards, he gained a lot of fame in the Gode team. When Aizen betrayed, he cut negation to pieces with one knife, leaving the sinner Tusen Kanami behind. In the Hueco Mundo campaign, Su Feng fought the digital Espada alone and became the king of the new generation of Hueco Mundo, breaking the estrangement between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo for thousands of years. After that, he broke into the Invisible Empire alone, and was born under the siege of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights, killing the visionary Gremi Tommy. This is just what Hitsugaya Toshiro knew, advertisement. It's enough to be mind-blowing. At the moment, he saw it with his own eyes. Su Feng killed the high-end combat power of the Star-Crossed Knights, the guards. So far, even the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, CDBJ, Uebok, died at the hands of Su Feng. Such a restless guy, how could he allow others to plot against him? Even if the opponent is the leader of Team Zero. I'm worried about Old Man Shan. Aizen might attack Soul Society while we're not around. Kiraku Shunsui took out the Sombra reagent from his cuff and poured it into the shadow under his feet. So, I'm ready to go to watch out for support. After the formation of the Black Shadow through the gate, he did not hesitate to step into it. Ni Yuli followed closely behind. Since the Invisible Empire has been completely destroyed, he is not very interested in the next thing. Perhaps the members of the Star-Crossed Knights are still alive, as well as those loose Quincy Masters. In order to take over these guys, he has to hurry up and go back to prepare. Rippin Yu Toshiro sighed, and without saying anything, he stepped inside. Yunohana Retsu smiled softly and warned with concern. Advertisement, Mr. Su Feng, you must be careful. I'll wait for you to come back in the 4th team building, 99. As soon as she finished speaking, she left the spiritual subspace with Shutara Chianshumaru. Just a blink of an eye. Here, only Su Feng and Kirin Temple Tenshiro and Hayasabi Ichibe were left to confront each other. However, the state of the two people on the opposite side is obviously not as good as before. Cough, cough. Kirin Temple Tenshiro let out a violent cough, just as he was about to say something. I advise you better not to get involved in this. Before you made a provocation, I thought nothing happened. Otherwise, take your head off and kick it as a ball, 35. His faceless words made Tian Shilong's face turn dark. Just when he was about to attack, he suddenly remembered the previous battle. Then I'll leave first. As a member of Team Zero, the most arrogant character is Tenshiro of Kirin Temple. Under Su Feng's threatening words, decidedly choose to admit counseling. Chapter 206 The Meaning of the Existence of the Spirit King. Under the gaze of Hayasabi Ichibe's eyes as wide as lanterns. With an embarrassed expression, Tian Shilong of Kirin Temple, Shunpo went to the black shadow-piercing gate that was about to close, and his figure completely disappeared in the spiritual space. He is a smart man, although there is Lingwang Palace Lingfan Lydian as a guarantee. Members of Team Zero can be resurrected from it after death. But Tian Shilong of Kirin Temple would never gamble with his own life. Even the all-knowing and all-powerful Uebok died completely in the hands of Su Feng. Kirin Temple Tenshiro didn't think his fate would be much better. So, even if Hayasabi Ichibe's eyes widened, he would not choose to stay. More importantly, Kirin Temple Tenshiro does not think that Hayasabi Ichibe can survive in Su Feng's hands. It is also a branch of the power of the Spirit King. Is he stronger than Yohaba? As a colleague who gets along with each other day and night, Kirin Temple Tenshiro knows this all too well. When the shadows passed through the gate completely closed, the field was still panting, and only Su Feng and Hayasabi Ichibe were left. Advertisement C. Hayasabi Ichibe's expression instantly turned gloomy, like a dark cloud as before. What exactly do you want to do? Not what I want to do, 35. Su Feng had a calm expression and said lightly, it's what you want to do. Do you want to use the Spirit King's wool as an excuse this time? Heard. Hayasabi Ichibe's pupils shrank, and he could hardly believe his ears. How did this guy know about the Spirit King? His age is not as good as Yamamoto Genryuzai, Where did he go to know these secrets? There's no need to look so surprised. In contrast, Su Feng's expression became more and more indifferent. What I know is far beyond your imagination. Since King Ling was made a man by the ancestor of Suniyashiro's family, he has never issued a new order. 5. The meaning of the existence of the Spirit King is to maintain the stability of the three realms. With the secret being told, Hayasabi Ichibei's expression was extremely ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly that had just eaten. Advertisement. For flowers. Nearly 110,000 years have come, but there are always rumors about the Spirit King's order. It's all your Hayasabi Ichibei's thoughts, Su Feng said here. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. You don't know. The Spirit King still has his own will. As soon as this word comes out, as the son of the Spirit King, Uebok has the ability to modify the future with omniscience and omnipotence. You should have noticed it as early as when the ancestors of the 5 great nobles dismembered it. Every word of Su Feng was like a sharp sword, poking at the heart of Hayasabi Ichibei. Hayasabi Ichibei's rough face suddenly froze, like the birth of Uebok. He said stiffly, word by word, "You say, what?" And the will of the Spirit King is still guiding everything to happen and proceed. 5. The Spirit King at that time saw the future and chose to sacrifice himself. Does the Spirit King have a stronger and more comprehensive omnipotence? Chapter 207 Dye It Black, attexts Su Feng's understanding of the Spirit King. It can be said that far more than anyone in this world. But so far, he has never seen the Spirit King itself, but he has seen quite a few of its branches. Such as Lingwang's fingertips, Hogyoku, Lingwang's left hand, Panita Pikaja, Lingwang's right hand, Jashiro Yukataki, Lingwang's lock, Daoyuban Aura, Lingwang's heart Gerald Valkyrie, the unimportant parts of the 827 of the Spirit King, Fullbringers. And the incarnation of the Spirit King's shredded power, Yohabok. As for the body of the Spirit King, who was still in a state of collapse, he only got a little bit of information from just a few words. But that didn't stop Su Feng from fooling Hayasabi Ichibei. That's right. In fact, Su Feng is not clear about the current state of the Spirit King. Everything he said was just fooling Hayasabi Ichibei. You can't beat me anyway. That is, relying on his current strength, Su Feng released the evil taste in his heart. Taj. Hayasabi Ichibei's eyes widened, and his breathing seemed a little disordered. Advertisement. The existence of his strength, actually showing such a gesture, can only be said that his mentality is on the verge of collapse. How could Lord Ling Wang do such a thing? Su Feng smiled, as if he was chatting with an old friend, with a relaxed attitude. In contrast, as a being who has lived for 110,000 years, you were once in the same era as the Spirit King. Shouldn't I know more about the Spirit King than me? He put his hands in front of him, made a triangle, and said seriously. In other words, do you think that the Spirit King who opened up the 3 worlds will really be sealed by the first ancestor of the Suniyashiro clan? 35. I'm afraid that guy's level is not as good as yours. 99. Cold sweat slid from the rough face and penetrated into the beard on his face. Hayasabi Ichibei and Rei Dynasty get along with each other. When I recalled what I had done in the past, my mind was already chaotic. You don't have to show that gesture. Su Feng smiled and said with relief, since you are still standing here now. That means the Spirit King doesn't care about these little things. Hayasabi Ichibei stared at Su Feng, those red eyes like evil spirits gradually glowing with white light. Advertisement, never mind. In order to maintain the stability of the 3 realms, existences like you must be erased from the world. A word was held in his hand. Hayasabi Ichibei regained his composure, and the white light in his eyes became more and more obvious. I'm different from Yohabok. The omnipotence and omnipotence of his master is the power to change the future. 55. And my power is the black that controls everything in the world. That's why he just waved a word and pointed at Su Feng. Even if Hayasabi Ichibei wanted to give up, Su Feng would not let him go easily. Things have come this far. Dye it black, one word. How can someone who is shrouded in darkness easily beat me? Although Captain Yori is white, the Deathlord outfit is black. The Ryatsu of Yuhaba is not lower than the normal state, shrouded in ruins 1.9. Precisely because of this, he danced a word in his hand, and the majestic spiritual pressure surged from his body like a sea. Chapter 208 Urahara Su Feng, you've been tricked. A large amount of ink swayed out from the brush end of a character. In an instant, the ink color stained the world, causing the surrounding to fall into pure black. The tip of the pen at the front of the word is also a blade-like existence, and the flickering of cold light adds a few different breaths to the black. I saw Hayasabi Ichibei waving a word, and the ink ripples, like ripples, spreading towards the distance. Dusk, dark night, please come here. Let's meet and drink a bowl. Drink this bowl and fly away. The sound of the chant 23 made the atmosphere in this area suddenly become strange. Black is like a living creature, swimming above the sky. On Wangshen Road, there are flowers, blooming to accompany them. Where are the delicacies, dyed in pitch black, black flames, smoked and roasted to black? Enjoy yourself. Hayasabi Ichibei turned the ink color into a wine bowl and drank the ink in one gulp. After a full meal, the bones are piled up, and a tomb tree tablet is erected to mourn and grieve. Your Excellency, at this point, it is no longer difficult to survive, and it is impossible to become a sacrifice. With the chant chanting to the end, a huge black mausoleum and a group of tombstones appeared behind Hayasabi Ichibei. He sat cross-legged in front of the mausoleum with the rosary hanging on his neck, stared at Su Feng indifferently, and said solemnly. Advertisement. No matter the outcome or not, I will not regret my actions today. Existing like you will definitely have an immeasurable impact on the stability of the three realms. If you don't turn Taisha Mausoleum, you will eat up all the blackness on your body. Hayasabi Ichibei folded his hands together, and his tone became more and more indifferent, with no emotional fluctuations. Your blood, your flesh, your bones, and everything you have will be turned into darkness and nothing. Even reincarnation is not allowed. Let's fall into the dark hell. Dark ink spreads. The black color on Su Feng's body was like flowing water, flowing in the direction of his mausoleum and the group of tombstones. He looked at the scene in front of him seriously. Have to admit, the ability of Hayasabi Ichibei can be said to be incomprehensible to the existence of more than 90%. Only a few people can break his attack. Eyes in the dark sky. Above the sky, countless pupils appeared again, like the eyes of gods. The difference is, advertisement under the blessing of Thor's breath, the color of the pupils turned blue and purple. The beating and flickering arcs swayed on it, exuding an endless aura of destruction. And when the arc jumped down the moment, the black ink was also cut off instantly, and Hayasabi Ichibei's non-turning Taisha Mausoleum was completely ineffective, and it was useless. And Hayasabi Ichibei seems to have seen this already. At the moment when Bujuan Taishaling 827 failed, a word in his hand was already raised. Different from the previous Ryatsu, at this moment, the one character in the hands of Hayasabi Ichibei has already completed the Bankai, incarnating the one character of the white pen. He instantly approached Su Feng, and the wide and long blade stained with ink suddenly fell towards Su Feng's head. Ding! Impartial. Su Feng just lifted Guanxi Zhengzong and placed it in front of him. However, it was this time of resistance that made Hayasabi Ichibei face a successful smile. Urahara Su Feng, you've been tricked. Chapter 209. The History of the 110,000 Years of Dying. All of a sudden, the ink splashed and stained on Su Feng's feather weave. This moment, strange power is eroding Su Feng himself, changing his power. Ink into words, into black ants. Have you felt the power of a word? Hayasabi Ichibei's smile was a little grim, like a ghost. When your body is engraved with black ants, your body will be as fragile as an ant. And your Zanpakuto view of the world. When he said this, his expression suddenly froze. How come? I still remember the name of this Zanpakuto. Su Feng's arm burst with power, and it directly threw Hayasabi Ichibei flying away, causing it to fly hundreds of meters away. The world is authentic. That's its name. He raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, letting the thunder on it rattle. Are you surprised? The ability of a word is useless to me? 35. Just as these words fell, the word black ant on Su Feng's feather weaving was also burnt clean by Thor's breath, and there was no trace of it. Advertisement C. Hayasabi Ichibei's pupils shrank suddenly, and his blazing white eyes gave off a strange feeling. You know the power of a word? Su Feng nodded and explained as a matter of course. I know all the secrets of the Spirit King, it's just one word at a time. Isn't it normal to know its abilities? 35. Just when Hayasabi Ichibei prepared a rebuttal, Su Feng continued. As an evolutionary Zanpakuto born long before Bankai appeared in the world, 99. Before liberation, the ability was to slash the name without slashing the flesh. It could cut off half of the opponent's strength. After Shikai, it could cut off the name of the opponent's weapon. A weapon that has lost its name cannot exert its power at all. At the same time in Bankai, that is, after the real fight, new names can be inscribed on weapons whose names have been erased, such as this black ant. And then the opponent will be as vulnerable as an ant. After a few words, Hayasabi Ichibei was dripping with cold sweat. He didn't know what else Su Feng knew, but with these words, he has already cleaned his old bottom. As for the remaining ones, Keto-like abilities, Hayasabi Ichibei doesn't think it can do anything to Su Feng. Who the hell are you? He stared at Su Feng, his expression already hysterical. Advertisement. Just an ordinary Shinigami. 39. Su Feng was no longer interested in playing around with Hayasabi Ichibei. Let's stop here. Without you, Shinjimaru and the others can still protect the Lingwang Palace. Above the sky, the rays of light that lingered around Laming had already begun to shatter. Different from Su Feng's previous attacks, under the crack, all sounds are silent. Not even the slightest wave could be seen rising. However, Hayasabi Ichibei's body seemed to be petrified, standing stiffly in place. Leader of Team Zero, living fossil of the 10,000 years, Hayasabi Ichibei. With the light wind blowing, he seemed to have been weathered, turned into sand directly, and floated into the spiritual space. Qian Liao Jiao. Start with a word in his hand. It spread towards Hayasabi Ichibei's body. Dye, cloth. The whole person is buried in cracks. Until one after another cracks are densely covered, and in just one breath, it occupies the entire text. And Chapter 210 Survivors of the Star-Crossed Knights. Resolved Hayasabi Ichibei. It is also considered to eliminate a hidden danger. For Su Feng, the existence of Hayasabi Ichibei is not much better than Yohabak. Not even as good as Aizen Sosuke. At least, Aizen Sosuke doesn't play those gutter tricks. Just in character, Aizen completely abused these two guys. If it wasn't for a different position, Su Feng still hopes to become friends with Aizen. Su Feng looked towards the invisible empire domain. Starting from Yinjia City, more than 90% of the buildings were ruins. As far as the eye can see, gravel and stones are intertwined. Messy. However, there were a few faint breaths that were discovered by him. 827 inches. You actually survived under sanctification. Su Feng was a little surprised, activated Shunpo and disappeared in place. After the second awakening, his Shunpo skills have also been greatly improved. Even after incorporating Thor's breath, Su Feng can turn into lightning and travel through any corner of the current world. Advertisement. If you have to find any disadvantages. That is, he is still unable to forcefully break through the space in this state. When necessary, a little trick is needed. Candace finally struggled to climb out of the ruins and looked around with a blank expression. Until now, she still hasn't figured out what happened. Hasward and the others fought the invaders and were all killed by that damn Shinigami. 5. Candace thought to herself, recalling the previous battle. As a member of the Star-Crossed Knights, although she is not qualified to participate in the previous battle, but also as a guard force, guarding before the sleeping palace of Yohabak. For the Battle of Hasward and others, there is a general idea in mind. Then your majesty woke up from a deep sleep. Candace's expression is a little ugly, and it looks a little funny with the few pieces of burnt black smeared on her face. Not as arrogant and stubborn as before. In a head-on battle, his majesty was even suppressed by that hateful Shinigami. The more she talked, the colder Candace felt in her heart. CDBJ. Because she recalled that when Su Feng first came to the Invisible Empire, she had a conflict with him and fought with him. Judging from this level of strength, I should really thank the opponent for not killing him. Advertisement. Then His Majesty launched the sanctification. Candace can clearly recall the moment when all her power was taken away. That feeling of powerlessness. Until now, she is still weak to the extreme. With this level of sanctification, most Quincy masters may have been deprived of their vitality. Candace murmured, if it wasn't for my luck, I might have died in sanctification. 99. I hope Bangabi and the others are still alive. In fact, she knew better than anyone that the hope of her companions surviving was extremely slim. But this can't blame Su Feng. Because they were sanctified to die. She turned around slightly tremblingly. I also want to thank that damn Shinigami. It's really lucky. I saw a noble and elegant figure appear in the line of sight. Candace looked around and muttered to herself, if it counts like this. Your Majesty's Reiatsu has completely disappeared. Su Feng looked at Candace, who survived by chance, smiled and said. Thank me. Candace suddenly heard a voice that was familiar enough to be engraved in her memory, and her whole body tensed. Chapter 211 Prisoners Plus 1. At this moment, Candace found herself wanting to cry without tears. Isn't it said that if you don't die, you will have good luck? How come it wasn't Bumby and the others who greeted me, but this, damn Shinigami? For sanctification's sake, Candace let alone fighting, even walking quickly became a problem. Moreover, even in her heyday, she couldn't stand it, this guy's beating. At this time, Candace was still very anxious. She understands that even if 10 of her are going up together, it is estimated that they will not be able to stop each other. Even His Majesty the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Yuhabak, died at the hands of the other party. Even if Candace was arrogant, she would not dare to say that she could be stronger than them. Call. She let out a long breath and regained her composure. She put her two wrists together and stretched them out to Su Feng. Shigami shouldn't kill surrenderers, right? Seemingly calm. In fact, Candace's tone was full of trembling. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Su Feng touched his chin and looked at each other up and down. Advertisement. Because of crawling out of the ruins, Candace was covered in dust, her fair skin reflected in it, and she had a somewhat police-like appearance. Mainly it's a good foundation. Su Feng glanced at it without leaving a trace, and nodded in agreement. Say it. Weren't you killed when Yuhabak was sanctified? He suddenly remembered this matter and asked. If I remember correctly. 9. This guy didn't sleep for enough time. When he wakes up, he will activate the Holy Police to plunder all the power of the members of the Star-Crossed Knights. Heard. Candace showed bitterness, and said helplessly. The Reiatsu was completely taken away. There is still a little bit of the power of the Holy Word. However, it may take a long time to get back to the original state. 39. She looked at the ruins on the side and sighed. Others, with a little less luck, may have been deprived of vitality and followed His Majesty. Su Feng was puzzled. Yuhabak has sanctified all of you, and still one of your majesties. It's mostly getting used to. After being reminded, Candace came to her senses at this time. Advertisement. For flowers. Well, is that so? 35. Su Feng was thoughtful, he flicked his fingers, and a wave of power poured into Candace's body. Immediately, Candace looked surprised, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Su Feng with disbelief. This is. It feels like my body is stuffed. Su Feng, who was just about to speak, heard these ambiguous words, so he didn't slap him down. Only temporary. 35. Enough for you to find the ones left alive. After finding them all, bring them back to Soul Society together. After becoming the Emperor of Heaven, Su Feng's control over the power of fluctuations has risen to a new level again. In a state like Candace, it is not difficult to control 180. He calmed down and ordered, from now on, you are my captives. Hearing this, although she was unwilling, she still agreed. Because Candace understood in her heart. If it is included by Su Feng, it may be much better to be included by other Shinigami. Least, she can't see Su Feng's hatred for Quincy from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 212 The Inquiry from the Captain. Under the support of the power of volatility. Candace found that her strength level was not lower than that of her heyday. Even more powerful, because when the ability of the Holy Word is released, its destructive power is far greater than before. After searching for a while, in the ruins, Candace finds Bombietta Basta, Litodo Lampardo and Menina Macaron. A member of the 827 Star-Cross Knights. Only one Giselle Julier was completely buried in the rubble. Sanctification took his life, too. In this regard, Candace is a little sad, but she can't do anything, so she can only erect a tombstone for her. As for the others, only Busby and Kuruji Opi were left alive. Unlike Busby, Kuruji was so loyal to Yhwach that when he faced Su Feng, the enemy, he did not hesitate to scold him. And threatened to avenge Yhwach. Advertisement. So ever, he was pierced through his chest by a sacred arrow from Candace and followed his majesty. This scene made Su Feng glance at Candace somewhat unexpectedly. Don't look at me like that. Candace explained with a blushing face. I have become a prisoner. If we don't express our position, we are afraid we will not go to Sōkyoku Hill for a while. Obviously, Candace still has some hope for her future life. She didn't want to die at the hands of Yhwach, but at the hands of Shinigami. 35. Su Feng nodded and acknowledged, if you surrender sincerely, Soul Society will treat you kindly. I will tell Ni Yuli in advance to prevent him from taking you for research. When I heard the name Namori, the three people standing next to Candace suddenly shivered. These days, the reputation of that guy Ni Yuli in the Invisible Empire is even more daunting than Su Feng's. The Quincy who was kidnapped by him from time to time, every time he returned to the Invisible Empire, he looked beyond recognition. This also allowed Namori's reputation to spread in the Invisible Empire. Advertisement. Quote. Su Feng poured the Sombra reagent into the shadow under his feet and opened the gate of Sombra. Come with me to Soul Society. Candace walked in first, followed by the other three. Menina held the angry Basby on her shoulders, looked at Su Feng cautiously, and walked into the gate of the world with an embarrassed expression. Busby has completely lost his pursuit of life because of the death of Hasward and Yhwach. So even if he survived, he still looks like a walking dead. Yamamoto Genryusai asked in a low voice, slowly. When Su Feng returned, he was surprised to find that almost all the captains were waiting for him at the headquarters of Goding 13. Did Hyasub Ikibe also die in the Invisible Empire? Looking back, Su Feng stopped for a moment in the ruins of the Invisible Empire, and then walked to the gate of the shadow piercing the world. 1.9. Soul Society. Looking at each other, everyone has already guessed the result of the last battle in the Invisible Empire. Captain Su Feng. But for proof. Chapter 213 Urahara Kazuki's wish. Died. Su Feng nodded as a matter of course. There's no chance of even going to hell. The Soul Society can't decompose the spirit child, to me, it's just a trifle. Heard. A look of surprise appeared on Yamamoto's face. For this matter, no one knows better than him. Above the captain, that is, the so-called third-level spiritual power or above. After death, his own spiritual child cannot be decomposed by Soul Society, so he will fall into hell. It was a place where even the Spirit King could not interfere. Hell does not belong to the three realms. 110,000 years ago, it was independent from the three realms. In fact, the team burial is just an ordinary 23 ceremony, which has no practical significance. It has nothing to do with whether the captain falls into hell after his death. This information was only learned by Su Feng later. Beings like Yhwach and Hyasub Ikibe are bound to fall into hell after death. But it was because he was killed by Su Feng. Advertisement. So there is no such thing as falling into hell. About these captives. 35. Su Feng glanced back and asked. Does the captain have any ideas of what to do with it? 55. Yamamoto Yuanyujai, leaning on a cane, glanced at the four with indifferent eyes. Murder was gone in a flash. This made Candace and the others shudder, and they didn't even dare to look each other in the eye. This old man named Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigekuni has appeared on the information of the Invisible Empire more than once. As the captain of Gote 13, its combat power should be regarded as the strongest among Soul Society. While being deprived of power, Candace and the others didn't even have the courage to look at him one more time. Never mind. Yamamoto Yuanyujai shook his head and walked away on crutches. Since the culprit has already been executed, there is nothing this old man has to worry about. 5. Leave it to Captain Su Feng to handle it yourself. Shun Shui, please come over here. Hiraku Shunsui's old face collapsed, and he followed Yamamoto Yuanyuzai angrily. Advertisement. He obviously had some guesses about his teacher's thoughts. After this trip, I am afraid it will be difficult to find the opportunity to be lazy and fish. This matter is over, the old man will feel at ease. Komamura Sajin called out to the shooting range Teziman and walked in the direction of his team's quarters. Byakuya Kuchiki and Hitsugaya Toshiro also left one after another. Naiyong Lichong Su Feng is going to leave Busby, saying that he needs to further study the secrets of pure blood quenchers. However, Su Feng was worried that this guy would play Busby to death, and reminded Urahara Kazuki to supervise him. However, before Urahara Kazuki left, he still reminded Su Feng. Although I know you are in good health. But as a young man you have to be in moderation. After all, you are the last hope of the Urahara family. But his next sentence almost made Su Feng draw his knife and look at this guy. Even in order to revitalize the Urahara family, it must be based on one's own body. Sure enough, the potential of Shinigami is limitless. Its speed is so fast that even the Kirin Temple Tenshiro is amazed. Not waiting for Su Feng to respond. His earnest gaze made Su Feng suddenly become serious. Urahara Kazuki immediately disappeared in the headquarters of Gote 13 with the fastest Shunko speed in his life. Chapter 214 The Teachings of Unohana Retsu. About these 4 Quincy Masters. Unohana Retsu slowly walked up to them and gathered the 4 of them with great interest. Mr. Su Feng, can they possibly regain their strength? 35. Faced with this question, Su Feng looked at the 4 of them with puzzled eyes. Candace hurriedly replied, yes. After Yohabok's death, our strength began to slowly recover. It will take about 2 to 3 months for it to return to its original state. She didn't dare to hide it. Because even if it returns to its heyday, Candace doesn't think that the remaining 3 or 2 cats can escape Su Feng's palm. These words, Unohana Retsu thought, could there be some? To wait for her to finish speaking, Candace took the lead. We will be very obedient and will never have any thoughts of resistance. The other 3 obviously didn't want to die, so they nodded again and again. In this case, Unohana Retsu put her hands together and said softly, that's really nice. Oh, revitalizing the Urahara family is a big deal. There's no room for mistakes. Advertisement. Heard. Candace's face was flushed red, and her eyes seemed a little evasive. The reactions of the other 3 were not much better. This is so good, how did it become the revitalization of the Urahara family? Su Feng was stunned, just as he opened his mouth to defend something. Unohana Retsu had already signaled Toru Yudo to bring the 4 and walk towards the 4th Division's quarters. Mr. Su Feng. Unohana Retsu looked at him tenderly and asked. These 4 people can be handed over to me for the time being, right? Su Feng was a little embarrassed. But it's not easy to refuse. After all, Candace and the others are of no use to him. If you want to take it, take it. 39. As for revitalizing the Urahara family or something, just be a joke. Su Feng sighed, this is too much pressure. I'd rather have another wave with Yohabok. Nor want to carry such a burden. At this time, Toru Yuyin, who was walking in front, suddenly turned his head and said in a firm voice. Advertisement. Captain Su Feng, don't worry. 39. I'll help with this too. Su Feng was stunned, not knowing what to say for a while. Ujawa, what did you teach Yongyan? Unohana Retsu smiled and said softly. Naturally how to please your sweetheart. Regarding Unohana Retsu's rash idea, although Su Feng was a little moved, he always had an inexplicable low back pain. This kind of thing, is it really enough to say anything? People are iron men, but wastes are not iron wastes. Tu Wang Yu and Hibun Kiryu and Kirin Temple Tenshiro chose to leave. As for Shutara Senjumaru, because there was no order from Hyasube Ikibe, he naturally followed his will. And just when Su Feng thought things were going all the way. A new check-in task has been released. Phi. Task content. Please go to Lingfan Palace to sign in. Closing square bracket dot. After all, the strength shown by Su Feng has been placed in front of everyone, Qian Zhao. If they don't want to die, it's best not to say those offensive words. She chose to stay with Soul Society. For the death of Hyasube Ikibe. They didn't say much. Chapter 215 A few things about the Lingwang Palace. The sudden appearance of the sign in task made Su Feng startled. But soon came back to his senses. There were not many places left by the 3 realms for him to sign in, and the Lingwang Palace was undoubtedly one of them. He was still very curious about the existence of the Spirit King. And what is even more curious is whether he can wrestle with the Spirit King in his current posture as a heavenly emperor. Ling Fan from the Palace of the Spirit King. He recalled the relevant information. Lingwang Palace is roughly composed of Lingwang Palace Street, Lingwang Palace Amadasanda, Lingfanli Hall and Lingwang Danary. The blocks are the streets and buildings on the ground. As for the Amadasanda of the Lingwang Palace, it is a half-fan-shaped building suspended in the sky, which can lead to the Lingfanli Hall and the inner palace of the Lingwang. Lingfan Lydian seems to be the name of the palace, but it is actually the 5 cities that belong to the members of the Zero Team. 840 they were suspended in midair, surrounding the Spirit King's interior. As for Lingwang Dane, it was the place where the Spirit King was buried, the specific location where he was sealed. But whether he was sealed in it was another matter. In this regard, Su Feng does not think so. Until now, in his opinion, the Spirit King's will is still affecting the operation of the world. Advertisement. Even in the smallest incidents, there is his influence. But now that Hyasube Ikibe is dead, Su Feng said to himself, then I want to go to the Lingwang Palace, there should be no obstacles. Yet at this moment, above the sky, in a very distant direction, the terrifying pressure was transmitted towards the entire Soul Society, as if the sky had completely collapsed. Su Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, with a serious expression. Because he has already discerned the identity of the other party from this coercion. Aizen Sosuke. Advance the timeline. Soon after Su Feng and others entered the Invisible Empire. Before the 72 barriers of the Spirit Palace and Soul Society. Two sphere-shaped existences surrounded by red spiritual pressure appeared here. Two of them walked on foot, as if they were visiting the scenery here. A solid barrier. Ichimaru Jin frowned slightly and touched the barrier with the red Reiatsu sphere. However, there is no effect. He couldn't penetrate it with Reiki. Advertisement. The red Reiatsu surrounding the two is just a means of transportation to the Reiwang Palace. A reference to Shiba's Hanazaru cannon. It took Ichimaru Jin a long time to develop this thing. But obviously, this thing does not have the effect of opening the barrier. Ichimaru Jin looked at Aizen. This is the first defense to guard the Spirit King. Aizen explained softly, only Wang Jian can pass. However, in essence, Wang Jian is nothing but the power of the Spirit King. So, that's all we need. Talking, he stretched out a finger and pointed to the solid barrier. A trace of deep purple spiritual pressure was like flowing water, escaping from the fingertips, penetrating the red spiritual pressure, and falling on the barrier. Something amazing happened. The deep purple Reiatsu was like some kind of high-concentration corrosive potion, directly dissolving the barrier into a huge hole. Aizen looked at his work, nodded with satisfaction, and said with a smile. Let's go, Silver. I've been curious about Lingwang Palace for Chapter 216, the existence that goes against the will of the Spirit King. As the barrier was corroded one by one, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin are also getting closer and closer to Lingwang Palace. Until the existence comparable to a huge city appeared in sight. The last barrier. Aizen's palm pressed lightly on the barrier through the red Reiatsu. The sound of Kaila corrosion appeared. The two passed through the entrance of the cave together and arrived at the Lingwang Palace. The moment he stepped on the ground, Ichimaru Jin's expression changed slightly, and heavy pressure acted on him. Completely different from the feeling at Soul Society. Ichimaru Jin adapts to the changes by standing in place, it's like being in a very deep seabed. Aizen is not urging either. Let Ichimaru Jin adapt to the super high concentration of atmospheric auras in the Lingwang Palace. He was looking from afar, admiring the scenery of Lingwang Palace. The oppression here has no effect on Aizen at all. Advertisement. After half an hour, Ichimaru Jin regained his usual posture, walked slowly to Aizen's side, and smirked like a fox. Lord Aizen, I'm fully used to it. 35. Aizen nodded slightly, and then walked towards Amadasanda, the Reiki Palace above the sky. With one step, he took a long distance. Aizen, who possesses the power of the Spirit King, has already stood at the top of the world. Even if he faced any member of Team Zero, he would not be inferior. Even over time, Aizen's strength is still gradually rising. Although I don't want to admit it. 35. Aizen walked in front of Amadasanda in Reiwangang Palace and said, slightly annoyed. But at this time, I still don't seem to be Su Feng's opponent. Heard. Ichimaru Jin paused in his footsteps, then responded with a smile. Advertisement. But isn't this the purpose of coming to the Spirit King Palace? During the conversation between the two, they had already stepped into the interior of the Spirit King. Silver, come with me. Aizen smiled, as usual. If this matter lacks an audience, it will reduce a lot of fun. Ichimaru Jin didn't hesitate, and immediately followed Aizen into the inner world of the Spirit King. 0 inches early after the three realms were separated and independent, the Spirit King has become like this. 35. Aizen narrated calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. The first ancestor of the Tsunayashiro family cut off his head. The arms of advancing, and, still, have gone through thousands of years, gouging out his heart, cutting off his feet, slitting his internal organs, depriving them of their strength and falling into the lower realm. Quote. The Spirit Kings will quietly watch the scene unfold, allowing time to go by. Aizen said here, paused, until Mr. Su Feng appeared. The existence that should not exist in the plan of the will appeared. Quote. In the center of the palace, a huge amber-shaped thing is suspended in it, surrounded by countless black silk threads. How could the Spirit King come into view? This is the Spirit King. Looking at the human-like existence in the amber, Ichimaru Jin had a surprised look on his face, almost unable to believe his own eyes. Mr. Su Feng, who changed the process of the three realms, also went against the will of the Spirit King. However, Aizen didn't mean to be surprised at all, as if he had known it a long time ago. It's not that fancy decoration. Chapter 217. Aizen Sosuke who never stops. Ichimaru Jin looked shocked and looked at Aizen in disbelief. Down with these words, completely subverted his knowledge of the Spirit King, the history of the three realms and Urahara Su Feng. Spirit King. Ichimaru Jin's slightly squinted eyes opened, and his azure blue eyes looked towards the Spirit King in the amber. Although the other party did not change at all. But in the eyes of Ichimaru Jin, the danger factor of this guy has soared by 840. It has even surpassed Aizen comprehensively. Don't worry, Silver. Aizen stepped forward slowly, his smiling expression never changed from beginning to end. Remember what I just said. The Spirit Kings will watch as the three realms and affects the progress of the three realms. We can be here, no more than that. Under the shocked gaze of Ichimaru Jin, Aizen reached out and touched the seal. This moment, the seal began to tremble, and the endless pressure was released within it. Advertisement. At the same time, the dazzling rays of light bloomed within it, like the birth of a sun. The trembling spread to the outside world, until it spread to the entire Spirit King's interior, and the palace suspended in the sky began to tremble. On the brink of collapse, Aizen's figure was also swallowed by the light, and there was no trace of it. Ichimaru Jin tried hard to see the changes. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tell the difference. Until the light fades away, a strange yet familiar figure appeared in front of Ichimaru Jin. The original White Void Night Palace clothing was completely tampered with, showing pure black from below the chest cavity. From the shoulders to the arms, it was covered by white clothes, and there were purple decorations like blooming flowers on the arms. In Aizen's eyes, the color of the white of the eye and the color of the pupil are exchanged, giving people a strange feeling. There is a lavender pattern at the corner of the eye, which has spread to the vicinity of the temple, adding a bit of a strange feeling to it. Behind Aizen, a lens with 6 paths suspended like wings, exuding endless coercion. Most notable, it should belong to the Hogyoku in the chest cavity. Advertisement. 4 rhomboid lenses surround the purple Hogyoku, spinning constantly. Ichimaru Jin just took one more look, and he felt a dizziness in his brain, his mind fell into a blank, and he even lost the ability to think. There seems to be a brief period of adaptation. Aizen glanced at Ichimaru Jin and tried to restrain the reiatsu that he had released. After several attempts, he returned to his former posture. However, the whole body is still surrounded by extremely strong reiatsu oppression. If there are ordinary Shinigami soldiers here, their souls will collapse because they cannot bear the pressure from outside. However, this is just the reiatsu that Aizen puts out in an unconscious state. Ichimaru Jin also slowed down for a while before returning to normal. Quote. But now it seems that this hope has been too slim to see. If you release it with all your strength, I am afraid that even a captain-level existence will be difficult to bear. 1.9k. Not to mention fighting it. He still had a little hope in his heart to get back what belonged to Matsumoto Ranju. The corner of Aizen's mouth raised slightly, and he opened his right hand to look at the purple pupils that appeared in it. Devouring the Spirit King.